All right, well, it looks like the gang's all here. We'll give Tom just a second. In the meanwhile, if you guys could please retweet the space. Ulrich, I said to you, I think either you couldn't hear me or you couldn't respond. How did it feel when you thought your doom scenario was coming true today with the Mar-Lago thing?
Um, like every other day, to be honest with you. Uh, yeah, I mean, I don't want to call it my doom scenario, but yeah, my expected doom scenario is that models are right. So yeah,
Your audio is cutting out too.
really?
Your audio is
Okay.
cutting out just a little bit. Um,
All right, I'm gonna work on
if
it.
you Okay, I was going to say if you would, while we're waiting for Tom, but you're having audio as well, issues as well. I'd like to hear your doom scenario. What you think might be coming. We are going to talk about that today without getting overly political. We're going to be diving a little bit into politics today just because of the environment we're finding ourselves in now. Amy has actually had some visions of the future. We're going to go over that as soon as we get her back. And we're going to, hear from Tom on his views on what's happening in the world today with World War III on the horizon. How you doing on your sound, Ulrich and Tom?
I think I'm back.
Awesome.
Uh,
Ulrich, are you back?
yeah, how's it going on my end? Is it any better?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. All right. Well, that only took us, what, 7 minutes to get everybody up here. That's not too bad. We gotta love Twitter. It's the town square. It brings people from all over the world together into one spot, but it also has a lot of technical issues that we just have to kind of get through to get these spaces going. So welcome everyone. We haven't had Tom in quite some time. I think we skipped 2 months, Tom. Did we skip 2 months? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we did. So I'm super excited to get you back in today. And again, everyone, you can feel free to put your requests in to speak, but it's going to be just a little bit while we cover some topics that we have on the agenda for today. But be patient. You'll get a chance to talk to Tom. That's one of the best things about having him around is the question and answer. So please just be patient. You will get a chance to do that. Ulrich, are you able to give us your doom scenario that you're seeing or that you think might be happening, et cetera? However you want to
Yeah, I
characterize
mean,
it.
just as a recap, my expected doom scenario is ultimate doom, meaning whatever malevolent forces are putting their thumbs on the scale, they need to make sure we don't achieve a singularity um, by the time we lose the grid from a solar micronova. So I'm estimating that to be around 2028, maybe late 2027, and that requires ultimate chaos. So a singularity really means that you have an asymmetric technology that lets you solve all of the other problems. And I think malevolent forces can't afford for this to occur. And if we only have a short window from now till 2028, that's roughly 3 years, you have to incite as much chaos as possible because a singularity could be ZPE, AGI, right? And so that means you have a short window that's less than an election cycle to distract the world enough to prevent them from reaching AGI or ZPE, and then scaling it so that you can actually protect people during like a cataclysm. So like what does it need to save billions of lives? It takes essentially infinite energy, infinite money, and infinite resources, right? You need to be able to build those houses, build those robots. If people are going to stop delivering their Uber Eats and they're going to work on building provisional houses, another robot has to drive those cars. If you can't afford that money, something else needs to make that money for you. And we're really close to a singularity, if I'm being really honest. And so what does it take to prevent a civilization from achieving escape velocity? It takes World War III, it takes civil chaos, it takes all of these things. And if such a thing is going to happen, I think it has to happen now, because you're not going to get we're not getting another election between now and 2028. We're not getting another opportunity. So you would have to prevent the election of Donald Trump which actually takes place December 17th. So my prediction is that it will be attempted to be disrupted before December 17th. That's my prediction. And I could end up being wrong. I'm going to have to readjust my models if I am.
And can you just explain briefly why Trump cannot be allowed to get into office, in your opinion?
I mean, in my opinion, it it's not really about preventing Trump from getting into office. In my opinion, is that what you need is a trigger for World War III to be catalyzed. So what you need is martial law. You need to put an end to the free and decentralized forces. So, and I just think that Trump is the best excuse we're going to get. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't view this as a red versus blue thing. I think we can't allow for a free society because you or UFO Sarah could go nuts on Chat GPT. Do you know what I mean? Like, we need to lock down the free agents. I don't necessarily think it's about Trump, but also Trump, to be clear, has made himself deep state enemy number one, or made the deep state his enemy number one. So there's an obvious reason why Trump would be the target. Um, does that make sense? Let me know if I didn't answer that question.
No, yeah, it does make sense. Thank you. Tiff, you want to jump in before we get to Tom?
No, I am happy to be here. I am happy Trump's alive just because, that's a good thing to be. And I'm thankful to be here. Cool.
Awesome. Thanks, Tiff. Thanks, Ulrich. Tom, welcome to the space.
Hey, thanks. It's good to be back finally after a couple months break. Yeah, I was so busy making my little electronics projects and taking care of other things that I just had to take a little break from the Twitter space. But yeah, no, I mean it's good that we're finally past the election, so there's fewer unknowns than there would have been before. I mean, because we were looking at some majorly diverging timelines prior to that point, and now we're sort of past that point. So now the future is a little bit more clear, but equally even more complex in a way. I do agree with what Ulrich was saying. I mean, that was spot on because we're approaching multiple singularities. We've got a financial global economic singularity. I mean, the U.S. debt is so high now that the interest payments are exceeding anything previously ever seen before. So that's heading for some sort of landing, whether it's a hard crash landing or a soft landing. It depends. We'll have to see where that goes. But at the same time, we also have World War III nipping at our heels. And some people say we are already in World War III, and that's true to an extent. But I mean, what is World War III really, right? I mean, that is the nukes going off on the horizon, and you being in your basement for over a month waiting for the radiation to go down. That's real World War III. So in a way, we're almost like in the soft run-up towards a World War III confrontation. Because right now, it's mostly just proxy wars. You know, I mean, Israel into Lebanon and Iran on the horizon soon, and the Ukraine thing with NATO and the US, of course. So things are still developing, Now, as far as Trump goes, I see only two possibilities. Okay, so one possibility is that his movement is entirely organic. It's a genuine populist uprising against the powers that be, in which case it will be stopped. Because in that case, the people versus the so-called deep state and the NHIs that manipulate them, I mean, it's no contest. So, of course, under that assumption, there will be no second Trump presidency. Okay. However, if the Trump thing is actually under the umbrella of either the same or a different NHI agenda, then there will be a higher power, a higher protection to pass that through. So then it's actually a competition between peers. I'm talking about NHI faction peers. It's not like humans versus the NHI powers. It's more like, okay, one faction possibly versus another, in which case we very well could see a successful transition to a Trump presidency. And then, in which case, we have to watch out because if that is an NHI agenda of some kind, well, where does that lead? So that's sort of something that I guess I could touch on a little bit later. But I do want to say that those are the major two possibilities that I'm seeing. And as far as like singularities go, we got that. We got the AI singularity, as Ulrich covered, and various climate trends that are also converging, where things could get pretty chaotic for a number of decades, if not even longer. Like a geomagnetic field collapse or solar micronovas. I mean, it's all related. It's all related. plus whatever interstellar objects are coming in, like comet clusters or some sort of alien arc that is coming our way, as some rumors have been suggesting lately. These things are all still probable futures. They're still heading towards us, potentially. And for that reason, of course, various NHI agendas would want to be timed to take advantage of that and also to minimize damage from it. So overall, I guess if we don't return back to this political subject, I just want to say that what I think is probably going on is that if we do get a second Trump presidency, I think we will be led into a kind of timeline where we're going to see a lot of tech acceleration, a move towards transhumanism, possible eugenics, AI control or surveillance of society. And in that case, humanity would be moving towards modeling a potential NHI civilization itself, one that already exists, let's say the Nordics or something like that. I think we're being manipulated or massaged potentially to move in that direction. So even if, let's say America and the world returns to peace and there's massive prosperity and everything looks good, we still have to watch out for the potential where it could lead into a kind of technocratic, transhumanist, anti-spiritual move in the end. It might end up being a bait and switch. So there's another battle to be fought, even if we transition onto that temporary positive timeline. And then if we can make it past that, then I think we'd be in the clear, right? So the takedown of the supposed deep state, that's only the initial battle. And then we still would have to confront I guess the Christians would call it the Antichrist agenda, which masquerades itself as an agenda of prosperity and progress and peace. So we have to look beyond those traps and safeguard our spiritual fire even far into the future.
Yeah, I agree, Tom. I think, we do have multiple so-called Christian influencers who have suspected that Trump is the Antichrist for quite some time. Obviously, we have no idea right now, but there have been some interesting things that have come up that could possibly lead us in that direction. And I 100% agree with you. Even if we see what appears to be, whatever this deep state is, if we see it taken out and it looks like we're heading towards prosperity, that doesn't mean that it's a good thing. It might actually not end very well for us at all. So thanks for pointing that out. We have to be suspicious of both of these sides because if there's a deep state or whatever we want to call it, the deep state, everybody knows what I'm talking about. This deep state is on both sides of this political aisle. So if you're a person on the left or you're a person on the right, and if you're a person on the right and you think, oh, good, Trump's back, freedom and all these great things are going to happen, just be cautious. I'm not saying to crawl into your doomsday bunker or anything like that, but just be cautious. Always be watching. Things are not always as they appear. I saw your mic open up, Tom.
Yeah, I just want to say that at least with that particular timeline, even if it leads to a sort of antichrist deception, the good thing about it is it buys us time because there's going to be a temporary period of peace and prosperity. It buys us time, and it buys us the opportunity to deviate that onto something even better. Whereas if the election had gone the other way, it would have been much harder because then the consensus, the status quo would have remained and would have gone on the same trajectory that it has been over the past 4 years, most likely, which was heading even quicker towards World War III. So I would rather take a temporary good that leads to a potential bad that at least can be deviated onto good than a very much guaranteed bad. So I think we dodged a bullet, assuming there will be a second term, but I guess we'll just have to see.
Can I comment on that briefly, Fringe?
Of course, jump in anytime, and let's make sure we get to Amy as well.
I just want to point out that what I like, because I am, we all know, at heart, just a fluffy pushover, love and lighter. What I like is that I think Tom and I agree on the fact that the election or the inauguration of Trump is a convergence point in the timelines. And even though I think we lean differently, I'm leaning still more towards doom. And the clock is ticking. Like, I'll be proven wrong within just a matter of weeks if I'm wrong. I do agree with Tom's assessment of how things would play out under Trump, but I think it's really important to think about where are the decision tree branches that have to coalesce that affect the entire world. And it's not because of some ethnocentric, American-centric, patriotism that I think the election is going to govern the world. I think there's too much that centers around America, the American economy, the fact that the allied countries are defaulting on America to decide when they disclose or when they don't disclose. The fact that AGI, at least the public's form of AGI, is largely an American spearhead. The fact that America has the U.S. reserve currency. The fact that you really can't tank the market if the American market doesn't tank, and if the American market does tank, or if the American currency tanks, you can and you will tank the market. Does that make sense? So that's, I think, for multiple reasons, we've identified this election as the linchpin of chaos. And I do think other timelines hinge upon that. For me, the ultimate linchpin is the solar micronova, which would throw the world into a blackout that would last at least 10 years if we don't reach a singularity by then. And of course, the greater linchpin for that would be crustal displacement, somewhere around 14, 15 years from now. So I just want to point out, like, I'm not saying I'm going to be right. I'm also saying that if I'm wrong, it does make sense that things would play out the way Tom says they're going to play out. And I do think we're overestimating the risk of the dark Aquarian transhumanist thing. I think this is a real risk, but it's a problem I would honestly like for us to have, because it means we necessarily negotiated other problems that I think are more existential and more pressing.
Is it okay if I jump in, Fringe?
Yeah, Tyler, give me 1 second. If it's on that topic, go right ahead. Go right ahead, Tyler.
Well, I don't want to step on any toes, and it's just if there's time or space. But if you want somebody else to speak, then that's fine.
No, you're good. Go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, first of all, I love the timeline talk because that's something I'm big into, and a lot of realizations I've had on my own, and just understanding timelines. And it seems to be the hot topic. People are coming to the awareness that there are multiple timelines, parallel universes, and multiple realities playing out at once. And I love that the conversation is going there because it is the reality of the situation. That being said, I'm a firm believer that we create our own reality, like a consensus reality. This is what the cabal does. This is what the deep state does. They put out their propaganda so we create that reality for them because they can't create themselves. We are the master manifestors. And that's, if they want to open a portal with CERN on a certain date, they're going to put out that propaganda. So all the truthers start talking about, oh my God, they're going to summon demons on this day with CERN. So we literally feed that reality and help them manifest it. So by talking about these doomsday scenarios in the future, it doesn't matter if you're for it or against it. Just by having the conversations about it, you're feeding that timeline. So we got to be careful also that we're not helping to manifest some of the things that we're fearful of, because that is literally what a consensus reality is. Like enough people, it's like a hive mind or 100th monkey effect type of thing. And we can, if we're not careful, I think we can create a timeline that we're actually afraid of. And we can feed into the transhumanist timeline if we really believe that they have the power to create it, when we hold all the power. And I think that we have to remember that. And I won't take up too much time. It's just something I wanted to say.
Oh, I mean, what is it? Is it Jeremy? Journey to Truth? Is it Jeremy?
Tyler.
Tyler, forgive me. Tyler, I think that's a really important point. I do think we're underestimating our psychic potentials and the effect that we individually and collectively exert physically upon this world. I think it's easy to slip into psychoticism and narcissism and confuse the person, saying, hey, you're in the World Trade Center towers. A plane has slammed into this tower. Look at the gaping hole in the other tower. Look at the people who are jumping in front of your window because the heat is burning them alive. and it makes sense to leave this building. There's a difference between saying, leave the building because the building is on fire, and saying, oh, one day 2 planes are going to slam in the Twin Towers, and then manifesting it with your mind. I think anybody who's saying to the person to leave the building that's already been hit, that they're manifesting the planes that have already slammed into the towers, might be confusing the role of our psychic potential. And I hear this conversation happening a lot, because it's impossible for you or I to manifest the current geomagnetic excursion. It's already happening. And I think it is possible for us to manifest a better timeline for ourselves. But I think if we don't distinguish the difference between the inner world and the outer world, then we really don't have a distinction between delusion and our actual power.
Yeah, and that's a great point too. It's also one of those things that's easier said than done, right? It's easy just to say what I said and talk about it, but to apply that and into a practical scenario, it's much different. You just described it perfectly. So, I mean, yeah, it's a conversation to be had, but also just have the awareness that, be careful where you're putting your energy, because, you what you put out, you get back, right? And that's what we're creating for ourselves.
I actually find that subject very fascinating, though. I've been kind of pondering about us being some kind of like squishy quantum computer and the possibilities of us forming like a neural network. I think of like all the monks that can meditate together and they kind of get on the same vibration. They kind of get in like they all together are chanting and meditating, and that super radiance most likely could give them the ability to manifest much more stronger than just an individual, especially if they apply some intention to it and focus. So I see this future where those things will be possible when we understand consciousness more as a field, and less us operating like a neural network individually, and then we could sync without it becoming weird and hive-minded.
Yeah, it's a super important topic because our own personal experience, if you really pay attention to how your life goes and how it correlates to your thoughts and your beliefs, there is a correlation there. And not only that, but the correlation differs depending on the time or phase of your life and also which person we're talking about, because some people have it very, very strongly and other people don't. It's very weak. So there's a spectrum of it, there's a gradient of it. And what that means, though, if it is a gradient, then that means that there are certain times or certain situations where it's not entirely the product of our own inner state. Okay, it's almost as if life itself is a mix of the synchronistic and conscious and spiritual, but also the physical and the deterministic, like billiard balls, one knocking into the next, or dominoes. There are certain aspects of life that are already in motion that are determined by physics that only have a single outcome. And I mean, for example, the precession of Earth's axis over the 26,000 years. I mean, that's something that just due to the momentum and the energy involved, that's pretty much locked in place, unless you have pole shifts. And also the pole shift cycles or the cycles of the sun, I think those things, to an extent, are probably also on a kind of clock that regardless of our consciousness, it's going to be that. However, maybe these cycles have some wiggle room. It's like quantum physics, where there's this little window, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where consciousness can influence things. And maybe that happens even on a macroscopic scale in terms of when exactly the solar micronova would happen, or when exactly and to what extent a pole shift would happen. So I think that consciousness affects reality, but it's not 100%. And not only that, but if you look at your own life, what you'll also notice is that there are times when you merely being aware or thinking about something actually blocks it from happening. So, for example, if you're anticipating, I don't know, winning the lottery or getting some package in the mail, and you're really just focusing on it, a lot of times weird things will happen where the package gets blocked or rerouted or delivered to the wrong address. I've had this so many times. And if I don't think about it and don't pay attention to it, the delivery is always fine. It's so weird, like watching this happen over and over again over the years. And not only that, but like, for example, you get into a fight or an argument and you only afterwards do you come up with a perfect comeback, and you're like, man, in the future, I'm gonna use that comeback because it's gonna be so awesome. And then that situation never happens again. You never get to use it. Why? Because you're expecting it. So I do think that awareness can sometimes block things as well. And so then that's kind of a paradox because, well, how is it that focusing on something in some cases can attract it, but in other cases it seems to block it? And my theory is that the attraction happens more through a kind of subconscious emotional resonance, based on your beliefs, your root assumptions, whereas the blocking is more of a surface level, conscious, intellectual kind of a thing. And so what that means is if you are calmly aware of a possibility, if you prepare for it, if you don't invest too much emotionally in it, or you don't really have a kind of deep subconscious need to involve yourself with it, then you'll end up blocking it. However, if it's the other way around, where consciously you're trying to deny it, like, no, no, I don't want to think about it, but subconsciously you got this gnawing fear, almost like this like it's got a grip of you, then I notice that that's when it tends to happen. So people that are really fearful, really paranoid, really neurotic, and just really wrapped up with something, they tend to attract it. Whereas others who are more cool, calm, strategic, like putting on your seatbelt when you go driving, or if you go on a cross country trip, make sure you've got a spare tire that's blown up, that sort of thing. If you're calm about it, then it tends to reduce the probability. So I think the same might apply as well to future scenarios where we can talk about these subjects, but if we do it very calmly, very strategically, just very neutrally, and take whatever preparation we need, but not be in this super emotional, fearful doom state, then you can maximize the action-oriented preparation for it while minimizing any sort of synchronistic attraction towards it. So that's sort of just a working hypothesis that I've used in my life, and it's been working out pretty well so far. So yeah, I just wanted to share that.
You guys have all heard prior proper preparation prevents poor performance. And that's what we're doing here in this room today. We call these doom spaces. We talk about a lot of scenarios that might be coming our way. And that's so we can be prepared for them and actually to take steps to help us be prepared, to get the awareness and the knowledge out there. Just like what Tom was saying, if you're aware of something and you're prepared for it, there's actually some strange laws of physics that will work into your favor. The idea that we should not be entertaining these things or thinking about these things ever in any way because we might draw them to ourselves. A lot of times, I've seen that as alien propaganda. They want us focused on the love and light, only good things, only positive things. And they don't want us to even be aware that something, even things, something like evil. No, it doesn't exist. There's no good, there's no bad. It's, everything's non duality, and just focus on all of the positive things that will come your way, and that's going to be your future. And I just think it's a crock of shit. As usual, it's probably the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Should we become overly emotionally invested in these things? No. Like I told a bunch of people, I think it was last week in Sarah's little brief preparation space. I am as prepared as I can possibly be, and then that's it. So I've done my part. I've taken responsibility for my life. I'm as prepared as I can be for anything, crazy that could be coming our way. And I pray and I leave it up to God. I don't just go jump off a cliff and hope God's going to save me. But I take the steps that I can take just to be prepared. And now, if we refuse to discuss these things, how can we ever be prepared? So I think it's somewhere in the middle. We should not only focus on the doom and gloom, and we should not only be focusing on the positive. We just have to accept reality as it is and as it comes our way. I would love to get to Amy. Amy, welcome to the space. Do you want to jump in on this topic before we move on? Amy and Sarah, if either one of you want to jump in on this.
Hey, yeah, no, I 100% agree with what Tom says. Sorry, I'm trying to find a good parking spot. Um, but yeah, no, I've noticed that in my own life, where if I was like, if I'm facing it and expecting it, it's not gonna happen, especially when I'm like basically ready for it. So like it's different when it's a matter of like you're just like fearful and you have zero plans, because you're fearful and you're not knowledgeable of or you're not willing to face the information that you have, which can help you solve problems. It's different from like when you have information, you're facing it, but you're facing it very logically, and then you take even just minimal steps, honestly. We're going to talk about prepping. I'm like nowhere near what you Fringe are doing, or Tom, or anyone else, but like it has helped me mentally to like do enough of it so that I feel confident that I can get through some hardships, maybe not the extremes, but a lot of hardships. And so that almost puts me into this state of like not even facing them, honestly. I face other hardships, obviously, but like it puts me in a very creative problem solving space. And so you become more flexible. Whereas I come from that new age mindset, and I did the whole thing, like don't face problems. But what it ended up happening, because you're always going to have problems in your life, that's just kind of like, I'm going to say it, like it's the beauty of living. You learn so much through struggle. And but when I was in that new age mindset of never facing any kind of hardship, I didn't have full information. I had very limited information. And B, I would be like stuck without a paddle many times, as opposed to understanding the situation better by facing some of the negative stuff, and then having, putting in the creative effort to resolve problems. And that almost like trains your brain to do it even when you're not quite ready, but your brain is trained to react, and strategically react to any situation, whether it's positive or negative. So that definitely helps. But I totally understand, like, if you're facing problems and you're just like freaking the fuck out, excuse my language, but and then you're not actually trying to like, logically look at the situation, then yeah, I could see that being a backfire to um, how you handle hardship.
Yeah, I could totally see that, Amy. I think we've discussed before how the phenomenon tries to get us into that codependent victim type mentality with them, into that type of relationship. And I think if we allow these world events and possible coming world events to overtake us emotionally, and we do become very fearful, we start seeing something everywhere, we start getting paranoid, and we don't take steps for our own emotional health, maybe even addressing our own trauma, taking physical preparations, to be as ready as we can be. You can start going down that rabbit hole of fear. And then what happens is we, in this room, we know what happens. The phenomenon feeds on that. It feeds on that fear. And so there's a difference between being aware and having knowledge and being prepared, and just living in fear. And I think a lot of people mistake, for sure, I am very misunderstood in this community. A lot of people think that because I have chosen to actually fly in the face of the phenomenon and post about the negative side of it, that I live in fear all day, every day. And nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, if you saw my life, you would think I'm some type of an amazing manifester because I have an amazing life. So don't confuse preparedness and awareness with living in fear. Living in fear is definitely not the way to be, and the phenomenon will take full advantage of that, and it'll turn into a vicious cycle. I see your hand, Tyler. Amy, jump in, and then we want to get to Sarah
Yeah,
as well.
just a quick. So with regard to the phenomenon, all my life I was basically partnered with a very, very abusive hybrid. He's trained in security, so he has extra training to just be abusive. Um, and what's interesting is, and all through my life, all through my whole new age, thing, and finally, I actually had to face the reality of what was happening to me, in terms of what he was doing to me, what he was doing to my friends, my family, my boyfriends. So, um, interestingly, I then started to do research and face the problem logically. And I went back to school. I got a science degree because I hit like a knowledge wall. So I needed to learn more just to push it further, my research. And something changed a couple years ago. And I can tell it by the fact that I have very minimal bruises now, minimal sexual abuse, um, and stuff like that. And I could just feel it. Like I'm not interacting with this abusive person. I'm interacting with a different person. And based on regression sessions, they basically partnered me with another hybrid because they could see that I was not slowing down. The abusive man was making me want to research even more and learn even more and push the envelope a little more, because I faced it. I stopped it and I faced the negative situation that was happening to me. And so now they switched me to someone who's not. And in fact, it's to the point that they have an agenda still, but they don't want to create a negative association. So that is actually, if they would have done that from the beginning, honestly, I wouldn't have pushed as far as I have with my research. But I think they realized something's not working. We need to change our approach. Now, you could view that, from a new age perspective, you could view that as that's a change in manifestation. I'm still in the situation, but it's improved. But I didn't improve it by not facing the problem. I improved it by going full force into it and learning and getting a advanced degree in science so that I'm a problem for them because they don't want you to have that advanced knowledge, especially in biology. Um, Anything like they physics, anything, they don't because they have that knowledge way beyond the like what we have. But if you're getting closer to higher learning, then it's a problem for them. And I've had a few situations where like once they looked at a like cell and molecular book I was studying, and they brought down someone from the medical department, and he was like he couldn't read, but he knew like what I was studying was advanced, and they didn't like that. So just to tell you, like, actually facing the problem helped me they put me in a better position, in terms of with someone who isn't as abusive and is going out of his way not to be abusive. And I have, you know like, the result of that is I don't have as many bruises. It's very, very rare now, and I don't get sexually abused. So that's something to point out.
Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. Sarah, did you want to jump in? And then Tyler's hand was up as well.
I did. I have a brief thing. It's a pleasure to be up here with all of you. Amy, hugs from the virtual universe that we are existing in. I know that this is the doom room, but I just, as we were talking, I wanted to just send a reminder out that in my belief, everything we have done in our lives, experienced, has gotten us to where we are today. And so, and the way that I look at that is, um, we're we are actually prepared more than most because we're having these conversations. And so take that for what it's worth. But if we're unable to talk because we're in the middle of a blackout in the coming whatever, and something's happened and we can't talk to each other, I know all of you well, like that we've all reached a point in our lives where, you know, we aren't afraid of the truth, of how to handle the next 10 seconds. What's the decision I have to make that's life or death? And I honestly think that each one of us will make the best decision possible in the moments that we have it. And it's kind of like when you're looking for a job, if you've been working for like 20 or 30 years, you worked that long with that much experience to take on the next position. Everything readies us for what is coming. And I know it's the doom room, but I little love and light.
Yeah, Sarah, that's incredible what you just said, but that's what this doom room is actually about. The doom room is about being aware and being prepared. The doom room is about not putting our heads in the sand and pretending that all of these non-human intelligence just have our best intentions in mind. They're here to upgrade us to 5D, and someone's coming to save us. The doom room is just about facing reality and being as prepared as we can be. So thank you so much for that, Sarah. Tyler, did you want to jump in on? I saw your hand up earlier.
Yeah, just a few things on that. So, I mean, yeah, what you're talking about, the new age, like love and light thing, that's called spiritual bypassing. I've seen that so much. People just like they constantly, there's nothing wrong with trying to manifest a positive life for yourself, right? But when you ignore all the darkness, it just boils up inside of you. Anybody watch Seinfeld, the Serenity Now episode? It just bottles up all the anger and eventually explode, right? It's the same concept. It'll that darkness, that trauma, all that stuff has to be dealt with. Otherwise, you're gonna eventually hit a wall, a breaking point, and it'll ultimately lead to rock bottom. So that whole like new age love and light spiritual bypassing is very dangerous. And yeah, there are NHI groups out there. I still have to get used to saying NHI, alien extraterrestrial groups out there that are promoting those types of agendas, narratives, right? So that's exactly what happens because ultimately they'll hit a breaking point. But it's also somebody was talking earlier about like repelling the very thing that you want. Like if a package is coming to your house and you're really thinking about it, and then something happens. Well, I mean, that's like basically going back to like manifestation 101 or law of attraction, because the more you want something, you actually create that lack frequency and you repel the very thing that you want. When you want it so bad, you're telling yourself, I don't have this. Let's just use like a relationship or like if you really like somebody and you really want this person in your life, the more you want it, the more you're telling yourself you don't have it, and you're actually creating that absence in your life, so they'll never be attracted to you. So you have to envision a future where you do have something, and you already have it, and you have to embody that and imagine what that feels like, and that's how you attract it, that's how you manifest. So when you want something, you're actually creating the exact opposite. You're repelling it. Um, and the same thing, obviously, with the fear. Like fear, when you're paranoid and constantly running around in fear, you create more of that. You buy a gun because you're afraid somebody's going to break into your house, then breaks into your house. Oh shit! Good thing I had a gun. Did you just manifest that, or was that going to happen anyway? It's just interesting stuff to think about. And changing the timelines is changing creating a future um, would require not just one individual to be on board. Like collectively everyone has to agree on something for it to manifest into a reality, if we're talking like a global scale. I'm big into time travel. I've read the Sands of Time series, which is, I think, some of the most important books on the planet right now as far as understanding the origins of time travel within the shadow government and what actually occurred. It fills in an entire gap of missing history that we just don't have in the textbooks. But they explain time travel in depth, and they even put equations in the book that they said maybe 5 people on the planet, even if they read the equations, like no one knows what to do with it, but like because they're so sophisticated. But the equations are there anyway. What they said about time travel is that if you wanted to go back and kill Hitler, or I said, I guess changing the past, if you wanted to go back and kill Hitler, you couldn't do it because the collective consciousness has energetically created a footprint for Hitler or somebody like Hitler. So the collective consciousness would just replace Hitler with somebody else who would do the same thing or worse. And apparently they know because they tried. But that's another topic. They said the only way that they could successfully change the past is if you send 1 million people back in time that all have the awareness of what Hitler would have done. And those 1 million people could recreate the collective consciousness to then replace what energy signature would have been there for Hitler to do what he was going to do. Then you could effectively change the timeline. So it takes a mass number of people to make a change. So moving forward, if we use that mentality, if we can get on the same page, and literally, like, mass meditation is like statistically proven to work. So if you can create, like, imagine creating something that we all can agree on, I think we could actually achieve it. But it's getting everybody on the same page and stopping the fighting and division. That's why every single agenda that they have promotes division, and then division within the division and the infighting, because they know that if we ever finally get our shit together and join and unite, then it's over for them.
Something that you had said earlier about the lack part, I think that that is key, like to these potential neural networks, is that it has to be like a not for profit, but it's like it literally the intentions have to be without that lack. So you can't be hoping for a gain. It has to be like foreseeing, a storm dissolving or pollution removing itself from water. Just these things that have no I don't know if you follow what I'm saying, but whatever. Yeah, sorry. We'll get back to the subject. Be prepared, not scared.
I love that, Tiff. Be prepared, not scared. So I did, since we're talking about manifesting, I did post. Tom and Carissa did a really good series. It's called Mind Over Reality, and it's talking about, some of it is about the pitfalls of manifesting. And one of the pitfalls I wanted to bring up while we have Tom and Amy in the space, and maybe Carissa's there in the background somewhere, is when we're manifesting from a place of ego or too much desire, or some of the other pitfalls maybe Tom can jump in with. A lot of times we end up with entities actually standing by in the ethers waiting to fulfill these desires for us. And we end up in a trap of agreement with entities. It's kind of like rubbing the genie bottle, and the genie pops out and gives you your 3 wishes. So manifesting in and of itself can be hazardous, and is something we should all be aware of. I think this, I say this love and light community, but and I'm not saying it in a disparaging way. There's just not a lot, not another way to put it. Maybe the New Age community tells us all, just go out there and start manifesting. And I'm telling you right now, beware, because you might end up making a deal with the devil that you're completely unaware of, but you will pay the price for that later. So I think Tom and Carissa went over manifesting, and it's a really great series. I put it up there in the nest. It's also down in the purple pill. Tom, can you speak briefly to this idea of being in a trap of agreement when it comes to manifesting in the wrong way?
Well, yeah. See, the problem is there's so many books and courses and authors out there who talk about, oh, you can manifest this, manifest that. But guess what? They're not telling you or asking you to reconsider where your desire is even coming from. What part of you is it that wants to have a certain thing? And how much knowledge does it actually have to make that decision wisely? See, that's the issue. So if you take someone who, I don't know, has some sort of social ego identity programming that they want a certain thing, and it's based on some really dark, like deep, dark shadow issues that they haven't resolved, then they're manifesting something from that deeper, dark place. So obviously, that's going to leave a door wide open towards entities of a similar pattern or mindset to take advantage of that. It's like like they say with I don't know, financial scams, that if it's too good to be true, then it probably is. Well, it's a similar thing. So essentially, what the issue is that you're manipulating probability, but you're doing it against your optimal path. I mean, I'm not. I mean, so we all have free will in our lives, but there's also a kind of curriculum or guideline, or you could call it God's plan or whatever, for you. And the more you stray away from that, the more you go into the deep dark forest where there's all these beasts lurking around. Now, normally, if the only thing you do in life is just act physically, then you can only go so far. I mean, as your abilities allow. However, once you start evoking higher occult things like manifesting ability, then then that's a whole new field of danger, because occult entities will then, that's how they can get in. And it's actually very similar. It's very much parallel to the whole CE5 thing, where you go out to the desert and you do some meditations and you flash lights into the sky trying to contact aliens that are up there and try to build a little interaction with them. I mean, it's cool, it's exciting, it's entertaining, but guess what? You don't know what you're really dealing with. And some of those things that are up there, probably the majority of them, they are deceptive. And so then if you come back from that experience and you start having dreams where they're showing up and they start guiding your life towards meeting this or that person, and over time you're going to become a shill for their agenda. It's the same thing. These entities are always trying to get in and influence human destiny, to influence your life. But they're held at bay by your spiritual protection and just your awareness. So that's the issue, is that when you bypass your protection and you bypass your awareness by acting from your irrational dark parts within you, you open up the door to these entities and then they take advantage of that. So manifesting is really no different from that. And that's why it is, I would put it more in the category of magic. Now, magic is very close to black magic, and it's very easy, especially in some of these new age fields, to take it towards a black magic ends. And that's very bad, because if the higher beings, if your higher self and spirit and angels and God, whatever, are not going to fulfill your dark request because it's going to damage you, well, something else will. Something else is always standing at the ready to fulfill it for you. And so that's why within like Hollywood or the music industry, yeah, you get random people saying like, oh, I sold my soul to the devil and that's why we're successful. You get those kinds of people, and it works. It works, and that's why they do it. Well, it works because they're not supposed to, be these drugged out pimps like P. Diddy. But they want it anyway, and then they got it because they asked for it and they sold their souls for it, and then they offered up other people as sacrifices to these dark forces, and it just kind of builds upon itself. So it's a slippery thing to do, the whole manifesting thing, but it is something to be aware of, because I mean, let's face it, if consciousness and reality are entangled in some way, this weird quantum way, then in a way you could say that we are always to some degree manifesting. Even like, let's say we've got like a non-magical, very mundane life. Well, perhaps it's because our own subconscious assumptions are rooted firmly within consensus reality, and we assume that life and reality is a mechanical universe where nothing magical ever happens. So what if, consciousness is constantly doing that? Then you also have to be mindful of spiritual hygiene, emotional hygiene, mental hygiene, to make sure that you are not irrationally investing yourself and opening doors that you shouldn't be.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tom. Anyone on that before we, since we're talking about entities, dark entities, I would love to go over a topic that is actually one of the titles of the space is Ultra-Terrestrials. And it's something that Steve, I think, Disclosure Steve asked a question underneath the space, and he wanted to know, well, how do you define an ultra-terrestrial? So Ganga actually answered, which I very much appreciated, and we had Tom's answer as well, which I always appreciate. So I think let's jump over there, Tom. Let's talk about ultra-terrestrials. What are they? What are they doing? What are they there for? What's their function? And then I would also like to go from there to the differences between aliens and demons. So I am a Christian. I'm and interact with the Christian community a lot, and especially Christians, but a lot of religious people absolutely insist that aliens are demons. And with whatever might be coming our way, I think it's really important to understand that that is not necessarily the case. Although I do think that in many, if not all cases, they're actually working on the same team and towards some overlapping agenda. I don't think they're the same thing. I think you would also agree with that. I think Ganga would agree with that. Many people would agree with that. And then on the other side of the religious folks, we have the scientific community, the people, they're very much into the extraterrestrial hypothesis. And those folks insist there is absolutely no overlap whatsoever. Aliens are aliens. Demons probably don't exist at all because that's just for stupid religious people. Um, and anyone who believes in demons is ridiculous and ignorant. So I would love to get into that talk and yeah, take it from there. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, sure thing. The ironic thing is that the mainstream academic science people, especially within even ufology, I think they're actually less equipped to deal with the alien phenomenon than the Christians are, to be honest. And the only reason why I say that is because science generally looks just at facts, how things work, whether it exists or not, the equations and the model behind it. But it doesn't really ever look at motivations necessarily, unless you do statistical studies in psychology or sociology or something. But But usually the nuts and bolts people, they're only looking at the outer phenomenon of it, and not necessarily the inner motivations or the spiritual, metaphysical factors that are involved. And so that's why, if all of us were these impartial, neutral, objective scientist people, if we were those types and we were dealing with an alien disclosure event where they're showing up in our skies and trying to engage in diplomatic relations with us, we'd be screwed, because we would think, well, they're clearly more advanced and they've overcome lifespan limitations and disease and so on and poverty, so they've got to be good. I mean, we got to work with them. But if you have the eyes of discernment, if you have the eyes of intuition and spirit, then you might be able to detect that there's deception in what they're saying, that what they're ultimately leading us towards is a genetic assimilation, Borg, hive mind integration into their empire or something like that, So, yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention that. But in terms of ultra-terrestrials and aliens versus demons, well, the thing is, there is no actual official, within ufology, there's no actual official definition of what a crypto-terrestrial is or how that is different from an ultra-terrestrial or interdimensional. So we just kind of have to come up with some sort of standard ourselves, or at least voice our opinions, and then we can all agree on whether, hey, that makes sense to us personally or not. So for me, for example, right, I mean, if you just look at how it seems to go, a crypto-terrestrial is just some sort of non-human intelligence that is natively here but is hidden. That's why it's crypto. And then you've got extraterrestrials, which are beyond Earth, meaning like from outer space or other planets. And then you have ultra-terrestrial, and that means it's not even just beyond Earth, but kind of beyond space-time itself, beyond space, beyond time. So we're talking about a kind of non-physical super intelligence that seems to transcend space-time as we know it, and that has some degree of mastery over space and time, and that can also manifest here physically if they wish, to some degree. Maybe I wouldn't say it's a lack of ability, but I would say it's probably a lack of desire to want to manifest here fully physically. But I think if they wanted to, they probably could, because they're just so beyond this whole limitation that we ourselves are subject to. Now, it's important to emphasize that in saying this, that does not mean that they are discarnates in the same way that our garden variety demons are, or ghosts, or like dead people, or people in their astral projected state. It's not that, because in those states, you're just kind of temporarily bypassing the physical limitations, but you haven't mastered it, you haven't transcended it. Okay, so these ultra-terrestrials, they are of a much higher order of sophistication, power, and I'm talking about intelligence, psychic power, the ability to flit between dimensions, between wherever they normally are, and our physical reality. And so for that reason, I think that they are essentially the top of their respective hierarchies. So if we're talking about the demon hierarchy, right? At the very bottom, you've got these little ankle biters. They could be not even humanoids. It could be like little animals or dark little thought forms or something, right? And then above that, you've got the more humanoid demons. And then beyond that, you're starting to talk about some kind of H.P. Lovecraft Cthulhu type intelligence, and that starts getting towards the ultra-terrestrial level, because they're just so dark and so powerful that they're not limited to the astral planes, the non-physical planes, as normal demons are, but they can also manifest a more physical presence if they try really, really, really hard. Whereas if you go up the alien hierarchy, just based on abduction reports and contactee reports, just the anecdotal data that we have, the further you go up the chain, the more psychic they are, the more intelligent they are, and the more they're able to transcend physicality itself and exist in a non-physical state. So maybe that's usually where these top level alien superpowers, that's probably where they prefer to reside, in a non-physical state. So I think some people do have anecdotes and experiences that can speak to that, and maybe Amy will chime in a bit about that. So what I'm trying to say is that whether you're looking at the demonic realm, the alien realm, or even like the realm of positive beings, okay? Let's talk about that briefly. So we know that there are different human integrity levels, intelligence levels, even spiritual alignment with the divine levels. And you have some people that are just so high up there, they're almost like saints. Some of them can levitate and do supernatural things, and they're just imbued with this golden aura, whether you can see it or not. In some cases you can see it. Well, if you go even beyond that level, you go higher and higher beyond the physical, and eventually you get up to the realm of angels and archangels, whatever they actually are. But they're like divine, non-physical superintelligences. So they are also ultra-terrestrials, is just on the other end of the spiritual spectrum. And so what this all means is that ultra-terrestrials, they're just the upper level management of various hierarchies. And they're the upper level because they are the most powerful, they are the least limited by space-time, and they're the most capable of managing the lower levels. So that's how I define an ultra-terrestrial. It's just this almost demigod-like intelligence that can manifest here sometimes and take on different forms or different disguises, but ultimately is in charge of a lot of what goes on here.
And then, Tom, what are your thoughts on the aliens actually being, lower to mid food chain? Because we have these demonic ultra terrestrials on the negative side, actually on higher up the food chain, in my opinion. What do you think about that?
Right. So that sort of is tangential to the topic of Loosh energy, in other words, life force energy, and the idea that has been proposed by people like Robert Monroe and some others, including Rudolf Steiner, actually, he talked about it too, where they talk about Earth being an energy farm to some extent for something. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that every single alien is an energy feeder and exists only to feed on our energies. That's not true. However, you could say that of demons, because I think demons universally do feed on our life force energies. But aliens, not necessarily, because some of them could be just middlemen, middle managers. Like for example, I mean, someone who works at a Dorito chip plant. Some of those people don't even eat their own product. They're just middle people just working in the factory, and they don't even eat the chips. So I think some aliens are the same way. However, the issue is that life force energy in general, etheric energy, subtle energy, orgone, chi, whatever you want to call it, it it's a source of fuel for occult powers, for occult existence, and for their ability to influence this world, this physical world, in a stronger way. So, for example, with demons, okay? Now, some of you have had personal experiences with demons, so you're very familiar with how they work and how they operate and just what they're like. And I've had it myself. So even as a kid, before I knew anything about Christianity, right? So I wasn't even going off of any pre-existing belief systems. I had shadow people. I had like a 7-foot tall shadow demon thing with glowing red eyes standing behind me one night when I was watching TV. I mean, I could feel it looking at me, like it was like psychically boring its way into my head. And I kept on feeling it, and I kept on turning around, and I didn't see anything until one moment my mom goes to the kitchen to get me some candy, and while she was gone, I felt it again, the strongest I ever did. And when I turned around, boom, there it was. I mean, it had somehow manifested just enough for me to be able to see. Yeah, and it was like a 7-foot tall shadow humanoid with orange-red glowing eyes. And I freaked out like crazy. But during that time period, because I had that and I had alien abductions as well, I could always sense that something or another was watching me, and it was probably multiple things. I had ear ringings on a daily basis at the time, and I was just and like trying to sleep at night. Man, that was a nightmarish experience. I had my back against the wall with a cassette player going, doing story time stuff, just trying not to. It was difficult to close your eyes because then you imagine something is actually there, because sometimes something actually was, right? So anyway, I've had some demon experiences, and I know other people have had as well. And the thing is, if you have enough experience with them, you kind of realize what they're like. And then if you're also an alien abductee, then you also know what aliens are generally like. And then so over time, you build up a nuanced understanding of where they overlap and where they differ. And usually for such people, you can't really convince them that aliens and demons are identical in a one-to-one way, because they're not. I mean, there are subtle differences, but there is also a relation and an overlap. And it's a difficult subject because we only really have anecdotal data to go off of. There's really no scientific data on this. I mean, who's going to get a scientific grant to study demons and how they differ from aliens? No way. You're never going to get that. But we do have a lot of anecdotal data. So in my personal experience, okay, if you want to ask me, okay, what are demons and how are they different from aliens? So in my experience, demons are basically just incorporeal, meaning non-physical, malevolent intelligences. They are natively existing in a non-physical realm that is not here. Okay, it's the occultists would call it the astral planes, the lower astral planes. That's where they are in their native state. But they can come here and hover close to physicality within the denser, more localized etheric plane, as the occultists would call it. And in order to do that, they have to gather our etheric life force energy in order to build for themselves a stronger presence here. That's what they do. So, for example, if you're someone who has a lot of trauma or is going through trauma and is emitting a lot of negative emotions and such, then in their so when you go through that state, part of you is already existing, you could say, in the astral environment. You know, the part of our soul extends into that plane, and they can pick up on that suffering energy or any sort of like anti-spiritual energy, and they're drawn to it like sharks to blood. And so they can use that to trace their way into here, you know, where we are and within space-time, and they can start hovering and observing you within your home, and then they start building, I guess you could call it an etheric nest or something. I mean, they come through portals, so they come through these portals, and they set up shop within your home in order to stalk you and to start manipulating you. So then if you're not careful, whatever thing you're going through, whether it's depression or major anger episodes or whatever, it can just start getting worse and worse and worse, and they can psychically tempt you into opening vulnerabilities more and more. For example, tempting you to drink more alcohol than you normally would, or maybe to start getting into drugs or getting super addicted to pornography or whatever it is. And over time, if you give into these temptations, it builds upon itself like a feedback loop. And these entities then start taking advantage of it. And some people, they go so far that, you know, some end up becoming serial killers or going insane and killing themselves or becoming homeless. Or these demons, they are entirely oriented towards taking you away from your divine destiny in order to destroy your health, your harmony, your mental well-being, your spiritual well-being, and just to induce as much suffering as possible in order to kill the light within you or to cut you off from the higher divine stuff. I mean, they are, so the Christians are correct. You know, they are correct that demons are opposed to divinity, to God, to the divine plan, because empirically, in my experience, that's exactly what they do. So that's what demons are. Oh, and as far as their capabilities, they are telepathic. They can sort of see the future. They're somewhat precognitive. What else? If they get strong enough, if they have enough etheric energy power, they can become telekinetic. So that's how you get certain kinds of poltergeists. I mean, ghosts can do this too, but demons especially. They can do that. They can, if they're really strong, they can pick you up off the bed, throw you around, bruise you, you know, do some very horrible physical things because they're doing it telekinetically because they have that much ability. So that's demons. Now, aliens, when we talk about aliens, we're talking about beings that actually do have biological bodies. Okay, to some degree, they have some type of DNA. You know, maybe it's not even carbon-based. Who knows? But they have some sort of DNA, and they have bodies. And what that means is that they are incarnated, meaning that they can die. They were created or born, and they can die. You know, and they can also swap bodies. You know, that happens too. But the fact is that they have some sort of physical or semi-physical biological vehicle that we would call a body. And because a body needs upkeep, like food and shelter and technology and so on, that's why they have ships and bases, and a lot of them have some sort of clothing or uniform. And they have all that because they have bodies, because they are incarnated with some level of a space-time matter energy kind of thing. Even if it's not exactly the same as our space-time and our matter and energy, maybe they reside in a parallel dimension or something that's a little less physical than ours, but it's still something that is close enough to physical that we can say that they are incarnated. And so for that reason, aliens, they have priorities that are a little more sophisticated than demons. Okay, like demons, they're just out to destroy and feed upon the soul and to corrupt it and to cut us off from the light within us. Whereas aliens, they're more playing the long game. You know, they're kind of worried, for example, about public perception of the alien presence and how that would figure into a future disclosure scenario. They are more interested in, let's say, genetically terraforming humanity to, let's say, hybridize us with them to make us more compliant to their agenda. Those kinds of things, you don't really see that happening with demons because demons don't have DNA because they don't have bodies, right? So demons don't have to worry about hybridization. They're only worried about trying to increase their presence in our world through a personal level of possession of key figures or you know, pedophile networks or things like that. You know, where they come here and they try to recreate hell on Earth that kind of mirrors what is going on already within their lower astral planes, where they're torturing lost souls and feeding off their energies and so on. It's pretty horrible stuff, but that's what they try to do. Whereas the aliens are a little more strategic. I guess you could say they're more of a corporate power, maybe military, scientific power. They're more worrying about like not even geopolitics, but I guess cosmopolitics or exopolitics, whatever you want to call it. So that's what the difference is. And because they're more technological, they can also do things like abduct you physically. Regular demons cannot abduct you physically. They can only snatch your soul, either permanently or temporarily. Aliens can do that too, but they can also do physical abductions, physical implants. And that's why abductees will get scoop marks or surgery scars, major bruises with like puncture marks in them and so on. Whereas with demons, because they are only telekinetic but not physical, they can do bruises, they can do welts, they can do maybe like micro scratches, which is a telekinetic way of injuring flesh in a way. But it's not the same thing as a scoop mark or a metallic implant or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, aliens are a little more sophisticated. They're more intelligent. They have technology. They have bodies. And that's like the superficial difference between them. But the thing is, once you go, as I mentioned earlier, once you go up the hierarchy of the alien command structure, the ones at the top, let's say, are increasingly less physical on the alien side and increasingly more telekinetic or powerful on the demon side, until eventually at the very, very top, in my opinion, and others that are here would probably agree as well, at the very top of both, you get a merger. Okay, you get a merger of the demonic hierarchy as well as the alien hierarchy, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about these dark, negative, hostile ultra-terrestrials that have mastery over space and time and also have mastery over the occult, astral, etheric realms. And I mean, they cover both bases, and that's why they're ultra-terrestrial, and that's why they are the big bosses on those sides. But I would say that even, okay, let's assume temporarily, okay, let's just assume for now that positive aliens exist or something like that. Then it stands to reason that if you go up their hierarchy as well, their network, further you go up, the less physical those beings are and the more mastery and power they have over space and time. And that's eventually where you would get a merger between, let's say, the angelic hierarchy and this whole like positive hierarchy. I think they're both headed up by the same like archangelic, divine. I don't know what the term would even be, but it's like positive ultra-terrestrial sort of thing. So I do think that there could be a mirroring, perhaps, in terms of polarity between the negative and the positive ultra-terrestrials and their respective hierarchies, but not in a one-to-one way where, like, let's say there are a bunch of positive grays versus negative grays and positive reptilians versus negative reptilians. I don't think that's the case. But I do think that a positive network or hierarchy does exist and a negative one does exist, and that there is a kind of cold war between them, and that life on Earth, in many ways, is a chess game between these higher divine and higher infernal powers. So that's sort of my view on it. But yeah, since you asked.
Since I asked, thank you so much, Tom. That was amazing. I just had a couple of notes here. So it's been my experience that these demons can actually use the alien bodies as incarnation opportunities. I mean, so for example, I've interacted with these reptilian creatures, just regular old, average everyday reptilian creatures. And then I've also seen these same reptilian creatures actually possessed by demonic entities. So I think the demons can use the alien bodies for incarnation opportunities. I don't know how long they can stay in these bodies. I think in my experience, it was the reptilian bodies for sure. I've also seen them in these animal head bodies as well. So I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that. And I would love to get to Amy's story that just kind of touches on this possibility that they're higher up the food chain, above the mantids. So we have the mantids are at the top of the food chain for the so-called alien creatures, but above those mantids is something else. And Amy's going to tell us her story shortly.
Okay.
So what do you think about that, Tom?
Yeah. So I'm glad that you bring that up because that was something in my notes that I forgot to mention, which is that just empirically speaking, based on the different stories that I've heard and people that I've known, there is a class of beings that is right on the cusp between demonic and alien, and they do look reptilian. I'm not sure if they are the reptilians or if they merely take that form, okay? But they are incredibly sadistic, manipulative, parasitic, and they try to take over people's lives. And they engage in, at very minimum, soul abductions and trauma induction, maybe to feed on the energy, including memory wiping afterwards, so the person doesn't always necessarily know that is happening, but there's after effects. Okay, but some people do remember, like in your case. And so when you mention the idea that demons could inhabit biological bodies, I do believe that's possible. And if there is any candidate for that, I would say it's most likely the actual alien reptilians that we all hear about, just based on similarity of behavior, motive, mindset. They themselves are also kind of sadistic and rapey and violent, aggressive, and just hostile in a way, and also opportunistic, similar to how demons are. So I would say that some reptilians, I can't say it's all, but some reptilians do fit the mold of demons in biological vessels, which kind of makes sense. I mean, if you want to have something that's intimidating, like to use as shock troopers or whatever, what better energy or soul to put in there than an actual demon, right? So I think that could exist. And one last point I want to mention on that, which is that the energy field of a demon is incredibly toxic to life. So if you yourself get shadowed or possessed by a demon, you're going to start getting sick. You're going to not look well. You're going to look kind of ashen in the face, dark circles under the eyes, because your life force energy is being sapped, and it's also being poisoned by the toxic energy field of the demon. And what that means is that an ordinary biological body, like let's say human body, it'd be very difficult to house a demon in there. Okay, it'd be very difficult to house a demon in there because the body would just fall apart over time. But demons themselves, when they're in a non-physical state, they don't suffer from that because they don't have physical bodies. So therefore, they can keep accumulating more and more of this toxic energy and just be stewing in it, and that becomes their natural form eventually. Okay, but if you purposely genetically engineer a body that is very resistant to that, then in that case, I think yes, you could house a demon energy soul or whatever in a biological body. But I think the biological body would be genetically and perhaps even physically distinct, indicating that that is the case. And maybe that's what certain reptilians are. So, yeah.
Thanks, Tom. I would love to get to Amy's story. Amy has an incredible story. Amy, first of all, Amy, me and Amy got to meet. What is it? Amy, was it about a month ago? We actually got to meet in person. That was so
Yeah, that
amazing.
was
Thank you.
fun.
Yay. It's interesting to meet UFO Twitter people in person. You actually get to put a face to the name and, feel each other out. It was incredible. Thank you so much for that visit, Amy. So you told me a story during that visit, and I think Tom and Gango had already heard the story, but I had never heard it. And of course, I was just thinking, get the hell out of here. I've been trying to tell people that these non-corporal entities are actually in charge of the aliens, and nobody really wants to hear it. They just really want to keep the aliens separate, and then they want to keep the demons or whatever we want to call those non-corporal malevolent entities. Doesn't matter what you call them. They want to just keep this all separate. And you actually had a really interesting experience that kind of brought it all together. So I'd love to hear it, Amy.
Yeah. So first of all, before I start, so when I first started investigating, I obviously very nuts and bolts, very scientific, very logical, very direct. Um, and I started doing regression sessions with David. David is very similar. I don't think he would attribute demons to any of this. It's just not. He's a scholar. He's not coming from a religious background. So, I'm doing these sessions, and most of it is very much biological, very physical, very I mean, down to just being boring, not very interesting, very cut and dry, nuts and bolts kind of situation. But then there was one incident where I um I was taken to a mantid, and it because this was when I started to do research, and they're basically top dogs in at least on board the ships, from my understanding. And so when you're taking to them, it means you're doing something bad, typically, unless you're a strategic asset for them. From the psychic's perspective, maybe they'll like frequently visit you, but they're not going to deal with like you on a normal basis. So I was taken to this mantid because I was doing research and just refused to quit. So I've met a lot of people in my life, a lot of bad people. Um, I've never I always joke around because people like throw around evil or demon too easily, because when I actually met this mantid, or the first regression session that I had where a mantid was involved, I felt true evil. This was nothing like I've felt from any, even the worst kind of people that I've met in my life, nothing like it. And so in this evil, it's basically something that wants total control. And I perceive that as evil, because it's not, it wants to dampen the spirit and to control it, as opposed to, where what I think is godly nature, which is to expand and, and in a positive way, in a positive, creative, constructive way. So they're like the opposite of that. So that's one point. And I was doing the session with David, and I was like, I was almost like kind of hesitant to just say that he felt evil, because I knew that David, that's not his vocabulary, but I did anyways, because I was just like, this is nothing like I felt before, and this is me coming from a very wanting to look at things very scientifically, down to earth, so to speak. So then I was speaking with Ganga, and at that point, David, this was like after I'd worked with him, but he worked with one abductee where they figured out a little experiment where they would like write a word or question on a ribbon, and then the abductee would tie it around her wrist, and to hopefully remind her to ask them, you know, obviously take this with a grain of salt. Take all of it with a grain of salt, because we don't know regression's totally accurate. But what Gango was interested, he wanted me to inquire, to ask the hybrid certain questions, and one of the questions is, do they have like a god, or do they have any kind of religious interest? So so I asked, I wrote god or some basic word and wrapped it around my wrist, and obviously allowed them to come around. And based on the regression, I asked the security hybrid if he believes in God, or, if he has any perspectives. So he indicated a story. Obviously, this is through telepathic communication, um, where he's ship security, and he's not at the top, but he is pretty high up amongst the hybrid personnel. They're obviously kind of low on the food chain on board the ships, but he was, up there based on what he conveyed. And I didn't sense that he was lying or trying to impress. I'm not impressed, but impress me or anything. It was just like, matter of fact, this is where I stand hierarchically in their security. Um, so he was invited to, quote unquote, a meeting. It was in a big round room, probably on board. And there were all these mantids in their fancy red robes, in a circle. And they were all I mean, you have to understand, one mantid is incredibly psychically strong. Like it's insane how strong they are psychically. It's very hard to say no to one. It's very hard to not, like, if they want you to do something, they can force it. Like, whereas you can kind of fight with the grays or the hybrids. So just imagine, it's not one, it's a circle of them, probably like 10, 15, 20. I don't even know. Like, he just sent me that image mentally. And they were all concentrating on something. And it started to basically manifest. And it didn't solidify into like a physical being. It was more just like lights and stuff, in the like different colored lights and different patterns and stuff in the middle of whatever they were like chanting, or they weren't chanting, but like psychically trying to do. And the hybrid and several other security personnel were there, on the side, like watching this. And basically, whatever came through, first of all, I mean, when he like shared the story, I'm like, this sounds satanic, like, you know, but it's not. If it was quote unquote satanic, it's like high level shit. Like it's nothing like we hear about. It's very high level, and whatever came through was conveying security matters. I mean, the hybrid didn't allow me to like see what exactly was being conveyed because that's a security issue, but he basically perceived it as that's his closest to seeing quote unquote God, what God is to them. Um, and and he thought it was an absolute honor to be in that room present to see that happen. Because it's almost like, you know, with any Christian or anyone who believes in God or something, it's almost like if you saw God manifest in front of you, you would of course see that as like the most meaningful part of your life, right? Well, that's what he conveyed. The problem is that this whatever came through isn't nice. Like let's just put it, like the energy, and then whatever the mantids, because it probably speaks through the mantids. And it's interesting that you, Tom, and friends, you mentioned how like demons or whatever can take over body. It's, I mean, yeah, it's very possible that this thing, this quote unquote God that they have, is speaking to through them, and the energy, or it supplies them with the energy. Because that's the other thing, is that the mantids, there's another situation where it's very strong possibility that they draw life force as a way to feed, because they don't have a mouth. I, I don't think anyone's seen them eat anything. I mean, I think some people claim that they eat. Some people say they've seen a mouth, but I've never in regression, and I'm very observant to observe all the mantids carefully. If there's a mouth, it's like hidden like behind their chin or something. Like you just don't see anything. Um, and of course, I've never seen one feed. The grays, I believe the grays are genetically stemming from the mantids, and they have more primate features, because I believe it's my theory is that they like inserted primate genes into their genome, and so the grays have, you know, they're basically mostly alien, quote unquote, but they have our genes in them. So, you know, people have seen the grays absorb nutrients. They don't use their mouth, even though they have it. They have, and like David brought this up, like the grays have no use for a mouth. Like they're telepathic. They never speak. I've never seen one like ingest anything through their mouth. So it's almost like it's a phenotype that they didn't evolve with. It just was inserted into their genome, is my theory. So all this to say that like the mantids, they're very weak. They're super tall, very frail. They move very, very slowly. And so my um theory is that they don't have the same chemical biochemistry, like the like chemical processes that we do, in terms of like taking food calories and turning it into energy for their cells. So it's very possible that they're less in that respect. They are physical, they're very solid, just as solid as the grays, but it's possible that they are kind of like the earlier transition out of the non-physical, and so their bodies aren't, you know, like all life on earth evolved to ingest and to use, you know, different molecules for energy. I'm talking about animals, whereas they're evolving from it's almost like, yeah, their their food is energy, is life force, as opposed to biochemical. So I do believe that, you know, if they're not, they're definitely supplied by something energetically. And then there was one situation where he basically had the hybrid give him energy, and this is like super super creepy. did not want to see this, but he basically, the hybrid, like masturbated, and then when he orgasmed, he sent his energy, his attention towards this being, and so basically sending his life force to it because it requested that. So that's something to consider, is that the mantids, I don't think they're coming from earth evolution. I think there's something, they're physical, but they're coming from a different kind of um, life. I don't know what to call it, honestly, but yeah.
Thanks, Amy. It's just an incredible story. And I think one of the things you mentioned when we were speaking together was that this entity that was coming through, this non-corporeal entity, was giving some kind of instructions on the earth, or some kind of security on the earth, or some kind of plans for the earth. Do you remember that part?
Yeah, actually that was a different situation. Because the hybrid would never convey security issues. No, this was like another one where I was taken on board one of their motherships, the big ones. They're the big cigar shaped ones. And we went into this big viewing room, like it was massive, and there was a bunch of people, hybrids, abductees, mantids were like up front communicating. So they had a screen up, and of course, when you look at these screens, it's basically like you neurologically engage with it, and then it's like it's real, like it's really freaky. How their technology works, but in that situation, yes, he was conveying that um, it's going to be dangerous coming up on the streets. So he's talking to hybrids who their job is to be down on the streets. And I don't know why I was at this meeting. I was just with the security hybrid, and I don't know if this was just because there was so many people, so it must have been one of those big, corporate meetings that everyone comes to, and then yeah, the mantid conveyed that there's going to be violence and strife anyways, but what they're doing is they're going to make it worse. They're going to, like, you know feed the fire, so to speak. And and they're telling the hybrids, just be aware of this, stay out of trouble, like, don't get in the crossfires, that kind of thing.
And what I find interesting about that, Amy, is, abductees get these messages of, what David would call it, the change. But a lot of abductees get messages about cataclysmic earth changes, something crazy's coming, something's happening. We get a lot of training, to help the aliens out whenever this thing might be coming. And I always wonder, is this propaganda? I was re-listening to an interview with Carla Turner this morning, and I'm always reminded that abductees have been getting told for decades at least, we're getting trained for these jobs and what you're going to do when the change happens. And, some people are doing crowd control, some people are doing medical, some people are flying ships, whatever. But there's going to be this change, and it's coming, it's right around the corner. And there are people, abductees, who have since died before this has ever happened. And so I think some of this could be propaganda. However, you are now present at a meeting. Now, could this entire thing have been staged just for you? Maybe, possible. But it's also possible that this is actually just a meeting among, the actual, from the mantids to the hybrids, letting them know what's actually going to happen. So I just love hearing that perspective. This might not just be propaganda that they're trying to fill our heads with. A lot of times, I mean, in my own experience, it's usually a little of both. Where there's some truth wrapped into the propaganda. So that was a really interesting meeting. When you were talking about the mantids, it's actually Ted Rice who has seen the mantids eating human fetuses, and Carla Turner herself was involved with many abductees, and during her own research, this was a very common theme: mantids eating human flesh, and also reptilians as well. So I don't know about that. I don't have any experiences with mantids. I don't in my conscious memory. I'm sure they're there floating around somewhere, but not in my own head. So I don't know. And I also don't know if there are different types of mantids or, maybe they do have a hidden jaw. Actually, that's something I'll ask Ted tonight and ask him about that. So thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Tom, yeah, go ahead,
but
Amy.
just a quick add-on with, you were saying how like abductees are getting trained and stuff. So like a couple years ago, I got partnered with this new hybrid. He's like high level medical position from based on his like what he's wearing and everything, and just the way he like communicates, very different. But the one of the reasons why I'm like so gung ho about figuring out how to have conscious recall more, and I'm looking into memory improvement. Thank you, Tom, for your advice. The supplements are helping, at least helping my brain be very, very clear. So thank you. It hasn't result. I mean, I did have one possible conscious recall, but so something to add, the reason why I'm so gung ho about getting improve my memory is because what's coming up in regression is that this hybrid, I'm actually his side project. He has the main project, who is someone I know down here. And actually, when I met him, my first thought was hybrid, because I've gotten used to understanding how their energy is. And I'm not saying this guy is a hybrid, but he has that psychic output that I just haven't met anyone like it, except the hybrids. So just an extra something going on with him. And based on regressions, he's being trained as security. So like as hybrid security, because he's strong and big, and so they're taking advantage of that situation, even though he's he's not an army dude. He's not, he's a scientist. So like but they're taking advantage of his size, which is what they do. They all the security guys are huge, because it's like if you are genetically, you know, grow up to be big, you're going to be doing certain kind of task for them. It's kind of like that dystopian um, vision that they have. But that's the crazy part is, they're teaching him basically how to physically restrain and mentally restrain, and basically telling, him like, hey, first of all, start with the mental restraining and then physically get control of the person. So that probably means that, it's something like crowd control maybe that he's being taught, but it's very, very specific security issues. So they have a vision for the future for sure. um but who may it might be one of those things where they're gonna be training people no matter what, because it's almost like they're waiting for that perfect time to completely change everything down here. And so they want a lot of people ready, a lot of abductees, a lot of their hybrids ready for that change. But you're right. There's been a lot of people that have died, but they've been training, all their lives, and then they're gone now. But it might be just because they've been waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike.
And what do you think, Amy, is the perfect opportunity? And some of this is conjecture just off your own experience and being around in that environment, you're absorbing information from them. What do you think about that? And at that meeting, which doesn't seem like just straight propaganda to me, at that meeting, was there a sense of timing? Are they just always getting ready? Is this just a state of readiness at all times, or does there seem to be something coming? And what's your sense as to when, if you have any at all?
I mean, it does seem like they're preparing, like previously when in 2021, when I was still with the security hybrid, it seemed like he was actually teaching me how it's going to be in the future, because they don't have the same kind of work schedule that we do. And so he was conveying like they have basically they have in a 24-hour period, because he's on board, he's not down here watching the sun, but they have, he basically conveyed, like, because they still run on those times because they're dealing with us who run on the the site the sun cycle. But he was saying basically in a 24-hour period there's 2 work periods, 2 sleep periods. They like sleep very short, so it's basically like a biphasic sleep schedule. And then 2 short windows of eating, um, basically ad libitum, like as much as they want, but in a very short amount of time. It sounds freaking miserable. So I'm like, why are you telling me this? I don't want to hear it. But he was just basically saying, you have to get ready because this is going to be your new schedule. Um, and so that's freaky. And then, when I got changed over to the new handler, he's like, it's been nonstop, like just basically getting this guy I know to uh, be ready to, like, basically have me in his under his quote unquote protection. Now, first of all, I'm not prepped enough. I don't know what I would do in a situation. I have certain tools that, I could short term survive, but I would definitely die in, like, in that situation. So whereas this guy that I know, he's very prepped. He has all these experiences and he's just way more ready. And so that's what's been coming up, is that they're trying to get us acclimated together, which again, none of it. I mean, I'm like, this is crazy what's coming up. Like, that's why I'm like, I don't even believe in myself. So that's why I'm doing the memory improvement research. But, um, and the few times I've had quote unquote conscious recall, I've seen him. So I'm like, God damn it. Like, I don't want to believe this. Um, or I don't want to be seeing in the regressions. But yeah, they're basically nonstop every few days having us meet, and it's to acclimate each other to each other, and basically telling him, like, your job is to protect her. So I don't know what that means for the future, but it might be like, and that's something to add, is that because you asked, like, what do they perceive as the the trigger point. I think if it comes down to the US having martial law, definitely, I don't want to freak anyone out, but start to really get serious about getting ready, because that's going to be the beginning of them getting ready to take over control, or take control over the population. So, and the martial law will likely be it'll look unrelated. It'll be related to whatever's happening around us, but it's going to be, is my perception, is that it's going to be the beginning of them taking control, because they are militant. And it's crazy. There's I was just talking to sorry, I'm trying to locate abductee hiker. Sorry, I forgot your name. But anyways, I was talking to her and I explained to her the uniform that the security hybrid wears. And so she comes from military, and she's like, that's like a military uniform, but for civilians, which is really wild. So they are militant. That's their mindset. And it's, so if we have martial law and the society becomes more militant, I would say start to really get serious about being ready and understanding what your plan is.
So, Amy, you are now speaking Doomer Daddy's language. Before we really go down that rabbit hole, I have a couple questions because I know he's going to want to jump in. Um, do you think we're going to see a time when the actual aliens are showing themselves? Because I think you might have a different perspective on that than some other people. And by the aliens, I mean mantids and grays and reptilians. I don't mean the hybrids, although I call hybrids aliens as well, but they look like us, so that's not very noticeable unless you pick up on that psychic output that they have. So when the change happens and they decide to take over, is it going to be through the hybrids, or do you think we're going to actually see the aliens on the ground?
No, it's going to be through the hybrids, which is probably why they're creating them. And Ganga has a really good point that he brought up once, in that the hybrids are just furniture to them. They're just pawns, like, and they do have, like, I've gotten, the mantids have a sense of pride in them for sure, but they're definitely, I would agree with him, they're pawns in a takeover scheme. And so, yeah, it's going to be hybrids until they have absolute total control of everyone. Like, they're not going to, and it might be a situation where they they might not have control of every square footage of planet Earth, but if they have like a control over a certain kind of centralized area, um, and it could be all over the country, because I do believe that the hybrids are living in secure neighborhoods where, most people don't like go through it, or if they do, they're not going to realize anything's up. Um, but they might set up these areas where they're like basically going to kick out anyone who's not one of them. And in those situations, yes, I think they would. And it's possible the abductees will be able to see them on Earth, like conscious recall and everything, before anyone else does. But these are going to be very, very, very secure places. Like, they're not in, to the point that if it's secure and if you see one of them, you're not getting out. Like, you're staying in that area. Like, is my perception, because they they just put up a whole big fuss. Like, when I started drawing them, and my drawing skills are not that good, but the way they conveyed it, it's almost like I had a camera on board and I'm taking pictures of them. That's how how strongly they conveyed it, in the sense that I'm, drawing what I see in these regressions. And of course, these regressions could be crap, but if they are true, it does make sense that they don't want me drawing them. So, because they don't want people to know that they're at the top, they don't want to be targets, right? So yeah, absolutely. There might be like a fake staged alien invasion, but they have so many other ways they can like get martial law to happen, that they don't need to do that. They don't need to be the center of attention. Like, and they don't want to be. They really don't.
Yeah, that makes sense. And before I hand it over to Ulrich, because he loves that term martial law, um, can you just give us just a briefing on the visions that you had? And it seemed like it was probably coming up this year. If you could just go over that before I hand it over to Ulrich, and I'd like to hear from Tom as well. If you are in the queue waiting for questions, please be patient. We will get to you.
Yeah, so so I had the visions in 2021. I was basically like falling asleep and I started flying through the months. But the problem is that I was seeing what was happening in each month, but I wasn't seeing the year accurately. And I don't know if that's like how precognitions work. I don't know. Like, but what's interesting is a few things that have lined up. Um, One thing that I saw, and obviously you have to take it my word for it, obviously, but one thing I saw was I was in May. Um, I was at a big meeting, industry meeting for my job that May, like of 2021. I didn't even have a job. There was no meeting. So I'm like, I just kind of disregarded it. But then a year later, exactly, sure enough, I went to medical summit for my job and met a lot of people. So that was on point. And then the other thing happened was I saw meeting and dating, in, well, tall, light hair, blue eyes, you know, skinny, English, European English. Well, I thought it was English. He was English, but then I ended up meeting someone who's tall, skinny, light hair, green eyes, Irish. And the other thing is that I saw him like ending up to going to Boston for work, moving there. We're split up now, but what basically what happened. So I asked him, like, because I'm like, I started dating him. I'm like, wait a minute, you look a lot like the guy I saw in my precognitions. And so I was like, I asked him about Boston, and he said that he used to live there, and his company has headquarters there, and he wants to move there. And his contract is up in March, and he'll try to renew it, but he might get moved for his job. So that's just crazy in itself, like how precise that was. And then the thing that I saw, though, and this is might be what's coming up, is Biden dies or is just completely out of the picture. Just zero out of the picture. He's already kind of out of the picture, but and then Harris basically takes over his position. Now, we've just had the elections. Trump won, so it looks inaccurate, right? Unless, now there's like tensions with Russia, which is what I also saw, that it gets so bad that someone has to step in and fix the problem. Um, but and it's not going to be Harris. but
Well, real quick, Amy, I'm not sure if you're seeing, and I'm just because this is a precog, I just find it interesting. I'm not sure if you're seeing there are some top Democrats asking Biden to step down so that Harris can be president for the next, till January. So that's actually very interesting. Whether it happens or not, obviously, I don't know, but that's an interesting part of the precog that even though she lost the election, they're still trying to get her to step up to be the first female president. And then obviously he's Democrat or Republican, you've got to look at him and understand that he's just not there. His cognitive decline is increasing, and it just doesn't seem like he's capable of being president. So I thought that was really interesting. That could kind of fit into your precog there.
But what's interesting, and this is what I mean by like months lining up, not years. She's president, so she steps up as president in like, yeah, like basically December, and then she's still president in March, is what I saw, and she started to make uh basically make moves. Mainly it was economically focused, but it was pissing everyone off. Left, right, doesn't matter. Everyone was pissed. And then also the tensions with Russia were getting worse. So someone had brought up that if you know Russia starts war, then they could have an emergency situation where they're going to put the transfer of power on hold, right?
Yeah, I mean that's been brought up. I don't know. We'll get to Ulrich to talk about how legal that is, or if that's a possibility, because I think he ran it through AI or something to come up with some possibilities, and Tom as well. So go ahead and continue on with what you saw, and then I'll turn it over to these guys.
Well, then, I mean, this is at this point where if it does happen, it hasn't happened yet. But then, after Harris in March declares something that just pisses everyone off, um, then you start getting a lot of civil unrest, and then there's communication blackout where it wasn't, I didn't sense that power was out, but internet was out. No one could communicate with each other for extended period of time, which is a little scary because we rely so much on internet right now, um, just to like get all our information and everything. And I don't even know how that's even possible, honestly, without also wiping out the electrical grid. But um, so that's just what I saw. And then eventually, someone does step in, but it's not Trump. It's someone young, as I said before, young, blue eyes, light hair, very like, you know, refined looking, with zero political history. Now, I'm not saying this is the person, but when I recently saw Barron Trump, now that he's grown up, it sent chills down my spine. Like I was just like, I hope that's not him because I get bad vibes from him. I don't know where anyone leans, but I'm just like, he gives me bad vibes. But he steps up, but he's not like, he steps up as almost like not a not president, because he can't even be president legally, but as like a leader that calms Russia down. And so people look to him for leadership. That's when we no longer get a president. Things go south fast, and it becomes more militant, martial law, because there's so much civil unrest. And people are like, they're so scared of what Russia would do, or maybe Russia's actually actively engaging with us in a war, that they're willing to, anyone who can calm Russia down. They're just like, yes, we're paying attention to you. You're our temporary leader. But the sense that I got is that he's not temporary. He's going to be forever.
And that's got kind of hybrid vibes written all over it. Go ahead and jump in, Ulrich.
No, you took the words out of my mouth. My next words were going to be, is he human?
The sense like, well, I don't know if there's something. I've never met him, obviously, so I could be just like talking crap. I don't know. I just get bad feelings from him. But I did like remote view, and when I started to remote view the hybrids, oh, that's a big no no. Like, if you want to piss him off, like, start just start remote viewing them, because I got a lot of bruises for that. But basically, I remote viewed the security guy, and I kind of like did the same thing. Like, I, as a experiment, I was like, well, maybe if I could like latch onto his signature and then move forward in time, maybe I can like recreate that whole precognition thing. I don't know if that's like legit or anything, but what I saw was that he, so he basically, he's on board, but he was stationed down here to manage people. So they're basically going to be collecting people in centralized areas, and he's going to be like head of that management, of one specific area. But he was basically, they're very intense about wanting this young leader to stick. Like, as in, it none of it's going to work unless this young leader stays and actually like establishes authority.
Not only does it have alien vibes, it's got Antichrist vibes. So let's also talk about, could this timeline?
Do you think it's elections, French? Do you think they said young, blue eyes, blonde hair? Do you think it's elections reform?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, real quick, what kind of timelines could have changed here? It seemed like Trump was going to get killed, and then he didn't a couple times, and I think Amy broke up with the boyfriend. So here's what happens to me during remote viewing, and I'm going to ask you this question, Amy. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just asking you, for your honest feedback. So where we get into trouble remote viewing, and also during precogs, is actually our own interpretation. So most of the time, at least for me, and I think this is probably pretty common, what we see is actually pretty accurate. It's our own interpretation that kind of screws things up. So I'm wondering how much of this was just straight vision, how much of it was your own interpretation, how much of it was just conjecture off of what you saw, and then where do you think we are right now as far as this happening?
No, that's a valid point, and that's why I'm even saying like, I'll talk about it, but I don't trust it. Like, I don't trust what I saw, but I'll tell you what did come true, and you know, so yeah, it could be. I mean, when I kind of had no vested interest in the political side of things, mainly because I just, knowing what I know that the down here politics really doesn't matter ultimately. What matters is how we're going to handle any kind of, it doesn't matter which parties in power, whatever moves they're trying to make, how are we going to handle it? That's what matters. So, when I saw what was happening politically, I had absolutely zero. And I think that's one of the reasons why remote viewing could be, problematic, is that then you start to like assume things are going to be a certain way, or, um, but at the same time, it could be that, because I've had my problems with the Democratic Party for the past 4 years, so that could definitely influence what I saw for sure. So yeah, definitely. But as of now, like I'm like, I just hope it doesn't come true, honestly, because it's a slippery slope into totalitarianism, is what I.
Well, so Journey podcast, Journey to Truth podcast actually brought up something that was interesting that I failed to comment on at the moment. But one thing we learned from Looking Glass, and I'm sure there's a bunch of other projects out there as well, is these timelines end up converging. And there are certain events that are going to take place come hell or high water, regardless of who's in power or whether Trump survived or didn't survive, or whether Biden dies or Harris, takes over. It seems like the timelines just converge into certain events, and I'm wondering if the change and any type of antichrist coming forward is just going to be one of those events that it doesn't matter what chess moves are made, it's going to happen regardless. So I'd love to hear from Tom on that, and Ulrich, jump in anytime. Tiff, go ahead.
Yeah, if you can cover somewhere, I don't want to leave the timeline, like somewhere, if Harris remains, right? And I know this is a precog. I know you're not saying like this is definitely going to happen, but what can you remind some of us? What was the precog for why Trump doesn't assume office?
So to be honest, I didn't even see Trump at all. Like, and he's clearly very relevant, so that's why I'm like, don't 100% trust what I saw. But it might be because later he does become irrelevant. That might have been why I didn't really see this election as being like, didn't even see it at all, because it's not going to mean anything. It
Amy, he has not been elected yet. You could still be right.
Right.
Like in the United States, this man is not elected until December 17th when the Electoral College votes. So you could still be spot on, but you're saying Trump was like out of the picture?
Yeah, no, he was. I mean, I know a friend, you saw him assassinated. Some other people did too. It might be just something, because maybe what I was seeing was like, because if you think about it, the way that I saw the visions, they were coming from my perspective and what would influence me the most, um and what events, so it could be that this Trump thing wasn't the most influential, so I didn't even see it. um but it, like, the Harris thing was influential because she was making moves that were not, you know helpful for a lot of citizens, and again, it was economically based, but I'm not sure exactly what she was decreeing. But yeah, and obviously the tensions were Russia. Everyone, of course, would be scared for their life. So that's why I wonder, like, it might have I might have not seen it because it's not going to be relevant to me personally, or to any of us, because it might just be that Harris takes over and Trump gets assassinated and that's it. Like, we're dealing with a fresh new problem, you know.
Tom, what are your ideas on, timelines and things changing, or this actually happening, maybe not this year, maybe next year, different interferences? It seems like we're in the middle of some kind of a chess game sometimes, where one side makes a move and the other side makes a move. And this isn't necessarily a good versus evil chess game, although I think that's taking place as well. You mentioned earlier, Tom, at least two factions of NHI that seem to be pitted against each other. possibly involved in this chess game. What are your thoughts on these kind of timelines and being able to switch something or move something, and whether it's all going to happen anyway, just in a different way?
Yeah, well, yeah. So I do think that there are different probable futures, and some are more set in stone than others. Some might have, let's say, a 90% probability, the other one only a 10% probability. So most of the time, it's going to go the 90% way, but sometimes little weird things make it go the 10% way. And I think we might have seen that back in July when Trump almost got taken out, and it was only a little quarter head of a turn and away from being exactly, probably, the timeline that Amy's talking about. I mean, if you think about it, if Trump got taken out back in July, then in his place they would have probably floated Nikki Haley, and then Nikki Haley would have lost to Kamala, and then Kamala would be probably taken over if Biden's out of the picture. And then, yeah, come March of next year, she would definitely be in there. And the Russia situation is reaching like a fever pitch right now. So I can only imagine what it will be in 2025. So it's a little thing like that, right? A little head turn. And then all of a sudden you're on a different probable future. But maybe that head turn only had a 5 or 1% chance of happening. So of course, any precog prior to that would most likely have seen the 95% timeline, and that's why precogs or remote viewing, you do have to do that periodically, because the timelines do fluctuate over time due to free will, due to especially, probably higher NHI counter intervention of some sorts. Because if you think about it, NHIs are precognitive, okay? So they're precognitive. And if we are talking about angels or the divine plan or something, then that's also beyond the kin or the recognition of some of these negative alien forces that maybe are limited in what they can see of the probable future. So maybe they have plans, maybe they think it's going to go a certain way, but there are certain X factors that it's not like, seeing like whether one of their abductees is going to get this or that job next month. It's not like that, because that's like within the linear time stream. So it's easy to see, but you can't see divine intervention happening 3 months from now. You just can't see that, because that's beyond the linear time like matrix that you're probing with your probable future vision. Okay, so I do think that we have shuffling timelines, and that's why you do have to repeat precognition every once in a while. But what you saw, Amy, I mean, that did seem very probable, very likely. And if Trump did get taken out, and let's say Barron was coming of age now, then maybe even just symbolically, he would become an important figure of the counter movement to the whole like Harris regime. So it could have gone definitely that way. But now that I mean, look, we're not in the clear yet, because as Ulrich said, we still got December 17th coming up, and so officially Trump has not been officially elected. He just won the election, but he hasn't been elected, right? So there is still an open window, and perhaps there could be counter moves to try to steer it back to the original timeline, and that could still happen. And if it does happen, then it'll be different from what you saw, Amy, but it would still be accomplishing the same ends. So it could be like a version 1.1 or something of that, whereas you saw version 1.0. So it could be something like that, but we'll just have to see. But the main thing I want to point out, of course, is that I'm sure that these NHIs, the Mantids and the Greys, and what they're seeing, and what you've been shown, Amy, I'm sure that's only like one primary track into the future, and there could be competing tracks that might kind of derail it. Because here's the thing, I mean, if they are training and programming abductees to, I don't know, be helpers during a time of chaos, but they end up dying before that point, then clearly they weren't that accurate with their precognition to invest all that energy and time into an abductee who just ends up dying, okay? So the timelines have shifted, and that means that their precognition isn't 100% perfect. It can be close, and I'm sure they hedge their bets on the most probable way things will go. And then when things don't go that way, then they have to reassess, readjust, and then they adjust their agenda and try to get it back on track. So I do think that we have a little bit of back and forth going on with this, and therefore our probable futures, as we start approaching more of these singularities, it's going to become increasingly chaotic, to where perhaps even some of these NHI factions don't even know exactly how it's going to go. And maybe they start losing their ability more and more to predict accurately what's going to happen next. So it ends up being this crazy like cat fight on Earth between opposing precognitive NHI factions. You know what I mean? So it can get pretty crazy.
I love that you said that. Can you, so you foresee there might be a point where there's just too many possible timelines when entropy, like if too much power gets into our hands, if they can't centralize control, right? If for instance, I don't know, Amy creates AGI in her basement, right? Or Tom, you start, leading a ZPE company. Like if something like that happens, and it's, if we're all running around with like a ZPE football, right, or at least 10 of us, that would split the timelines, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, because the more stable things are, the less chaotic things are, and therefore the less the butterfly effect can lead to big alternate futures. So the status quo over the past centuries has been pretty solid. It's been pretty solid, especially in the 20th century. Um, but the thing is, we're approaching a time of unraveling and shifting and reshuffling. That's a better term for it. So during a time of reshuffling, it is those little factors that have the biggest consequences. And just by virtue of that, because things get more chaotic and there's more wild cards, more black swans, more things changing alternate futures, I think precognition in general will become fuzzier. And maybe that's a good thing, Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that gives people like us or whoever will be in the right position to do things that could not have been foreseen, that ends up having big consequences. And maybe that's how we'll ultimately get out of this bind with this alien nefarious intervention happening. Maybe, there was this Disney movie that was never released. I don't think it was called. What was it called? The Thief and the Cobbler, something like that. But near the end of that cartoon, there was this giant war machine heading towards a city, and it looked totally invincible. But the cobbler, he fired just a little thumbtack, like a little shoe tack. And he fired it, and it landed in that giant war machine. And one thing leads to another. It's like a big Rube Goldberg contraption, and the entire thing just falls apart because that was like the one little tiny thing that wasn't foreseen. So maybe on an archetypal level, a story like that could play out. I guess we'll just have to see. But I do think that we are definitely approaching a time where little factors will have bigger and bigger consequences.
Just to put words in your mouth, Tom, that little thumbtack is called catastrophic disclosure. And if it happens right fucking now, while we have the space, uh, that would prevent World War III. I've decided. I wake up every morning and I ask myself, how many enemies can I make? And I try to 10x that number. And so today I blamed World War III on catastrophic disclosure not happening. I will not retract my tweet. All the threats coming at me now, I will not retract it. I mean it. But I wanted to know from Amy, um, how far in the future have you looked? Can you give us the doomiest shit, just in case we have blackouts tomorrow, or 5 minutes from now, or 2 minutes from now? How far have you looked? What's the darkest shit you got?
I mean, that's the problem with whatever I saw, is that, of course, the vision was January of 2021, and you know, if the months were lined up correctly in those years, it was only like, let's see, one, two, like 3 years that I saw. But it seems like the months have lined up, but not the years. So it could be that I've seen like several years into the future, 10 years. I don't know. Um, yeah, like that's why I'm like, I just, it's hard to trust it. But then, I meet this guy that fits exactly what I saw. Now, what I saw is that we would get married next, basically it would be next year. Because I met him, like, we get married in a year, and get pregnant, but I I'm done with him. So that's why I'm like, did
Wait a
as
second.
Tom
Did
said, maybe
you,
the timeline changed.
Amy? I don't want to label you a Pandora and blame you for the end of the world. But you did flush disclosure down the toilet once
I know.
in
I'm
one
sorry.
in
I'm
one of our
sorry.
spaces. Are you are you fucking with the timelines? Did you
I know.
did did you just wait? You saying, are you saying you were supposed to like wed the Antichrist, or is this a
No,
different
no,
man?
no, not the leader. No, this is just the guy that I meet, who, and I ended up meeting someone who matched exactly him. Um, so, that's why I'm like, okay, maybe the fact that I broke up with him, maybe things will be different. Like,
Because Amy, you already crashed the crypto markets when you said Kamala Harris is taking control. Like Bitcoin just dropped to zero. Everybody just emptied out all of their crypto.
Right.
But so what do we need to do? Do we need to find him again? Do we need to start like remote viewing dating.com? I mean, like I'm just
Well,
throwing all my
no,
personal
the fact,
issues in.
because if I get back with him and I get married, I'm back on that, potentially on that timeline where everything just sucks afterwards. Because that's when things go south. Like it goes so bad.
Okay, so you tried to save us. You sacrificed. I'm misinterpreting
Sure.
things. Look, I'm just projecting my own personal issues because I could totally see a woman telling me, I remote viewed you. You're the man of my dreams. We're supposed to marry and have a child. And then I'm like, well, thank goodness I don't need to worry. This is all settled. It's all done. And then she's like, no, different timeline.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, yeah, it was kind of a shock when we did break up, but afterwards I was like, you know what, it was meant to be. Like I'm just, I'm not gonna fight it and try to get back together with him. But yeah, and then that happened shortly after, only like 2 months after Trump had his little twitch, where he just like miraculously did not die. So maybe we are in a different timeline, honestly.
so do you think if Trump had been killed, you would be you would be married
I
to
don't
this guy?
know. I don't know if that's how time works.
But you never know. It's there's no way to say that that's not the case.
Right.
No, like on a serious note, any cataclysms, any alien spaceship invasions, any nukes, uh, anything anything that you're keeping in the pocket, just in case this is our last date.
Right.
Everybody buy ham radios, by the way.
So the few years that I saw, and then I remote viewed supposedly the security hybrid to like kind of like go forward in time. Um well, basically I didn't see any natural disasters, anything that was too major. Obviously there's always going to be some um things that, affect people locally, but um what I saw more than anything was civil unrest, to the point that it was almost dangerous to be out in the street because you didn't, there it was bad. And then
Can you give me
economic
details?
troubles.
Can you give me details?
Um, yeah, like basically everyone, people are struggling financially, so that like prompts more violence, more looting, um, and more just, yeah, because people are like, they're scared, they're not sure of what's going to happen, and then with Russia, kind of pushing their weight around, um, it seemed like people were like just angry at each other because that's all they could, they can't like hit the government, like, but they could like lash out at each other and blame each other. And with how things have been, you know leaning towards, there's a lot of racial divide, um just a lot of ugliness happening that is just like prompting something like that to happen. But it's the economic, first of all, it's economically motivated, and then also with Russia threatening, um or maybe even acting on it, I don't know, um that people start to like fight amongst each other because that's all they can do. They feel powerless to do anything else. So then it becomes a civil unrest.
In your events, you see that post Kamala sort of taking the throne.
Yeah, so it happened basically what I saw in terms of the months. Now, assuming that it happens next year, March is when she decrees something that's economically very bad for everyone. And then the summertime is when stuff gets, there's civil unrest happening, so lots of rioting, and looting and stuff like that. And then internet down or communication blackout happens like basically early fall. that's when things get really kind of concerning because, if you think about it, and I hate to like do this, but if you think about it, like we rely so much on internet, a lot of our jobs. So there's going to be a lot of jobs where you can't even go into work. It'll be like COVID, but like the internet version of it, I guess, which they have been
It'll be like
threatening.
COVID without Netflix,
They have, huh?
right? It'll be worse. It'll be like COVID without Netflix.
I know,
right?
right? It'll be awful. Yeah, no, there's still like the sense I got though, there's still like radio. You could still access the radio and there's still power. It might be like rolling blackouts, but not like, constant. It's just internet down completely. Which again, WEF and that group, like they've been, I say threatening because I think they're they're probably part of the problem here. Create the problem, be the solution kind of situation. But they were saying that there's going to be a next, basically quote unquote pandemic, but it'll be a cyber, like So maybe that's what is. But I don't know um, enough about technology to understand if that's even possible, honestly.
Oh, it's absolutely possible. All you need is for the sun to be the sun, and then we'll have intermediate,
But I didn't.
downing of satellites.
Yeah, I just. Oh,
You know,
really? So I didn't see
we
grid
don't even
down
need a
though.
major solar. We don't. Yeah, we don't need a micronova. Like the sun just needs to be the sun, and we'll have interspersed internet outages,
Okay.
electric outages.
Okay.
Even without like a kill shot, the sun's not in good health, people. Okay, and then do you see anything? Do you see martial law prior to the economic
No,
unrest?
martial law happens. So yeah, I'm not sure. That's why I'm like, yeah, I don't really trust what I saw because it only happens after, like, about 6 months after the blackout, where things start to come back. The internet starts to come back on a more consistent basis. But yeah, like because everything is so economically downturned, um, the it's just like there was a lot of violence, so they need to get control of it, and that's when martial law will be in place.
But you do agree, if your vision were to basically come true, it would require incapacitation of Trump, right? Like for this vision to play out logically, it
Yeah.
would mean that Trump has to be incapacitated, right? And sorry, you guys, sorry, I wanted to grill Amy because we all had a false scare today, right? With Vance and with Trump, we thought like one of them was in critical condition for a couple hot minutes. Tom, feel free to jump in here. I just wanted to be able to finish grilling Amy on the future. Everybody sell all your Bitcoin. No, I'm joking. Feel free to jump in here. And French, thank you for letting me go at it.
Yeah, I mean, now that things are slightly different potentially, then you could still see a repeat of some of these themes just under slightly different circumstances. So it's not fully out of the picture yet.
Yeah, Tiff, do you have anything?
No. This you guys can continue with the story. I don't interrupt. I actually find this actually fascinating because I also was getting concerned. I was telling you earlier that the absurdity of the things that are going on right now, it makes me concerned because there's a predictability of things. But when I also had concerns that this election was not what it appeared to be, and that neither party actually really mattered in this because there's something much bigger, like something above going on, and those in power won't stay in power, and that there's another power that we can't see with our eyes yet that will be in that position because we are at a point in the next 10 years of a very changing world, and a lot of things that are, it's like the Tower of Babel. I don't know, but so yeah, I see. I have foreseen, and the more absurdity, it makes me like feel like those concerns are more valid because it's hard to make sense of absurdity. Like it's hard to predict it, and if it's not predictable, it's probably I don't know.
I have a nude metaphor for the absurdity that's going on. Um, am I allowed to drop this metaphor, Fringe? Requesting permission for obscenity.
Fine.
I feel your pain. I precogged your future pain, Fringe. So hypothetically speaking, all right, a teenager with raging hormones, if they discovered porn, they woke up one morning and all of a sudden they go to the cereal box and they're pouring their cereals and there's Tony the Tiger and all of a sudden your cereal box is animated and it's like, hey, do you want porn with your cereal? And then all of a sudden at the back of the cereal box, you have like live Pornhub videos playing in the middle of the kitchen table, right? You would think there's no way mom and dad are ever buying the cereal again. It's just absolutely insane. This is what I feel like we're getting from some of the Trump administration right now. Some of the things that they're saying they're going to do is as ridiculous as Kellogg's cereal playing live porn on the back of the cereal box. That's how I feel. The whole there were posts that said live podcasters can apply to be part of the White House press secretary thing. What else do we have? Trump asking us, "Do you want to pay income taxes?" Getting rid of 75% of the government. I think we've reached porn on your cereal box status right now. And it makes me think that something in the Trump administration is aware of an intervention that's going to be attempted.
Yeah, I mean, we talk all the time, just among the three and four of us with Sarah, about it seems like we're living in a clown show or the Truman Show, and it just gets worse. I mean, every day that passes, it just gets more and more comedic. So I hear you, Tiff, and Ulrich on your, yeah, thanks for the porn. Appreciate that. I didn't know that's where it was going, just for the record, but here we are. I did want to get to something before we get to audience questions. I wanted to get to something Amy and Tom kind of touched on this. I think I've expressed my opinion on this in the past, but I want to hear from Amy on this. So I am now of the opinion that there is not a one-to-one correlation of positive alien beings or so-called aliens, for lack of a better term, call them aliens. I'm not of the opinion that there's a one-to-one correlation. Like there's positive mantids, there's positive grays, there's positive reptilians. I'm just not buying it. I think that those positive experiences are just propaganda, screen memories. It just a load of shit, basically, is what I think they are. So I'm not convinced there's a one-to-one, a good mantid, a good gray, a good reptilian. However, I do believe there are good positive beings. I'm just not convinced there's positive mantids. Hopefully that makes sense. And I would love to hear from you, Amy. We do get abductees who say, oh, I met this positive mantid being and, it took me there, here, whatever the message was, isn't important. But what are your thoughts on that as far as there being positive mantids and positive grays and positive reptilians or the aliens as we know them?
So the problem with a lot of that is that you can have generally a negative leaning group self-interest who has their own self-interests that aren't in our interest, but then there could be moments, certain abduction nights where they're nicer, and especially I've found that the more cooperative you are, the nicer they will be, the more accommodating they will be. The problem with that is that they're rapists, so I'm not going to cooperate for shit. Like, and that doesn't include all the other, stuff they do. But so, and I was saying, like, since they've transferred me to this new hybrid, if that was gonna be the situation this whole time, if they had done that from the beginning, um, I wouldn't be sitting here. Um, so but I know they're still part of the same group. And there's been times when, like, the hybrid, he's apparently trying to get me uh connected with this guy for some future problem. I don't know what that is. Um and anytime I'm just like, no, I refuse, um he'll get angry. He'll get domineering. He'll just look at me and be like, you have no choice. That's not a light and love being. That's a, if you cooperate, we'll be nice to you. If you don't, we're going to show you what we can do. So, that's the other thing, is that, and here's a perfect example. In David's books, he has Karen Morgan. She's my spirit animal. I don't know, like, she's like my soul sister, um, because she's a fighter. She always has been. But she has a sister, so they're both abductees. And there was one situation where both of them, based on the regression, they ended up on board together. Karen was just being Karen, her amazing self, rebellious, and her sister was cooperating. And her sister looked at her and she's like, they would be nicer to you if you cooperated with them. Like, her sister was trying to, like, convince her to cooperate. And so, but this is the problem, because I see how they run their society. I see their social rules, and regulations. And so, um what I look at the whole. I'm not looking at the individual situations, which some of them are pleasant, um but, and then it's very telling when you start to rebel, when you start to uh, research and investigate, and they start to not like that. It's very, very glaringly obvious that they're ultimately very controlling society. And that is something I'm very against. I'm against totalitarianism, of any kind. And so, I want everyone to have freedoms. And this is something that people also have to understand. A lot of these, like, love and light people, I mean, I understand where they're coming from, but if the hybrids or that whole group gets their way, and they have the society that they want us to be in, you're not going to be, it's going to be very militant, very hierarchical. It's nothing like the pleasantness that you think it's going to be. Absolutely not. And so,
We're gonna have unity. We're all gonna agree on everything.
right, it's going to be right. There's very strong social pressure, but I'm telling you, like, they have very, very strict social hierarchy and social expectations. There's no freedoms, like, you know, the freedoms that we enjoy now. There's none of that. So, but I mean, to the point of, like, maybe there is positive Mantis, but I do ask that you consider the possibility that you just happen to have a more pleasant conversation. You might have only remembered that, though. Like, you don't remember the other times that they're being abusive. Now, yes, it could be different, that, like, it also might depend on where you stand in their society, because each abductees used for certain kind of tasks. Um, so I just happen to be very unlucky in terms of where I fit into their society. So my life is a living hell, whereas for someone else, because they're placed in different part of their society, a different role in their society, they may not be in a such a bad situation. And then, if on top of it they're also cooperative, which is going to get you, um, you know better treatment, because that's how they run, then yeah, I could see how they could perceive the same society, but it's in a very different way. And it's like with anything, like, like even in our society, we could view things very differently based on where we are and how people treat us, stuff like that. But I'm just saying, like, because of what I've seen them do and what they allow their hybrids to do, that's not a society that I want to be cooperative in. So, I get the brunt of their abuse because of that.
Amy, do you have any sense what's at the top of this pyramid, other than maybe for the mantids, their deity or their god? Is there anything hijacking, controlling the mantids? Are the mantids, from your sense, the pawn of anything?
I mean,
Pawns of anything?
they seem like they're managers. So they do have this, but it's not, it's almost like, yeah, I mean, it's a hive mind society, so it's really hard to tell like who's in charge. Well, I mean, in terms of like, because they're all following an agenda, they're all in lockstep with it. So, but the mantids, they definitely carry an authority about them, but they seem more like they're managers. But again, aside from that vision, or that experience the hybrid supposedly had that he conveyed, I've never seen anything above them. So I don't know. And also with the reptilians, I think I've said this before, but I've never seen a reptilian on board. That's not for lack of believing. I know they exist. Um, but I was told by the security hybrid, because I asked them about reptilians. He basically confirmed that they exist, but it's his job to kill one of them if it shows up on board. Now, I'm going to medical ships with women and children, and he basically said that they're hard to control because they're very strong. So if you don't instantly kill one, like, is basically what he said. If you don't instantly kill one, you don't know if it's just gonna snap and just kill a bunch of people, like, or like, what I mean, or hurt any of the women or children. And that's his job, is to protect them. Um, and to make sure that everyone's following. And he's basically an orderly. Um, so yeah, like the reptilians, I have no personal experience with, so I can't say anything about them.
Amy, well, hang on, Ulrich.
Mantids.
No, we're not getting away with
Yeah.
that. What tips do you have on killing the reptilians, Amy,
Killing the
if any? And then go
well,
ahead, Ulrich.
wait, are you asking me?
Well,
You
I
bring a
mean, if
utensil, a
he conveyed
paintbrush.
any tips, or if you saw into his mind or anything
No,
like
it was
that.
like in terms of how he would kill.
Yeah.
No, it was basically like if one showed up on board, which I don't know how that would even happen, without them allowing it to come on board. He would basically call all his security men and like get him, like whatever tools they had. They don't have guns up there, so I don't know what he was planning to do, but yeah, like physically kill him, like, is basically what he said. And they can use their medical tools as weapons, so you know.
Whoa. I'm gonna dovetail with French here. Have you seen a medical tool be used as a weapon?
uh you asking me? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, it was used on me. um they have these, like, I call them like laser pens. So they basically open tissue and seal it without blood splattering everywhere, right? It's, I mean, if I could like invent that thing, I'd be so filthy rich. Like, how useful is that, right? So, and they've used it to insert implants in my ovary and in my forearm. Um, but in this instance, he must have made the burn shallow because it can burn right through tissue. But maybe they can like set it to different burns. and then he basically snaked it down my chest and then stopped at my heart. And I have a picture of this I could show. Um, and he said like he could kill me, so he could like up the energy and then just slice right through my heart. Um, Asshole. This is the security hybrid, by the way, and this is because I started talking to. Well, I was doing sessions with David at the time, but I also started talking to Charlie Parrish, who's working on a documentary. So they weren't happy about that because he's working on a documentary for the masses. So, um, so, and I like I wore multiple layers. My skin wasn't exposed. I wasn't in the sun that long. It just suddenly appeared. So yeah, this was definitely their technology, and he was using it, weaponizing it. So they could use probably something like that and just laser through that reptilian's brain.
Do you feel like a major concern for theirs, like, is censorship? That the phenomenon, the negative side of the phenomenon, is anti-disclosure, anti-censorship.
Wait, you said like, is their concern? Like that's their concern?
Is their concern like censorship, like in general, like the thing that they're trying to make happen or trying to control, or that they're punishing you for? Is it an anti-disclosure force?
No, like with Charlie, like because I was sharing my research with him, and he's working on a documentary to show David's work. Um, and David, like, he's one of the few people that are talking about their hybrids. And that's a major, they don't want that known because if you think about it, once people know that there's, for a fact that there's people living down here that are basically going to take over, there's going to be a witch hunt. Like, and it'll be ugly. I don't advise it because you really cannot tell if someone's a hybrid. They blend in so fucking well. But yeah, I mean, they definitely, like, I don't trust the official disclosure, if that's what you're saying.
I'm saying it sounds like what you're saying is the NHI that you deal with are anti-disclosure.
Yeah,
That's what I'm hearing.
anti-disclosure when they can't control what is being disclosed.
Isn't that what disclosure means? That the thing that you don't want to come out comes
Well,
out?
yeah, but it could, I mean, I perceive the whole NHI disclosure, it's more of a, it's kind of like a neutral, but they're, as far as I know, they're not getting into the specifics, especially about the hybrids. Like, I haven't heard much about that. Um,
Yeah, wouldn't that explain why, if people are being threatened with, I don't know, laser pens that can cut people
yeah,
open and stop right in front of their
yeah.
hearts? I mean,
Yeah, no,
do you get what I'm
yeah, no,
saying?
they're definitely okay. I see what you mean. Yes, they are against disclosure of certain matters that are very important to them because, again, if word gets out that there's these hybrids and people start trying to hunt them down, which please do not, you're going to end up shooting someone who's innocent. Um, then that's a problem, of course, for them.
And last question, Amy, like the Mantids, do you have any idea of what they want? Like what they're interested in? There's weird sexual stuff. They are often portrayed as like watching
Oh,
people do things. They seem to, like, what is it that the Mantids,
the,
I know they're psychopathic, but what's their goal? What are they really interested in?
um, total control is what I perceive. It's almost like they perceive us as something that's less than, um, and we're pretty much like we've dominated the planet. Um, and maybe I have like this is kind of getting more religious, but I do kind of wonder if we the planet is our birthright, right? And they want it maybe, but they can't outright take it because there are, metaphysical blocks. But I think they could take it. There's a backdoor into that level of control. And I believe that the hybrids are that backdoor, because they're basically, I think what's going to happen is the hybrids, not only are they going to gain control of the population, but they might even start to shift what the population, um, shift them spiritually, um, metaphysically. I don't know, but
What do you mean by that? What do you mean? How do you think? What influence do you think the hybrids are going to have on human spirituality?
well, for one, what they're trying to, okay, so if this society, if they're being supported by something else that is not godly or whatever you want to believe, that is not positive, let's just say that, um and the hybrids are an extension of that, and then they take control of the population and they start to basically get people to their side, and it's like on the heart level, soul level, um it could probably start to like move people, because we have free will, right? So it could start moving people away from um spiritual enlightenment, basically. um but I mean, I don't know for sure. All I know is like the mantids want total control, whatever that means to.
Let's say we have a cataclysm and every single non-hybrid, non-gray hybrid dies. They just capture our souls and then they throw us back into these hybrid containers.
That could be possible. That might be what. But the thing I don't understand is, so they created, you know, basically a 50-50 match between the gray and the like Homo sapien. So that's a perfect hybrid, right? Then they started to breed those hybrids with Homo sapiens. Like, why? That's the part I don't understand, except for the fact that their intention is to gain control of us down here. So they need to blend in. And it's their top priority, is to be as well blended in as possible for this takeover, so that no one knows who's who, right? And then, but it may be what it is. It might not be even spiritual. It might be that, these hybrids that are perfectly blended in, they are loyal to the hive mind. They're not loyal to anyone else. Now let's hope they like, you know, breach like their contract, but I don't trust that they would do that. So the mantis are creating something. If they can't take over this planet in the way that people think that, because people will say like, there's no aliens, they would have taken us over. Not necessarily. There's other metaphysical things going on that may be blocking them. But if they can, like, there might be a, like, sort of like when you have a contract, just the loop, like, what is it called? Where you can like break a contract. Um, like,
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
talking about.
I know what you
Yeah.
mean. Like,
So they might have
yeah,
figured out that
a
this
condition
is,
that allows you
yeah,
to break
this
the
is a way
contract.
to like break the contract so that they could dominate the planet. And that's seems to be what they want to do. And they basically see us as like less than, whatever that means. That like could be because they're of, we're made in the image of God, so to speak, and they perceive that as ugly, and they want something else.
So most of these hybrids are going to be not the 50-50 gray human hybrid. It's going to be, what
It,
would that be? A
no,
25%
they're gonna be, well, the
gray
ones
human
that
hybrid?
will take over initially, they're like pretty close to looking like us. They have way more psychic abilities than we do. And that might be just a combination of genetics and also just we don't grow up being trained psychically. Um, Whereas they like everyone that they have produced along that variant, they all have a role in their on their ships. Like no one's wasted. It's just their main priority right now is to gain control of the population of the planet. So
Right, but like, let's say this version replaced all of us after the reset. Would the Mantids then achieve total control? Like,
yeah, I mean, if
is there still a way to break free after that?
if they're a hive mind now, and I've yet to meet a hybrid that's a rebel. Like none of them are rebels. Maybe the ones that live down here, but they get get shut down quickly, I'm sure, if they rebel. So it's basically, and even abductees, like even though they're not quote unquote hybrids, they're the level of control that is imposed on them is it's similar to a hybrid, it's just not as intense. So we have a little more freedom. The hybrids have basically no freedoms. So the mantids have total control of the hybrids and what their actions are, behaviors. And so I think that's probably their intention, is to eventually have all of us be like that. So then they have control of how
I mean,
things
for me,
move.
the one question I want answered from everybody is, if these things replace us, how is this not the container that we end up in after soul recycling? If these things replace us, how is this not our future prison? These hybrids.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Or go ahead, Amy.
No. You go ahead.
So I'm still not 100% buying the reincarnation thing, 100% for everyone always, but I think there's going to end up being some kind of interesting truth in there somewhere. And long before we started getting involved in any of these conversations, I just came to the understanding that they were going to ultimately trap our human souls inside these hybrid bodies. Because if you listen to Amy, they don't have they don't have the ability to choose freedom or to choose God or to choose the divine or to choose love. They're just completely controlled by the mantids. And so, yeah, I do wonder if these hybrid bodies are actually the ultimate soul trap for humans. If humans are reincarnated, or even if humans are not reincarnated, we're coming from somewhere. Human souls are coming from somewhere. And human souls could end up, in my opinion, just getting trapped in these hybrid bodies, even if we're not reincarnated. So that's definitely on
Well,
my radar. Go ahead, Amy.
yeah, and just to add, they are very interested in, because they can have total control over you, physically, but it's creepy because their interest is in gaining control of you, like mentally, emotionally, spiritually. So there's definitely an agenda there, and there's you know specific instances I could bring up where it's like, why is this hybrid so intent on making sure that I am on board with his plan? And if you think about it, if we do have free will, um, and we choose to be on board with whatever the hybrid agenda is, and they'll use any level of manipulation to get you to be on board with them and their plan, then you're almost like, on a soul level, you're tying yourself with that group, your loyalty to that group. So when you reincarnate, if there's reincarnation, you would reincarnate into that group, right? And you would become more and more entrenched into this highly controlling hive mind society, which I'm sure some people are all for. I'm sure they hear what I say and they're like, that sounds like a great society. but um but yeah, no, that I could see how that's a way that, because it's really weird. A lot of times when you see humans kind of dominate, colonize, whatever, they'll do it through physical means, but they don't. It's like, yeah, there is some like test of wills, but um they're taking it to a whole different level. um and it could be possible that they're just like wanting you to cooperate just because you're easier to deal with. But um yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. Like, I just feel like they're gonna want loyalty. Um, it's not enough that they can control you otherwise.
Yeah, it's like all this propaganda. They want us to buy into the nonsense. And I do have a couple other questions for Amy before we get to elections. But it brings up something that we've spoken to Heidi Hollis about. Now, Heidi Hollis was given the information that abductees who just keep going with the program and actually accept the propaganda and the brainwashing, that their souls are actually owned by this dark force that heads up the alien agenda when we exit our bodies. So we'll stay in the fight, Amy. We'll just hang in there and keep going because I think it does have greater implications than just what we're seeing, just, some alien force from another planet coming to take over our planet. I think it goes much, much deeper than that. I wanted to get to a couple of things from you and Tom on this idea that there could be good mantids or, good reptilians or whatever. We've spoken before in a different space about genetics and the compatibility and how almost impossible it would be for these aliens to go against their genetics to actually be good, to be good mantids or good reptilians, etc. And then I will also want to address this idea. There's a lot of criticism in the community, and people will say, oh, you're just being an exo racist against the aliens. There's different groups, there's different agendas. Some of them are here to help us and save us, and some of them, might be bad, but we just don't know. Maybe they're just taking us to the vet or something. But yet we have people like Ted Rice who have seen all of these different beings working together. And he's not the only one, it's throughout the abduction research. And just like I haven't any conscious memories of mantids, Amy, you don't see reptilians, and I see reptilians. And so, we could be involved in different programs. But yet we have abductees like Ted Rice who has seen, the Greys working with the tall Greys, working with the reptilians, getting handed off to a mantid or a Nordic or what have you. These groups all working together in at least some cases. So I'd love to hear from both of you, Amy and Tom, on those two things. The idea that we just have a bunch of different groups visiting the planet and, we just can't know what their intentions are. And the idea that there are, maybe some good mantids fighting their own genetics.
Yeah, so this is something that I think a couple spaces ago we did touch upon it, but to kind of reiterate, the issue is that these beings, okay, whether we're talking about greys or reptilians or mantids, we know, well, we suspect based on the data that they have genetic engineering abilities. That's why they're doing hybrid breeding projects and they're interested in genetics and bloodlines, so that they know about genetics, right? And if they have the ability to even modify their own genetics, then they would do so to specialize themselves, probably into castes, like different levels, in order to specialize in their required functions. So if you're going to be in a managerial position, you're going to be the smartest, have the strongest telepathic abilities, right? You're going to be most oriented towards that. And also, in that particular case, if you're doing like abduction breeding projects or trying to take over a planet, you're probably going to genetically ensure that you have no compassion or empathy. Because if you did, that would be an obstacle to your efficiency at doing your job. So the point is, if you are that genetically specialized to perform that function, and if that function overall is hostile towards humanity, then I think, yeah, you would be genetically locked into being a certain way. It's just like with dog breeding. You can have pit bulls who are nice, but generally, when you hear about dogs biting people, oftentimes it tends to be a pit bull because that is part of the genetic programming of the animal. And I think a similar level applies, or a similar thing applies on a higher level with aliens and how they've specialized themselves genetically for their respective roles. And I guess, funny enough, that does bring up the idea that if you do want to have an alien type who would be very good at convincing the masses of humans to go along with them, I think I would breed some very attractive looking humanoids, right? So maybe that's what certain Nordic types are. Maybe they took our genetics, picked all the best ones, figured out what works best, and created these things which could one day be emissaries or envoys that are supposed to wow us. Because you know how it is when When a man or woman sees someone who's really attractive, and their logic flies out the window, and they give deference to this person just because of how attractive they are. And that's why sometimes very attractive women or men, they get ahead in life just based on their looks alone, and it changes their personality. But anyway, that's all side topic. But the point is, they have genetic abilities, and I don't therefore think that, let's say, a typical reptilian that we hear about, or especially mantid, would have the ability to all of a sudden convert, at least physically. I think perhaps if they have a spirit or soul, and if they did die and go through some sort of afterlife process, maybe at that point they can make a decision at some higher self level to try a different track and convert in polarity, or whatever you want to call it. Maybe. But overall, no, I don't think it's 50-50 at all in terms of, they're being a good mantids and bad mantids and all that. And the people who do report positive experience, I think what Amy brought up is really, really accurate, which is that if you cooperate with them, then they are going to use honey instead of vinegar or salt to get your cooperation. And you might have a positive experience, but if you stand back and you look at the bigger context of what you don't remember, how much control they've exerted over your life, how much they've taken you away from your actual true spiritual potential and your divine purpose, then you see that collectively it's a very, very bad thing. It's just like with Nazi Germany, right? We think, okay, well, Nazis were bad. But back then, I'm sure that if you were a woman and you're nearby and you met like a Nazi spy, he could be very charming. You might be totally smitten and say, no, no, he's a German, he's very nice. But either it's an act, or maybe it's just a individual counterexample to the general agenda and trend. And not to mention screen memories and them inducing artificial hallucinations to stage false positive abductions, which I think does happen. Because the thing is, there's really not much motive for an alien being to induce in you the sense that it is hostile or negative as a screen memory. But there is plenty of motive for it to make you think that it's positive, because that gains your cooperation. So I think a lot of experiences that people have with supposed positive entities, you can't just take it superficially. You do have to peel away the surface layer and peel away the layer underneath that, and then really use critical thinking to assess from a third party, like an impartial perspective, what exactly is going on with that. And I think you will find that maybe a large majority of what we think are positive alien encounters are not. However, you will find cases where everything does check out. And so therefore, at least me, and the research that I've done and the people that I've talked to, I do believe that there are positive biological beings that are not human. However, they are not necessarily identical with I don't know, like the New Age Ashtar Command, Palladian stuff that's kind of propagated within that field. I think that's a lot of entities and negative aliens that are pretending to be positive, and a lot of delusion and wishful thinking and so on. So I can't rule out that there are positive beings. It's just there are imposters, and then there are other beings that are just genetically designed to be super intelligent, psychic psychopaths, essentially. And I don't think you can really change those, especially if even amongst humans, it's been clinically found that you cannot rehabilitate true psychopaths. You just can't do it. I mean, they'll pretend, they'll adapt, but they actually won't change. And so if that's true for humans, then I think the same could be for certain alien types.
Yeah, I actually hold out, Tom, for some positive Nordic looking beings, although I don't know if that's their true disposition or not. But definitely for me, I'm a big X on the mantids, reptilians, and the grays being positive. And then I actually have started thinking in the last several months that I think they were likely specifically created for the very task that they're about right now. And like you said, certain characteristics might be necessary for them to efficiently carry out those tasks and not be sucked in by crying humans. We wouldn't want that if there was an agenda afoot, and that if they have a boss for sure. Whatever created them probably created them with specific task in mind, which it seems is what they're doing right now. Amy, did you want to comment on that at all, or are we ready to move on?
No, like basically what Tom expressed. Yeah, that's pretty on point.
Tiff, Ulrich, do you guys have anything? Tom, you want to what else do we have on the list here that we want to get to?
Yeah, we talked about a couple different things. It's actually up to you. Otherwise, we can open it up to Q&A. But Yeah, it's really up to you because I sort of covered the main points that I wanted to. Anything else would be like a bonus. So whatever you want.
Okay, bonuses sound good. We have disclosure here on the list. I'd love to hear what you think about that. And then I think Ulrich's question to you, Amy, do the NHI you're dealing with, do they want disclosure? Is a really good question. And where are we at? Where do we see it going? What's next, kind of a thing.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, awesome.
So I don't there's nothing in my regressions that have indicated that they're like interested in that. Because anytime I like communicate with someone about them, or draw pictures or anything like that, they get really, really defensive. So I don't know if, what's happening in Congress and at the higher levels, if that's something that isn't in their favor or if they have some pull in it. I'm not really sure. It does kind of like concern me that they're not really addressing the hybrid problem. Maybe because it's just so like off the wall crazy that they just don't want to touch it right now, or it's something where there will be disclosure, but it's in very limited amount, that they're okay with. Um, Obviously, they can't control what we're talking about, but we're not authority, quote unquote. So people won't necessarily, the masses won't necessarily take what we say seriously, right? So, on the one hand, like, yeah, they're not happy that I'm communicating with people, um, especially that security hybrid. He gave me a lot of problems with it because that's his issue, that's his area, his territory. And there's a lot of times that he would bring in Earth security, so they're hybrids, but they're down here security, and that's their arena is. And I've said before that I saw one of them, definitely security vibes, very strong psychically, at the airport, just staring me down. And this was right after I had communicated with psychologists about my research. So, it became his problem because I'm talking to someone in authority, um, about my research. And of course, she didn't take it anywhere. Like, but they'll they overreact to what seems like small problems, right? So yeah, I would say they're not for
Rebellious thing
disclosure for sure.
I wanted to ask is the most rebellious thing you can do, sharing your research and or speaking about your experiences? Is that how you get in trouble?
Yeah, specifically if it's to scientists, psychologists. Charlie, who's working on a big documentary, his intention is to reach the masses. So obviously, they really don't like that. But I mean, in recent regressions, because I'm dealing with someone who's on a medical level, like, I've started doing these spaces, but I haven't seen security come by because it's always just him dealing with his agenda, his like little side project. Um, but I did get, I learned later, someone in Navy uniform, um, come and basically threaten to like break down my door and have his men kidnap me, because I started doing the memory research. So they took that seriously for sure, because that's that's how they operate. They suppress our memories, right? So if I could figure out a way consistently for people to improve their memory and their conscious recall, then that's a big problem. That's a security issue for them, you know?
Have disclosure. Make the assumption factor is a human disclosure.
Hey, Ulrich, you're cutting out. We're losing you there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll fix it. 1 second.
I thought he was doing poetry there for a second.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. I thought he was just pausing for dramatic effect. Let us know when you're back, Ulrich. Not back yet.
Doomer
Do we
would
want?
never do that, friends.
No, he
way.
wouldn't. Pix, he wouldn't. Do we want to go to Tom then? On what are your thoughts on disclosure? Do the negative NHI factions want disclosure? Are they controlling it? What are your thoughts, Tom?
Well, I think ultimately they don't actually want it because they've been content for decades, if not centuries, if they've been around for that long to not do it. On the other hand, they do allow abductees to remember certain things, and they do expose themselves as lights in the sky sometimes. So they do want a conditioning of public perception of their presence, to not completely deny it, but to condition it to be friendly towards them, should they ever show up. And the question is, well, why would they ever show up, or why would the public ever have to acknowledge them and their presence? And I think it's because we are approaching those different singularities where they can no longer just be as surreptitious and hands off as they used to be. Maybe it's some sort of climate cataclysm or major societal disruption or something, or maybe it's even technological singularities. Because if you think about it, if you take artificial intelligence or artificial general intelligence and you match it with genomics, like genetic data, well, if you know what you're looking for and you program it in the right way and you train it in the right way, you could correlate genetics with behavior, and you could match it up to, hey, whoa, wait a minute, there's these people that are doing some real suspicious networking and they all share the same genetic pattern. Well, there you go. That's how you detect hybrids on a mass level. And clearly they wouldn't want that. And they wouldn't want some hobbyist somewhere with a real powerful computer and access to genetic data to figure that out and start sharing it. So we are reaching a technological point where new dangers open up to their secrecy. And so I think they might want to get ahead of that by ensuring that, hey, once it does come out, at least it can be positioned in a positive light. Like, oh, yes, aliens exist and they've been here for a while, but they're here just studying us. And like that whole line that abductees used to be fed, and I guess maybe some are still being fed, that grays are lacking emotions. And they just want some of our genetics so they can start feeling again and being loving again. Well, come on, seriously. Things like that. Various different narratives have been floated over the years, and I think they're doing like focus group testing to see which particular narrative works out best. Because the thing is, if you do have certain Nordic types working with reptilians and mantids and greys, and because a lot of times they're being seen together, then it'd be very easy for them to split themselves up into different forms of good cop and bad cop and float different narratives to different groups and see which one works best. And one of the best ones is to propose that all Nordics are good, and the evil, scary reptilians, they're all bad. So that is the sort of dichotomy that would be set up in the future if they wanted to play that sort of game. And if they go that route, just based on watching politics over the past couple decades, I think it will work, because the general population isn't that aware. They're not researchers like we are. They're not that aware. And they believe what their eyes see, even if it's like propaganda. So yeah, there's a lot of dangers there. Now, the last thing I want to mention on that is the recent congressional hearings. There's been 2 recently. I would say it's helpful, but it is not disclosure, and it'll never be allowed to be disclosure because, first of all, it's happening within an official setting, like an official capacity thing, right? It's happening within that, and anytime anything sensitive come up, they're always like, oh, I'll tell that to you in a skiff. And then when you go into the skiff, now they're beholden to their controllers as to exactly what they can say and what can come out of it. So the entire thing is under the control of the deep state, ultimately. And so therefore, I don't believe that you're going to get any real progress going that route. But hey, kudos to anyone who's trying and who's like paying attention to it. Cool. Maybe something good will come out of it. But I think true disclosure on our end, the stuff that we can do, is sort of like what we're doing right now, which is comparing notes, comparing our experiences, extracting data that we have, anecdotal data, and matching it with what scientific data we have, and putting the pieces together ourselves. And maybe we won't be able to change things collectively, but we will definitely help each other stand out of the way if things do get catastrophic. But yeah, hopefully, if disclosure does happen on a more official capacity, it'll be on the behest of a sort of a pro-human team, whether it's human or non-human, that is more on the side of truth and would rather risk catastrophic destruction of human society in order to ensure that it doesn't go peacefully towards a state of compliant tyranny with the negative NHI factions.
Is my audio still bad?
I can
You
hear you.
sound good.
Tom, would you agree that a true, uncompromising, catastrophic disclosure is singularity in and of itself?
Yeah, it would definitely be a singularity. So, I mean, a singularity is when a mathematical trend reaches a point where the system that it's based on breaks down. Okay, and so anytime you see trends that are increasing in an almost exponential way, there is a singularity lurking at the end of it, of some sort. And so if we have had an increase in awareness of the alien presence over the years, and I do think that the IQ, well, I mean, I guess someone could debate this, but I do think that the general IQ of the UFO community has been increasing, generally speaking, because more and more data is coming out, and there's more like discerning voices that are speaking on these sort of topics that didn't used to exist, let's say 30, 40 years ago, except for maybe like John Keel or Jacques Vallée to some extent. But the thing is, it's a trend that's increasing, so therefore I expect there to be a singularity at the end of it, and that is disclosure of one type or another. Yeah.
I was reminded of my IQ today by Jack Sarfati when he told me, "Schmuck, we are in World War III." So Jack Sarfati may disagree with you, but yeah, there is. I think both is happening, right? There seems to be an increase in the depth and in the number is raising. There also does seem to be a deepening of idiots as well, no matter how much proof you throw in their face. At least I'm seeing both.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm seeing both as well. Yeah.
What I do in Fringe and Tiff, I'm sure people are dying to ask their questions.
Yeah, we'll open it up for questions. We have Pix with us. Just he's been chilling, hanging out, being patient. Tiff, did you have anything before we start getting to questions?
Nope, this is great.
Awesome. Pix, welcome to the space. Go ahead.
Hey, friends, thanks. Tiff, Doomer, great to see y'all. Tom, great to see you again. Amy, my God, what an amazing story. It's like drinking from the fire hose once again tonight. And I want to thank all of y'all for your heartwarming holiday spirit in these stories. Just it gives me a warm and fuzzy. I love being in the Doomer room. I just love it. Anyway, I think Fringe touched on one of my questions. I was going to pose to Amy was, your testimony about Mantis, emanating a pure sense of evil for you, is counter to so many stories about the Mantids and people saying, "I've never experienced such depths of love," blah blah blah. I just found that to be an interesting, dichotomy. Of course, that could be screen memories from the others. The idea of any NHI grays in particular not having any outward sustenance for energy, it leads me to think that we're in the process right now of figuring out 0 point. So maybe they're just fixing it from the vacuum space. Who knows? But yeah, I think that's a really interesting observation. Generally speaking, another thing that I really appreciate about your testimony, Amy, and generally what goes on in the Doom Room and all of y'all, because of your just courage to look at this for what it is. I've said a lot of times that, we're in a battle on this planet right now between exactly what's being described here. In my opinion, we're in realpolitik. You have a binary choice. You either have authoritarianism, totalitarianism, power, or you have public consent / democracy and liberty. That's the choice, and it is always binary. So I've also come to believe that the Doomer faction really does understand the nature of this general phenomenon for what it is, from the standpoint that while there may be a positive element, the reality is that most of this is invasive, and it is, if you look at it dispassionately, it's not a happy thing at all. And, the question that I have for Amy is, two things actually. You had mentioned that there's some possible metaphysical blocks that might, work in our favor. If you could tease that out a little bit once I get done with my question, I'm really interested to know what that might be. And also, if indeed there is something going on as far as a direct and long term, I would think if that's happening, um, you know, invasive front, preparing, something for over time for maybe now. Um, the real question is how long have these hybridization programs and the creation of hybrids, which is the front lines for whatever might happen, how long has that been going on? Because the other last observation I would make is, I do politics. And if you look at the scenario of what's happening in our world today, and particularly in the political realm, you're seeing an ascendance of an authoritarian, totalitarian spirit. I think, the divine feminine communal, let's figure it out together and we're all in the same boat is kind of getting lost in this picture at the very time that we would hope that that's not the case. I do believe in the human spirit and liberty because that's really the core of what we're after here. So anyway, Amy, thank you so much for your comments. But how deep is this? How long has the hybridization program been going on? Do they have control of our political process? Because I think they possibly could. And what are the metaphysical blocks that you had referenced before? And just thank you for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. To start with how long this has been going on, I honestly don't have a clear picture of that. David Jacobs speculates, there's been more and more reports in the late 1800s, so at earliest mid, but I've also heard people allude to even earlier, people talking about seeing, you know, ships in the sky and whatever they are perceiving at that time. So I do have a little theory. I don't want it to be true, and this is not in any way to validate what they're doing. But I do kind of wonder from a biological perspective, if you try to like hybridize two species that are very different from each other, it's basically not going to work. There's a lot of genetic blocks, like nature has its boundaries, right? So, but based on the variation I've seen on board of the grays, I do believe that they're transgenics. And the difference between a hybrid and transgenic is that a hybrid, you take sperm of one species, egg of another, put it together, hybrid. Transgenics is that you take the zygote of one species and then you insert genes into the pronuclei. And so that, you know, that it grows into a being with those added genes. So I believe what they did is, and that's what the grays are, is they're the biological bridge between us and whatever mantids, whatever the fuck they are. Excuse my language. I don't. But yeah. So I I strongly believe that. So if they did it on the one side, then I could see how they did it on our side as well, because it would make sense from genetics standpoint to tackle the problem on both ends. And I know, and I don't want to be right. I'm just like speculating here that Homo sapiens may be transgenics, that they genetically manipulated maybe the Neanderthals and eventually created, but it could be complete crap. I don't know. So if that happened, and legitimately that would have been thousands of years ago, right? Um, but if it didn't, it's possible that they just worked on the one end, which is the grays, And then eventually they got to a stage of a gray where they could finally hybridize and create something that's viable, that could procreate. So the problem is, and David has seen this, like heard this from abductees, that they were told that hybrids have a very low viability. So they're not, and basically what they were saying is that if you paired a male hybrid with a female human, the success rate was higher than vice versa. So there's something genetically that they still struggle with. So, that probably took them very long time to finally get to a hybrid that could, basically self-sustain, right? And then now they just like full steam ahead, creating as many as they can. Um, so, I mean, to the point, I mean, I've said this before, like they went through a lot of security risks to get to me every month during ovulation. This is how it's important to, like, how important it is to them. And so if you take a female 12 months out of the year, times that by how many, they're playing a numbers game. They're trying to create as many as possible. So, you know, at best, it's been a probably over 100-year project, but I would speculate it's been hundreds of years, maybe even thousands. I don't know.
I
Yeah,
tend to agree with that 100%. One last quick question, follow up if I could.
yeah.
Do you have any idea or feeling about why these entities feel like they have any legitimate right to be, you know, the bastards that they are? I mean, they know we have souls. What gives them any imprimatur to do this shit?
Um, yeah, and you kind of like asked about the whole metabolic, or sorry, metabolic, metaphysical um issue. Um, and I mean, what gives them the right? Well, they're very pompous. I mean, it's basically like, how, I mean, and I came from research, like I was a scientist and I had all this advanced knowledge, and then I'm handling mice, and of course the mice could just look up at me and be like, what gives you the right, to mess with us, to breed us, and so, yeah, like that's probably more along the line, and I'm out of research because I just couldn't. I love those little critters. I just couldn't keep doing it. But yeah, like that's basically. But I mean, I'm not. This is not to imply that they're studying us. No, they have a very clear agenda. They're not exploring. They're done with exploring. They have a clear agenda in mind to take total control. But what gives them the right? Well, they can. That gives them the right. And it's similar to how a scientist, what gives them the right to mess with an animal, and have all these projects that they're doing because they can, so like it doesn't make it right for sure, but
But
that's
there's no other overlying system of moderating them. I mean, it's just
uh
like it's just force. Is there no understandings in the universe that give individual sovereign life forms any place within the
no.
matrix of traditions and understandings? I mean, I just don't understand. I mean, if we're totally dog eat dog, that's what we are.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, because I do believe in free will, and so unfortunately that means that bad things can happen. And so, yeah, I mean, the one thing is, like, they seem to have an upper hand technologically and with their knowledge of reality. So in that respect, you kind of wonder, well, is there a metabolic, or sorry, metabolic, I have that in my mind, research, um metaphysical, balancing act where someone who's more advanced can't mess with someone who's less advanced. But then again, look at us. We're very smart technologically, everything like that. We're messing with animals, and there's no, there's no metaphysical balance, right? So
Thank you. Thank you
yeah,
very much.
I mean, yeah. Sorry, it's not very inspiring.
Thanks, Amy. Ganga, jump up. What's happening?
Real quick, a question for Amy. Amy, since you went to Dr. Jacobs for your hypnosis sessions and your research a long time ago, did he ever expose what conversations or data he's collected on abductees being given, I don't know if you want to call them lectures or secret briefings on in those amphitheaters or those auditoriums where they fill in the abductees as to what their roles are in the future or their secret plans? Has he ever been able to penetrate through that veil of secrecy with hypnosis or any other method?
I mean, are you talking about like their like propaganda viewings that they do, or something else?
Oh, I'm referring more to the abductees that sometimes claim that they're taken to locations where they have hybrids surrounding them, security hybrids, and they're being given information about what's to come in the future at these like large gatherings, but yet I see almost like zero information about what's in those gatherings as to what they're introduced to, and some abductees say that that's hidden away in a compartment of their mind that they can't access. So I know that hypnosis has been used, but has it ever penetrated that veil of secrecy?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. No, he's never indicated anything like that, and I don't think he's either he didn't think to like try, or he's re just reaching only the surface experience with these abductees, because I think the way he did his sessions, it's very like tightly chronological. It's very like, you start off in your home, and it's very like mundane and la 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 la, but he just kept it that way throughout the whole session. Even if you're like on board and you're, you know being trained to do this and this, it's still pretty like so I don't think it wasn't his hypnosis style to kind of do it a little differently. He basically just did that. I don't know what kind of hypnosis that's called, but whereas, I think like there's a hypnotherapist, Yvonne Smith. She's in LA, and she I don't know what she's done, like gotten information, but she'll be a little more like flowy with her sessions. And so it's possible that she could try to get that information out of people, but it's just not what David was doing. So I think he just didn't think he didn't. Maybe it's possible because he was very careful uh, not for the session not to result in confabulation, and so that's why it was very strictly chronological. And he didn't allow like abductees to just veer off with their brain. Like he always kept like brought them back to the present moment with their physical body dealing with whatever they're dealing with. So, yeah.
Ganga, do you have a follow-up? And then, of course, I have to ask you, Ganga, do you know the answer to that question you just asked?
Unfortunately, I don't know the answer. But I was going to pose the same question to Tom if he had any idea. Has any other researcher ever penetrated this veil of secrecy in that particular compartment?
Yeah, I heard a couple different accounts. I'd have to really, really dig to try to find them again. Um, but so some of them seem to have to do with training an abductee's alternate personality for a future event, usually post cataclysm of some type, whether what to do in terms of cooperation with the entities, the NHIs, when they come down to, I don't know, try to do either evacuations or crowd management afterwards or reseeding civilization, something like that. That's one. That's one thing that I've heard. Another thing I've heard is where abductees in his alternate state of mind are given teachings about the workings of reality or just something that gets lodged in their subconscious. And then afterwards, they forget about the abduction unless you do like a regression. But the idea eventually percolates or influences their behavior in some way. And therefore, it comes out into the into conscious public awareness in a way that is plausibly deniable and not linked to those particular NHIs. It could be an author like writing a book on a certain breakthrough subject, but little does he or she know that idea was actually lectured. They were actually getting a lecture of it, like the night before they conceived the idea. So things like that, and I do think that as far as compartmentalized teachings go, that does suggest the idea that at a future time, it's not guaranteed, but it's possible that due to some sort of major event that shifts consensus reality as we know it, this alternate personality can be triggered, and you would have a personality flip into that trained alternate, which then can carry out certain roles or functions. I'm not saying it's positive or negative. It could be one or the other or both, depending. But what it means is there's a lot that is being preloaded. There's a lot that is being preloaded into the minds of certain people, I guess into humanity as a whole, if you think about it, that would allow a very rapid shift or phase transition from our current consensus reality to something different that comes afterwards. Maybe it won't be strictly a very long, drawn out organic process because so much is already being preloaded into our minds to activate at a future time. So, yeah.
Yeah, and this is one of my greater fears is all of these downloads and these trainings. And to Genghis' question, the only thing I've heard is very similar to Tom, that these things are downloaded in, and the abductee is told, "Don't worry, you'll be able to access it at the proper time or at the right time." All these different trainings. So I do worry, and Amy, I'd love to hear from Amy on this because Amy, I think you think that there must be some type of consent that's going to be needed here, right here in the physical 3D on planet Earth. So right now they can just switch us off and take us, and they do it at will. We employ different types of strategies to mitigate their abilities, but ultimately they get through, right? So, what keeps them from doing that during this change? What keeps them from accessing the altar or flipping the switch or whatever it is that gets us to do their bidding? And Amy, you've said before you think that we're going to actually have to buy in. So I'd love to hear, I'd like to actually talk that out and see what the ideas are from Ganga and Tom as well.
Yeah, so like when they normally switch me, I have noticed via regression that it's not that I forget who I am, but a lot of those details are like murky, you know? So in that sense, just from them switching you, I'm pretty much sure that every abductee is like they have an altar. That's what they switch you to. Um, so and then it's possible that they feed extra information. Either they'll like create even a third or a second altar, um, to Ganga's point, like so that they can train. And then, but normally I would think that they don't need to do that unless, an abductee starts going to someone like David and starts pulling all this information, but they still want to keep training that abductee. They might create another altar. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But I even though like it details of my you know normal life are murky, there's still my spirit, my rebellious spirit that is like me down here on earth. It still carries through, when I'm with them. So, and I'm not sure like what happened in like because it sounds like not everyone has that. Um, so it's almost like y- you have to be so stubborn. Um, to I mean, I'm so stubborn it's to my detriment, to be honest, in my normal life. There's things I've been stubborn about that like it kind of backfired, let's just say. So it's not necessarily always a good thing. But yeah, if you're rebellious down here, you're going to be rebellious with them. Absolutely. There's certain character traits that just carry through. Doesn't matter how many altars they create. And then just having a strong sense of self and what you feel is right and wrong, and not allowing authority, because that's something that um, they have this authoritative approach. And so if someone easily bends to authority without questioning, then they're once they're switched in the future, if that happens, they're going to fall in line easily. And I have noticed that the guy that I keep meeting up with on board, unfortunately he doesn't have that rebellious spirit that I do. So he follows orders. He'll get a little like not aggressive, but like frustrated with them, but ultimately he follows orders to the book. Like he doesn't question what they ask him to do. So for someone like him, and he's like they've basically stopped training me. Like they've shown me a little bit, but I'm not going to be a good asset for them. Whereas they're putting a lot of effort into this training this guy, because they know once they need him and they could switch him, he'll just fall right in line. So it's a worthwhile pursuit. Whereas for me, not worthwhile. They don't try.
Amy, I have asked Ganga before. I don't know if you were there when I asked Ganga, can I become such a pain in the rear end? Can they just drop me from the roster if I just make it so difficult that I'm just not worth it? Ganga and Tom, I'd like to hear from you guys on that. It can feel like they're activating an altar. I've said that before in a few spaces ago. It's kind of a little bit like anesthesia as well. But there are times when I think this is an altar, like this is not even me, what they're accessing. I'd love to hear from both of you guys on that. And we'll get to Joseph and Andra. And if you guys are in the queue, please be patient. We'll get to you.
Yeah, so the one thing I wanted to add on that is that Amy did bring up a good point, which is that we could have multiple altars. You could have one just like the main one, just for general abduction stuff, and then you could have another one which is almost like top secret, like this top secret compartment to be activated, like cached, like knowledge cached for a future time. And of course, the reason why they would want to keep it super top secret is because it pertains to actual strategic plans that they have for certain future emergency conditions. And they wouldn't want, let's say, our own secret government to find out about that, or possibly any enemy NHI factions to discover that. So they'd have to really bury and cache that really deeply, and to only ever be activated at a future time. And I suspect, I'm not saying this is actually the case, but I suspect that when they sit you in front of that screen and show you all these apocalyptic images, I was thinking to myself, well, what if they're trying to almost like lockpick a secret compartment of another alien faction that has, programmed a secret activation routine for post-collapse procedures in the abductee, right? It's almost like showing them, a nuke goes off and people are starving or whatever, and then all of a sudden, what, you're supposed to like activate into this altered personality and start divulging secrets? Maybe, maybe that's what's going on with some of that. Or maybe it's just propaganda or energy harvesting or whatever it is that they're doing, but I did see a potential connection between those.
And just to quickly add, this a little slight divergent, but um, I don't. This was not necessarily like a second altar, but there was one regression. I had started to do some pretty intense medical research. So when they took me on board, like during ovulation, normally they, you know, I'm fully aware. They keep things from being painful, but like I'm fully aware of everything they're doing. But in this instance, they were like being all like, you know, because they didn't want me aware because I started to gain medical knowledge. They didn't want me observing medical procedures, right? So they would basically like knock me out completely. So I'm in this regression, you know, I'm falling through, and all of a sudden I'm like knocked out. And so there was once I was like, well, what are they doing? Like, is it possible to access that information? And it's crazy because what ended up happening was I did access seeing a procedure, and it could have been confabulation, I don't know. But I was, instead of like looking at the procedure from my point of view, from my body, I was floating above watching. So it's almost like those cases of, like, you know, when someone's claimed to be dead or heavily sedated and they're floating above their body and they can like basically tell the person exactly what that doctor did. It was almost like that situation. So I know it is possible to access. I think it's possible to access the deeper, you know, obviously they basically heavily sedated me in this instance, but it, you know, I think, yeah, if you could figure out a trigger or prompt to access those memories, then yeah, I definitely think it's possible.
Thanks, Amy and Tom. Genga, what do you think? Are they going to be able to just trigger us and we're just going to go along with this program no matter how rebellious we are? What do you think is going to happen?
I think it's very possible. One thing that bothers me about all this, if you listen carefully, it almost sounds like the MK programs that the CIA ran. It's almost like we always talk about recreating technology from the NHI, but has anyone ever considered maybe they've also been involved in recreating the same procedures to see how they work and how can they undo the works that they've done on these abductees? Maybe that's why they sound so similar.
Yep. I have considered that, Genga. They're just very creepily similar, aren't they? Okay, where are we at? Joseph, your hand is down, but I think you were next. Welcome to the space, Joseph. Thank you so much for being patient. If you were in the queue, please continue to be patient. We have Joseph. I don't see Andra's hand up anymore, but I think she had a question as well.
Yeah, it's a really terrifying situation to be in where the world is going to collapse and then, rocks are going to fall from the sky. We're going to go through a great reset. But from our perspective as experiencers, abductees, we got to deal with a different scenario of horror. And that is, the fact that we could be triggered. It's exactly, what you guys were talking about is exactly what I was thinking. And, the problem with that is that, and also possibly a solution is exactly like Ganga just stated, the dark military, the occult, they steal everything from the NHI and they back engineer and they figure it out. And, I'm in total agreement that I think it's almost a certainty that this whole MK Ultra mind programming that is run by the CIA occult and in the dark military is exactly what the NHI, do, and they learned it from them. And, you can actually, get a little far if you think about it from that perspective of the split between the two. So the thing about the difference between those two things, if you actually look at accounts from people who are abductees and people who are from the occult dark military, is that what the NHI do is much more precise. They have really high level technology, way more advanced, and then they have the psychic component. So I think with our split personalities that they're going to like employ at their discretion is formed by them. And so it's going to be a lot more psychic and a lot less of the trauma based that the CIA do. And so I think also, and this is my theory, this is the way I think about it, is that it's possible that they do soul extraction and then do programming and then reintroduce, because then you would have no conscious awareness of it and it would serve their purposes better. I think there's an advantage there. theoretically, is that if you use your soul to actually take control, it might be actually easier in that because you don't have to resolve trauma. You just have to do a quick integration. And so that is a possible thing. So when you wanted to know, like, Ganga, you wanted to know, like, what these programs, what are they taught in the amphitheaters? I know a guy who is trained. I met him on Reddit, and so he was trained in a different sort of amphitheater where they actually like project them out astrally, and then they fight in this like amphitheater for astral combat. And so there's a lot of people being trained in different levels, whether it's psychic, astral combat, who knows what else. But at the end of the day, like, we're in this situation, and this is my question, is that we are when you look at all of this dark military coming out, and you have the NHI, they're doing their thing with the hybrids right now. It really seems like their hands are being forced by some cosmic events. A lot of people call it like the veil is thinning, and that they are actually like beholden to causal events that are beyond their control, and they're moving within that framework, just like you would in changing political events or, you know, catastrophes or something that you couldn't avoid. Does anybody have any ideas about or thoughts on that eventuality, and like, in as far as our choice in the matter? I know it's pretty vague, but I'm sure you have thoughts, at least you, Tom.
Yeah, well, you know, that particular hypothesis that there could be some sort of shift, you know, shift in consciousness, some sort of shift in the dimensionality of our world. I mean, it does explain certain things. For starters, if that were to happen, then your own subtle energy configuration would also be shifted, probably in a very similar way as it does when you get abducted and brought into their realm. So therefore, the consciousness shift that would come with that could also be a triggering point for that alter personality. You know, maybe it's not necessarily a physical event that you see in the news, like, oh, nuke's going off, so therefore I shift into that personality. No. What if it is an actual more fundamental shift in the actual state of physical existence? You know, that could happen. So that's one thing. The other thing is that, of course, people would probably become more psychic in that event, and therefore the veil that normally cloaks these alien ships and such, that would probably drop away, especially if your third eye starts opening. So if that were to happen on a wider scale, just theoretically speaking, then that would be forced disclosure. You know? So if prior to that point, not a single alien, not a single government official revealed the truth about aliens, this physical mechanism alone would force the issue. You know, it would be like in They Live, when they shut off the transmitter at the end. Now suddenly they see that, you know, there's aliens all around them. Well, theoretically that could happen, I guess, and that would be a massive shift from our current world to a different world. Now, I don't think there's any guarantee that this is going to happen, but if it does, I'm just saying that it would explain a few interesting puzzle pieces.
Joseph, oh, go ahead and respond, Joseph.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Joseph, what you think. Do you think that we're just going to be automatically switched and we're just going to go along with their program, or do you think there's going to be some fight left in us?
Oh, I think there's always fight. I mean, that's never going away, right? Because I think what my view is of the cosmic event that's happening is a shift, right? There's a lot of, you know, and this might be getting really deep, but I think, like, as far as these positive ultra-terrestrials and these negative ultra-terrestrials, and they're playing a game against each other, yeah, I honestly think that they both benefit from the whole soul trap scenario. And so the good guys winning means we get a more positive world with less predators in it. No, the predators die, but they're going to still, you know, keep us going for the loosh. And I think there is a possibility that these creations are, okay, what Amy was saying before with these transgenetics, which I think everybody should go on their favorite chat AI bot and look up transgenetics, because it does explain a little more of their timeline, because on the one hand, it means they started a long time ago, right? And so this is part of their plan, but also they started a long time ago means they plan way ahead in the future. And so they've been planning for this cosmic event for a while. And I think that they're playing for our souls, right? And end of the day, if they're playing for our souls, then that means that there must be consent from us at some point. And if we even have the tiniest amount of resignation over the situation, we're going to be eventually, on the victory side. And I think, the rest of it goes into kind of the whole, I don't know, simulation matrix kind of thing, but I'll end it there.
Can I add something quickly? So
Yeah, Amy, jump in anytime.
to that effect, something to also keep in mind is so I think for some people, once they switch you to the altar, they'll just fall right in line. I've noticed with me, you would think that they would just not even bother and just give up with me, but it sounds like what they're trying to do is to basically put me in a trap situation where the other person is compliant, I'm not, but I'm in a trapped situation. That's what it seems like is happening. And so it's possible that the ones, because they're not going to, it is my it's my sad theory that they're not going to let abductees just go off. They're going to, at least if they can't get your soul, they're still going to trap you physically in a situation, and they'll just make your life miserable. I'm just saying, just a warning that they're gonna still keep you. You can be uncooperative, but just get ready to face a lot of problems, because the problem is that once they have more control of the population, and they like you can't go to cops if they start acting up. They basically have more control, more say as to what they can do to you, because there's no, they're no longer needing to be secret, or they got you trapped in such situation where you really can't go to the cops for help, or anyone. So that's just, it's almost like you have to get, I mean, this is the doom room, right? You have to get mentally and spiritually prepared to be facing some awful stuff if you don't fall into their cooperation, because that's basically what is coming up for me, because they know I'm not going to cooperate. So they're getting someone who does cooperate, and they want him to take control of me. So
Yeah, and that's a good point, Amy. I mean, it is the doom room, and this is the ultimate doom for abductees. And this is, I do think about this sometimes. I try not to dwell on it, but I do think about it. What's going to happen to us? And haven't they laughed at you, Amy, when you've said before, "I'm not going with the program, not doing this, I'm not doing that"? Haven't they just laughed at you? Like, "Hey, yeah, you're going to, you just don't know it yet."
yeah, no, they've laughed at me, and they've said, like, I mean, it's really scary. And a lot of these like flashbacks I have is of those two men just looking at me like, you got no choice. And it's very disheartening. It's very, just to see them looking at, and you could feel it that they know something where they're right. They're probably right. I have no choice. I don't know what's going to happen in the future that will cause me to be in that situation, but so, I'm at this point, I'm just getting mentally and spiritually prepared to fight no matter what, and whatever they bring at me. But yeah, no, they basically, they, yeah, they laugh because they know. But just because they have control over your body doesn't mean they have control over your mind or soul, and I think that's way more important. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Go ahead, Tom.
No, that's a super important point, because if you think about it, these altars that these NHIs install, they're not the only altar that we have, because in a way, your own ego is an altar of your higher spirit. So who you are outside this body, who you are before coming here, that's still there. I mean, that's within you and above you. And there's a potential that if what Joseph posited about a kind of shift of some sort, okay, that shift would not only trigger the NHI altar, but could potentially even trigger your true spiritual consciousness that is normally, out beyond the grasp of the ego. So if that were the case, there's a potential that there could be an inner conflict between two different impulses. One that is programmed through lies and delusion and all sorts of weird NHI programming, and the other one, which is what is the true you. And I think that those two impulses might already exist currently within abductees, especially in terms of Amy, for example, your case, your fight for freedom, your fight for autonomy and independence of mind, versus the coercion that these hybrid handlers are trying to get you to fall along with, right? So maybe that dichotomy will increase even more in the future when you activate even more into your true consciousness versus them trying to do things. So I think in a perhaps this is only like a sci-fi wish, that what if we could even be double sleeper agents? What if there's an actual spiritual part of us that knows what's going on, and when we get triggered into the other altar, we're like, okay, I understand their plan now. Now I know exactly what to do to go against it. Maybe that's a bit of wishful thinking, but it would be cool if that were the case.
Oh, that would be so cool, Tom. Maybe we are double sleeper agents. So this is where I end up getting frustrated. What we're talking about right now, how incredibly serious this topic is, especially for abductees, but it's going to be all of us. It's going to be all of us ultimately, but especially for abductees. This is why I get frustrated when people just sit around talking about disclosure all day. And I'm sitting there going, you guys have no idea what's actually happening behind the scenes and what this actual agenda is all about. And it is something that's very difficult to wrap your mind around, but that's why I'm so grateful for these spaces, for Tiff and Ulrich and Tom and Amy who are willing, Ganga, I can't even believe we got you up here today, who are willing to come in and talk about the actual serious topics. This is what's coming for us. Will it happen in our lifetimes? I don't know. Some abductees have died believing it was going to happen in the next year, and it didn't. But this is coming. It's coming for all of us someday. Yeah, it's pretty heavy stuff. So thanks, you guys. I appreciate it. Ganga, were you going to jump in? And then Joseph, I might have cut you off. Yeah, Joseph, go ahead.
Oh, sure. Ganga, you just sure you don't want to say anything, man? Okay. So on the whole topic of the altars, we always talk about like our communities are all separated, the cryptid community and the UFO community and so on. I think for this particular most important for us abductees subject, we really need to connect really, really heavily with the dark state and the occult survivors, the SSRA and deep underground bases guys and girls that come out and share their stories of how they rid themselves of their altars, because that is the gold information. Because if you research that, then you can make really hardcore, if what you're saying is true, that we do have these two sides of ourselves. And the recent Star Wars, it's horrible, but that is the storyline that they do, is actually, in their disclosure things that they put out. And so if you want to rid yourself of altars as much as possible before that event, that's going to help you immensely, almost certainly to some degree. Yeah, there, I'm done.
Thank you all for that. Andra, welcome to the space. I know your hand's down, but I know you've been very patiently waiting. Thank you.
That's okay. It's been such a great space. I actually popped into another space to tell them how great this space was. I want to tread very carefully on this question. And it's almost ironic that I would tread carefully, but it's a sensitive subject. A number of weeks ago, just a number of weeks ago, maybe 5 weeks ago, Alex Collier did an interview in which he framed it as a message to humanity from his council source of information. And what he wanted to convey was that according to him, the last nests of what we understand as the negative NHI have been evacuated and eliminated. Now, what may be left may be Borgs, bots, clones, like Tom just said, that NHI programming that they installed. There's plenty left, but his message was that as of very recently, the last of the negative NHI have been eliminated. So, which leaves the NHI that remain as the benevolence. And of course, we we really have no way of knowing whether or not this is true. But my question is, do we have any evidence that maybe it's true? I know it feels vulnerable to even contemplate it, but I'm wondering, do we have any evidence that might indicate the negative NHIs are finally gone and the ones who remain are the benevolence?
Well, Andra, thanks for your question, by the way, and you can ask any question in this space. What do you consider evidence? I mean, we're looking for the anecdotal evidence, which is really most of what we have, right? I'm in touch with abductees daily. I can assure you that the negatives have not been banished or cleaned, or they have not left the planet. This is a very common propaganda message from the NHI. They want everyone to think that all the negatives have been banished, they've been banned, they haven't been here. Even sometimes they'll even tell you they've been gone for years, 2 years or 3 years, I think Cab will say. Um, and I'll just cut to the chase and say it's absolute propaganda from the negative NHI themselves. And they use channelings, they use abductees to put their message out, and it's just simply not true. I'd love to hear from Amy or Tom on that as well, and Ganga, anyone.
Yeah, no, I definitely, I still get, I mean, way less bruises, but still get them. And they use those as, I mean, it's for pain compliance. So if there's something that I'm doing that they don't like, they're going to use these tactics to influence my behavior. That doesn't sound like a benevolent society doing this. So, and it's still happening, even though they switched me to a new hybrid. There's certain things that I've done since then that they weren't happy about. So it still happens. Occasionally I do get symptoms of sexual assault as well. So yeah, no, that hasn't changed. It's just not as aggressive as it was with the security hybrid. At least that's my experience.
Yeah, similar here. I haven't noticed much of a change. In fact, I had to update my trail camera method, because I used to use motion, like infrared motion detection, to see if anything weird was happening at night. But I discovered that something was able to block the triggering from happening, and so therefore there would be like 2 to 3 to 4 hours of blankness where there was no video recorded, which wouldn't make sense because I shift around, pretty frequently. So I switched over to time lapse recording just to make sure that it would constantly go. And yeah, so nothing's changed for me, but it doesn't make sense that they would definitely put out that sort of propaganda if they're in a business of making us think that anything that does show up from now on has to be positive because all the negative ones left. And I think that's the number one rationale for that sort of line. Yeah.
Anyone else want to jump in on that? But thank you, Andrea. I appreciate that you could come up and ask that question. And it's an important question. these negative NHI are using abductees to spread this message, and it's a tragic message because it just leaves the rest of us who know that it's not true kind of isolated. And then you start to question yourself, I think, at times, because that message is actually meant to make people like me and Amy and Tom and others in this space say, "Oh, well, if it's only the benevolent ones left, then it must be the benevolent ones that are snatching me out of my bed and sexually assaulting me on the ships, etc." So, go ahead, Genga.
I just wanted to point out, while we wait for disclosure to manifest, we're still being abducted, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
We are indeed. So yeah, so I would say that's propaganda, Andra, and most of it's propaganda. Most of the alien messaging is propaganda. If it's a love and light message, if it's white hats are coming, the Galactic Federation is here. Don't worry, do nothing. You're being saved behind the scenes. There's a bunch of wars going on behind the scenes on our behalf. That's all propaganda. It's all the same messaging. Ulrich, did you have something?
That Ulrich is causing the pole shift with his. It's also propaganda. I don't think you need to warn people. Last time that other girlfriend and said, "Girl, let me tell you, he is a good man." I mean, I mean, benevolence is, if good and you're powerful, you kind of have all the tools you need for your own marketing, right? So, yeah,
We're kind of
I mean,
catching every couple of words there, Ulrich. We're not getting all of it.
I'm so sorry. All right, never mind. It's fine. I said my piece.
You said it to the ethers, Ulrich. I think I know where you were going. Yeah, it's propaganda. Ulrich is going to agree. It's all propaganda. Yep, there's the 100.
And I mean, you gotta like also look at it, I mean, especially like a statement like this, it's just so blanketed. Um, and you gotta look at it from their perspective. All they want is your cooperation. Like they're gonna do anything they can to get it. So, you do have to, yes, it's possible. It's not been my experience, unless it literally happened today. Like, but in terms of like the past, few weeks and earlier, no, it's still the same crap. So, the way I look at it is they want your cooperation, so they're going to say anything. And it really does sound like how they approach it. They're very like sweeping, they're not very nuanced or creative. So because that statement is such a sweeping statement, like all bad NHI have left, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to take it seriously. And I don't mean to be insulting here, but it's just that's how they perform. And absolutely, they just want your cooperation. So they're going to lie. They're going to do whatever they can to get it.
Yeah, I've heard that line literally every year for the past 20 years. I'm not even kidding. It's always some different group that's claiming it, but every year they say, well, the negative aliens have just been kicked off planet Earth. And I'm like, well, okay, well, the next year, then someone else saying it. So, yeah, I don't really buy it.
Yeah, they use different lines. That's one of the main ones. Another one is, they're just here to upgrade our consciousness. This is for our own good. There's only maybe half a dozen to a dozen different programs that they use, and most people, I'd just say most people buy into one of them. It's unfortunate. Rustum, welcome to the space. Did you have a question for Tom or Amy?
Yeah. Hello. First of all, good morning from Europe. I don't know what time you guys have, but wonderful stream. I just have one brief information share, if you like, and there's a question. My introduction: we do a remote viewing on different subjects, and On November 6th, we had a blind target given to us by someone, a friend from the USA. And it came out in this session that there will be, according to our impression, a kind of an attack, which would be labeled as an accident in the eastern side of the USA in the month of December. So just heads up, we just want to give this information. We saw our impression, there were two involved, two different remote viewers, that a kind of a projectile or a missile launched within the continental USA, the mainland USA, and the target was an eastern side, an urban environment. Most likely was the eastern side of the USA. So if you're living there, just heads up. It's quite possible that there's someone from the military would do stupid thing, because there are unfortunately groups in the USA, who don't like President Trump, who don't like. The President Trump was not the target and he was not harmed, but it was just kind of a message to him. So it may happen in December. The other thing, we had also a couple of years ago, another blind target given to us. And this target, and that's why I came here, about the intentions of the so-called reptilians. And the target was who they are, from where they are, and what are their intentions. I just want to share our impression, and at the end, there's a question for them, for you guys. We particularly saw, or the impressions we got, this particular reptilian group. Now there are others, but we just saw one, and they are, if you create a circle around the Earth, and so 1,500 light years, if you create a circle around of a distance of 1,500 light years, there is a planet, a small planet, relatively small, but it's very close to its host star, and the host star is an M-type star, is like a red dwarf, and it produces a lot of radiation. And that's why the evolution of this planet is such that these humanoids, now, why I say humanoids? Because they considered humans as their ancestors. But once they move out, they colonize different planets. And one of these planets, when they moved there, because of the topography and the natural environment there, they had to develop this thick skin, like shells on them. But they still walk upright. They are bipedals. They consider Earth as their ancestral homeland, and that is the involvement they have. Now, if you consider them where they are now, in compared to the other timeline, they are quite ahead in the future. So the intentions that they're coming back to us is just like if you go and visit your ancestor 50,000 years in the past, and if you go there, your ancestor would, no matter how good your intentions are, they would consider you as a threat, because they don't understand the reality, because you're so ahead in time. So our impression is that they think they have the better understanding of reality, and because we are not that far, so it is difficult for them to how to communicate with us. It's just like if you have a grandfather who is diabetic patient, but also like to eat a lot of sweets, and he hides his sweets somewhere in the home, and you know that where he's hiding, and you are concerned for his health, you go and remove his sweets just in case he gets something and get sick again. So your grandfather may consider this as an infringement on his privacy or free will, because he wants to do this. But on your part, you want to, give him a chance to live longer. So the differences between we have and the understanding of is just like that. This is our impression. It's not hostile. We didn't get any hostile intentions from these reptilians, because we consider them, in our impression, they are humans, or their ancestors were human, because they just moved out. They look different. They're living on a different planet. So have you ever considered, this is my question to all of you guys, have you considered this option, that they may be our own children, but they're living in the future, and they're coming back? Because this happened quite often to us when we get this information. So whatever what our sessions are, I just want to come out and tell you guys. And thank you very much once again. And my apologies, my English is very basic. I'm not native English speaker, but I hope I was able to convey my message to you guys.
Ulrich, I thought I saw your mic open. Rustum, thank you so much. We appreciate all of that information. Yeah, I think that your last scenario with the reptilians, I think that has been considered by multiple people in the room. I'd love to get back to this attack or accident. Anything you have on that? So it's December attack, accident. There's going to be a projectile. Are you seeing this as being an inside job or something hostile, or where were you with that?
The impressions we get, okay, we are trained to get the so-called low quality data. We are passive, observers. Our teachers told us not to get higher level data. What I mean is that sometimes we get this higher level impression of something, like a clear picture or name, but we are discouraged to name them. We always say it's an AOL or analytic overlay. So we just want to get low level information. It's a jargon I think you guys know about the remote viewing or something you will understand. But the impression we get is in this particular session was, first of all, this session was a blind target. We did not know anything about the target or the nature of the target or what was target. And only after when we submitted our report, it was revealed to us that this was like if anything is going to happen because the president-elect Trump is now, or he will take office in January. So it was fire. It was like a missile. My impression, my particular impression was like a missile type, but the other one is called a projectile. But it has like this missile or projectile-like trajectory we saw, and it was fired from one of the U.S. military base. Now, you can say it's an accident. Accident do happens. I don't know, but this particular time, just before the inauguration of the president-elect, I think your impression is very clear. This is like a kind of a message to him. It is not a direct attack per se on president-elect, but it's like a kind of a message to him. Look, it will not be an easy job for you if you don't tow or something as a satellite. This impression of that there is a group is based on previous remote viewing sessions we had. So we know there are a couple of groups, and they're very powerful groups. They have a lot of people and money, and they can do a lot of things. So yeah, it will be a kind of inside job, you can say. Now, what kind of inside job is like actively destroying, democracy or whatever? That was not the task given to us. The task was only to specify events, any particular events in the eastern side of the USA. So if you see a 2D picture of your map, if you cut in half, let's say put it on, if you go on the eastern side, you would see there is a possible attack. Now again, because this session is recorded and for the sake of legal and other perspective, I would say the information is gained through a remote viewing session, and it is only valid until unless it's confirmed by the actual event. So I have to say this because of the people are not here who are involved in the remote viewing session, but this is information I think is important. And I saw you guys, you have a lot of reach out there and a lot of people are listening to you. I think it's important for people to know this. This could, again, quote unquote, could happen in the coming weeks.
Fascinating.
Can I ask Rustum a follow-up question there?
Yes, you can have a follow-up question. My follow-up question was going to be, did you see any fallout from this? And then we'll go to Joseph.
Fallout of like destruction or?
Yep, fallout, destruction, civil unrest. What happened? What was our response? Did it trigger World War III? You might not know the answer to any of these, but I'm just throwing it out there.
No, I did. Like I said, like I said, we are trained to focus on that particular event only. We saw some destruction physically, some buildings and the people are, injured and all the stuff. If you can imagine if a projectile hit, a military projectile, a missile hit to an urban environment, where there are lots of people and stuff there will be destruction. So yes, but like I said, the President Trump was not target. So I assume, because I did not see this, or we didn't see this, that he will take over as the next president of the United States. So I'm not sure. I mean, if somebody asks us to do another session, we can do this. But now we don't like to do this front-loaded remote viewing sessions, because your conscious mind then get involved and it gets mixed a lot of things with that. But for this particular session, no, we did not see any effect after the effect. We just saw the effect right after the attack, but didn't see in coming weeks, next weeks or so, a month or so, what kind of effect. But you guys are pretty intelligent people. You would understand what kind of consequences would have if this attack happened within the USA and within a group of military who want to send in a kind of a message to President-elect Trump and his administration.
Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of wonder if this happens, if it would, like, Russia would be blamed for it. Maybe they did it. Well, you said it's an inside job, so like I could see a situation where they want to
Our
fake
impression
that.
Our impression was that it is an inside job. Like, again, because this session is recorded, and I want to be very clear about this for legal reasons, that this is an impression gained through an remote viewing session on November 6th. So it could be just a quote unquote fake story. You have to understand the problem I face here. But the impression we got that it was an inside job, and no, it wasn't blamed in our sessions to any other party. It was called like an accident. Sorry, we messed up. Sorry, it happened. So it was inside job, but it was within the military US.
Rustam, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, sir.
You picked the right space. We know what remote viewing is. Nobody here is going to, unless it's Amy talking, in which case I hope everybody has already drained their Bitcoin. We know exactly what remote viewing is. We know that two highly skilled remote viewers can get conflicting things. I want to say thank you to you for having the courage, having the cojones, having some actual real fucking balls, and doing some fucking disclosure on a recorded space. Nobody is going to hold you accountable, and if anybody does, we will back you up, and we will say you did not say that this was a certifiable prediction or to expect anything. The only way remote viewing works is that you don't have any bias and that you just write down whatever you're receiving. I wanted to ask you, what you said it was a blind target, but what was the target when it was revealed? Was it a certain time, or was it just generally the East Coast?
Thank you very much. Yes, the blind target was any important newsworthy events happening in the month of December and January. That was the whole time.
And what made you zero in on December versus January as part of the information, based on the information you received?
We gained this impression that the president was not elected or was sworn in, yet. So because we know that he was going to sworn in January, so we deducted this. You can say this is a kind of a deduction, that it was during our session in December.
Was that intuitive, or was there something visual? What was the information that led to that detection?
Now, you said you understand that the impressions we get is very, it's difficult to describe in the words. You get these flashes of information when you are doing this remote viewing sessions.
Yeah.
So our impression generally, I'm mixing these two sessions together. Mine and there's another friend of mine. That, like I said, I had this impression of a missile, and he got it's like a projectile. Now it could be like our own understanding of the reality. Now I'm a certain type of person. I see things through a certain filter, and I may describe things to certain words because this is how I describe the reality. But the main thing is, it's not important about the missile or projectile. The main thing, we saw a trajectory which is like a missile or a projectile would follow. So that is the main thing for us. That is something emerging, and it's destructing something in a physical urban environment. So we both get this sense of eastern side of this, the continental USA. It's an urban environment. We see a lot of huge buildings. So now you can see, I'm not, like I said, I'm not American. I don't live there. You guys have much better understanding of that. So, but our impression, I would say, again, I would keep this word for the legal grounds, that the impressions are such that it was an urban environment, a kind of a city or so, struck by a missile or a projectile type of thing, which caused some damage. And of course, the damage would also, life. So that's what my impression is at the moment.
Yeah, but you said part of those impressions, and I understand these are remote viewing impressions, so nobody's holding you to this. So part of your impressions were that the president had not yet taken office, right? Or am I misunderstanding you?
No, that's correct. So he, the President Trump, the President-elect Trump, is still like a president-elect in this impression, we'll say. And so that's why we deduct this in December. It's
that's very
it's
interesting.
it's before his inauguration. It's kind of that's what we were also speaking with each other. That it's just like a kind of a message to him from someone. And who they are, that wasn't our target, so we didn't, pay attention to this. We were told to focus on this particular blind target. And like you said, when you have a blind target, you get sometimes a lot of different information, and you just note it down. So we have like 20 or 25 papers of each session each. So there's a lot of information which may not seem coherent if you look the whole sessions, but you can get the gist out of it, that it's a kind of an attack. Now, once again, this could be just the figment of our imagination.
No, it's happening. You're right. December 17th, I told you. You have any? Yeah, I'm just messing with people. No, I really appreciate you sharing your vision. Yeah. What may I ask? What made you want to share this in this space? You just knew we were crazy enough to doom hard. Why did you pick this space?
Because it's a hard thing to do. I mean, you guys are doing a great job. It's something, with this so-called woo-woo topics are considered always. I mean, I had this experience myself. Go out there and you talk about it, people will look, you say, that's as you lose your mind or you are like crazy or something. So it's just like that. I saw that you guys are talking. I know, Finch, I've heard some of her spaces before, and I think a lot of people follow you, and you guys are doing a great job. So whatever you say or do is the actual truth. No matter how people, say bad things or negative things about you, but just don't worry. You guys are good. You guys are doing a great job. And that was the reason. That was the reason I came here. Just want to share this.
Thank you. It takes a lot of courage to share. We all know what remote viewing is, and I want to say thank you. I'm going to insult everybody who lives in Connecticut, so I have really nothing to lose. Get the fuck out of Connecticut and use this as an excuse, even if it isn't happening. But I'm really grateful that you shared this, because I have had a sense that I need to get the fuck away from New York, and that I'm way too close. And this has felt like a ticking time bomb in my heart. And I'm still going to use it as an excuse, even if it doesn't happen. But this means a lot to me. And thank you for having the courage to share, man.
Thank you for having me. That's an honor to be here with you guys. Thank you very much.
Joseph, did you have a follow-up for Rustam?
It was on continuing the topic of Rustum, but not him directly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for that, Rustum. That was really cool to hear. And Doomer, what are you doing in New York, man?
No,
Holy crap!
I'm in Connecticut, but
You're in
it is
Connecticut? It's
it is
like
in, well,
you're
don't
right
tell
beside
anyone.
the zombie apocalypse, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, well, there's only three reasons to be in Connecticut, and one of which is maybe justified. All right, you're driving from somewhere, and you have to drive through Connecticut. Um, there's a medical emergency, like family, someone you love, and a funeral. And medical emergency and family is the only one that really justifies it. The other two, you should
They
still
have
drive
like
around Connecticut.
hospitals in Utah, though, right?
They do, yeah. I mean, don't tell anyone else. We're gonna delete this space afterwards. It's gonna be gone. But yes, I currently live in Connecticut.
Atlanta, Carolina, or DC? Pick one.
So just to add, I recently had this, like, I don't know if anyone else in the space has this intense urge to move, and this time, like, to the Pacific coast, and I'm like, why? I can't explain it. So right now, I mean, I'm not on the coast, but I'm going back to it after Thanksgiving. But yeah, like, I don't know if any of you all like have those like urges to move somewhere. Um, and then I don't know if it's just like random or what.
No, there's definitely something to that. Like I'm over here in Vancouver, and I know really psychic people who like come over to Vancouver, and they're like, "Holy shit, there's a lot of non-humans here." Like it's crazy. They're the places that are gonna get hit the lightest and the are the greatest to be are the places that are really kind of locked down in like a prison grid system by the NHI. So just keep an eye out for that.
Oh,
High ground. Look for high ground.
besides high ground, high ground's a great idea. But Amy, I wanted to point out that Lynn Buchanan some time ago did some remote viewing on where the hybrids are moving to. And I got the impression that they are moving to areas where people are not armed. So interesting that you're being pressed to move to the West Coast. I was actually pressed to move away from the West Coast.
So maybe I am following their orders without even realizing it. Crap.
I mean, yeah, to be honest with you, the West Coast is going to break off like a Chips Ahoy cookie. So, it's a, great weather,
You're in
but
New York. You can't say shit. Come on,
I'm in
It'll be
Connecticut.
a hell of a ride, though.
I'm
It
in
will be
Connecticut.
Connecticut,
Oh
one
my
hell of
bad,
a ride.
Connecticut.
and
I won't
I'm
forget.
admitting I am here out of self-hatred. I'm not saying another person should move to New York.
All right, what do we got left, you guys? Joseph, I saw your mic open. We are definitely cutting off by 9 p.m. Pacific. We've had Tom and Amy quite some time. Ulrich has gone over by an hour, and we've already lost Tiff. So we'll be wrapping up here shortly. We'll get in any last minute questions, ideas, whatever you guys want to throw around.
Could I butt in one more time? Because it's a golden opportunity from what Rustin was talking about with the remote viewing population. So I've been really interested in Tom's ideas about how psychic networks can be influenced by the NHI. And like he had, Tom, you had your whole website with your chat group kind of thing, and that whole story with, I'm sure Ganga is cognizant of. And so, Ganga, I want your input on these capabilities. So when you have like a group coming together to remote view or to do this or to do that, what ways specifically do NHI really interfere in those networks? To put you on the spot.
To interfere in people's networks, you don't really need psychic networks. You just train on the people between the nodes and then just start messing around with their thoughts or what they're thinking or even asking a question verbally. You can do it. You don't have to deploy any psychic means or anything like that. Nothing fancy. Like, for example, put the idea in one person's mind to come into this space and ask a question that's completely off topic. That's enough. You derail the conversation for 30 minutes or so, and a whole bunch of possibilities collapse. They never exist. And there you go. It doesn't have to be that fancy.
It doesn't have to be psychic, and you know, you can look at that from low hanging fruit, easy to accomplish programs like interfering with the space or something like that. But then there's like higher level organization of their influence off of the top of the hierarchy, right? So we're talking about messages that don't get shared in a space like we're in, but ones that get shared globally, right? What is their net? How do they accomplish the task of interfering with those networks, the large ones?
Well, okay, for example, let's take what happened with Jeremy Corbell and Louis Elizondo. Let's just put that as an example. If you knew 30 days in advance that they were going to have a really bad hearing and a lot of negative sentiments would be rolling around, then just putting that idea out there, criticizing them ahead of time, and then running through their emotions and fulfilling that prophecy, it basically it's like sort of like manipulation. It's not really, but just knowing things is enough to manipulate people. You don't necessarily have to be very fancy about it.
So what I'm getting from that is that it's really easy. Like, if you don't have to even employ psychic means, you have to know like a base level of intelligence. Like, it's not even hard to plot out what to do. And so that means with their increased intelligence, we can infer with 100% probability that they're controlling narratives that are over a certain amount, that influence a certain amount of the network. So is it logical to infer for that if there is a message and it is on that scale, it is then like not likely, but certainly false?
You can't infer whether or not something is false or true by manipulation alone. You just have to. I'm not sure what your question is. Is it disruption? If you can do disruption without psychic means and interfere in social networks, yeah, you could do that. Um, just having foreknowledge of events that are about to happen is also another way. Because imagine if you knew, if inside of your head was whatever's going to happen in 30 days from now, what would you do with that information? You don't need any special motivations or anything. You can just do whatever you want with that information. 99.999% of the people around you don't know that information. Only you know it. And as far as you're certain about it, that it'll actually manifest and it'll actually become a reality, you can pretty much do anything you want to.
Okay, gotcha. So it's not their super enhanced psychic ability that is the really thing you got to watch out for. It's just the fact that there might be idiots in certain respects, but they just know more than you.
Yeah. For example, how long do you think the NHI have known about this current circumstance of World War III, or whatever you want to call it, a conflict, a very ICBM, targeting Russia or Ukraine or anything like that? We might have found out like a couple of hours ago, a couple of days ago at most, if you're like really paying attention. But the NHI have probably known that for like years in advance. And it doesn't take very much for them to set in motion, whole concepts and ideas in our social streams, so that when these events finally do become a reality for us, remember, it's a reality for them. Now it becomes a reality for us. And you've already pretty much set up a whole playing field of ideas and concepts between people. And you could do that with
They
AI.
started
Yeah.
they started gaming all this in the 1800s, if not earlier. I mean, think about it. We do gaming now with high-speed computers and all sorts of scenarios and Just let the system run itself.
Oh,
They've been doing that because they've had it involvement here for a long time.
yeah, I've heard about that. I think there was some spiritualism in the 1900s where they talked about scenarios in the modern era, but of course we don't know whether or not it's real until it actually happens. But yeah, well, it's happened.
Well, we're somewhat on this topic.
We
Sorry, Pix. We should discuss very briefly, Ganga or Tom, if you want to jump in here, the possibility of NHI actually influencing remote viewing and other types of contact.
And detonating that freaking nuke. I think it's an NHI that sets that things on.
Well, I was going to ask Rustin, what about contractor vibe? The inside job has a contractor vibe to it, to me.
Yeah, well, you know, something else. Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to say that I just want to make two comments about these whistleblowers, also like David Crush and Lou Elizondo. These guys were trained and hired by DoD. They speak only what they are cleared and told to tell you guys. So I would be very careful to believe what they say per se. So, but the question that if somebody is manipulating us, yeah, it's a possibility. It's very difficult to know that this particular thought is your own thought or somebody put it there. It's very difficult. So you have to be careful, and you have to be open to to be corrected in case because this possibility do exist that somebody could manipulate you, and through you could, if you are in a position of an authority, you can also manipulate thousands others. So yeah, this possibility do exist, and the beings, or at least the entities we probe, at least the one we call the so-called reptilians, they do possess higher psi abilities, much more powerful than we humans do. Because when we were doing a couple of years ago this reptilian probe, our impression was that they knew that we were there, but they just didn't care. It was like, if you have a small child and he's playing hide and seek with you, and you're doing your work, and you see a small child come in the room and that is trying to hide from you, as that you cannot see him, but he's there. It's just like that. You just laugh and say, okay, no problem. So that was the impression we got. So these entities, if they exist, again, I have to put this caveat, they are much more powerful and advanced in consciousness and the abilities. They are, even if you consider like Merlin class magicians, they have these stories of Merlin was like a powerful magician. You can multiply that 10,000 times. They have ability to manipulate time and space at their will. So this is the impression we get. So yes, it is quite possible. And my personal belief is, this is just my personal private opinion, that the disclosure is not going to happen because some president or a politician, one day just wake up and say, okay, to hell with them, I'm going to tell you. No, it will happen when these entities want that to be happen. So it's just like, let's say I am this advanced alien or reptilian, overlord, and I tell President Trump or Biden or Obama, look, I have this hand on your neck, and I can break this neck at any time if I want to. So shut the fuck up. You will not say anything. This is our agenda. We will do it at our time, on our will. So now consider yourself the president who's sitting there. Do you think this president will have courage to stand up and say, no, I am human and I'm going to reveal the truth? No, he will not, because the consequences would be severe. So my understanding for this thing is that disclosure will happen, but at a time and the place of their choosing, not us. And I think they're waiting for humanity to catch up to a certain level of understanding of the reality. I still don't think that it's some kind of a danger for us as a humanity. No, if there were dangers to us, we would have been gone for a long time, but we're still here. So maybe they are just, evolving us in a way that we reach to a certain level, and then they will say, okay, this is the reality, here we are. And in my view, it has to do something with our future. It has something to do with our ancestors or descendants from the future. I don't know about much about this. So this is just my personal views. So if the disclosure happen, it will happen because they want that, not because some politicians want to say, oh, today is a fine day, I'm going to tell you. So, and with that, I apologize. I want to take a leave. Thank you very much for having me. I mean, you can take another guy who want to speak, or a gal.
Rustam, I would appreciate it if you would follow back me and anybody else. I assume most people want to follow back from you, especially the people on the speaker panel. I would love to get in touch with you if that's okay with you.
Sure, I will do my best. Thank you very much for the offer, and it's an honor.
Okay if you can.
Guys. This is an honor to meet you guys here. Really, I really appreciate that you gave me this platform to speak up. But I will do my best. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rustam.
Thanks, Rustam, and thank you for being so patient. You waited a very long time to come up. I appreciate that you stuck with us. Thank you very much. We'll get to Panama right after Ganga. Go ahead and jump in, Ganga.
Oh, I'll be real quick. I also wanted to add something. I know it's not obvious, but we have to appreciate that these NHI might have a different, I don't know what to call it, a concept of reality or a way of reviewing reality in a different way, where their now is much wider than ours. Ours is just literally within whatever, a minute, positive and minus. For them, it could be years in advance. So every action they take, they're probably looking at situations analytically, positive and minus, let's say just a month. That means that they can literally look at situations that have occurred in the past, non-locally, and situations that will occur in the future, non-locally. So while they might not act the way you would expect them to act as a human being, because we are completely different, well, not a completely different, but we're significantly different variation of life from theirs. So therefore, their decision tree, the way they make decisions, might be based on different data sets than what we conclude or what we can perceive. So while you're being in their presence, what they consider important might be completely different from what you're seeing and what you're hearing and what you're experiencing. They might look at the long term of what's this situation going to look like down the road, and you're just thinking about the moment right now. So I know it's not obvious, but we should consider that the other person on the opposite side of us that's got gray skin or looks like a reptilian or a mantid or whatever is gonna think differently, and they have different access to information that we don't. And so their actions are going to be complicated for us to try to figure out and nail down as to why did they make that decision versus another, the one we would have made.
Thank you, Ganga. Okay, we have 3 minutes, Panama. So, Panama, go ahead and close us out.
Okay, I'll make it kind of fast. I just wanted to say, as far as the recent hearings and all the drama about them, I was warned by a reptilian in person, not astrally, not a memory I had that was kind of half formed, like a physical reptilian in my bedroom, screaming in my face, literally. Well, the back of my head, because I turned away from him because I was in bed. I could feel his breath hitting me. He was physically there, and he was screaming at me about how I had to warn people about the third agency, and he was really mad. And he's like, you're going to warn people about the third agency. I'm like, the what? The third agency. He enunciated it, yelling it in the back of my head where I could feel the voice, the vibrations of his voice box and the breath. And I'm not saying any of these whistleblowers are on that payroll, but as far as all these manipulation and games and, bait and switch that we've seen in the hearings, I think that was a very good piece of information. Because of that experience, I've never really trusted. I'm not saying you shouldn't trust any of these whistleblowers, but I've never fully trusted because I know there's games being played. I know part of it's intentional management of, public perception. And I don't know who to trust, who I can't trust, who I can half trust, who's being manipulated themselves. So, but it's funny. To this day, I've only heard one other person have an experience with the third agency. It was this guy on a beach, saw a UFO. Some MIB type showed up, got in his face, said they're with the third agency. So whoever those guys are, they're very effective because very few people know about them, and I still haven't heard any big whistleblower talk about them. So when we do, I think that would be a sign of a whistleblower who has some really deep inside knowledge. But I still haven't heard that besides, one other experiencer who was roughed up by those people. And all right, so that's just all I had to say for now. There's a lot more I could say if I had more time, but that's
Thanks, Panama. You did it. It's 9 o'clock Pacific, sharp, right on the dot. So thank you so much for that. Ulrich, do you have any closing comments?
I want to say thank you to everybody who's here. Tom and Amy, it's been a pleasure to have you here. We have one person in the request queue who's been waiting a while. Do you want to just get to them? They've been waiting a long time. Fringe.
Yeah, it's up to you if you can hang out for a couple more minutes.
Yeah, I don't want to leave that. We might have blackouts in 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Just in case it's the last Doom space, let's do it.
Actually,
Scalar Alchemy, if you can hear me, go ahead and ask your question to Tom or Amy. I might have spoken too soon. Scalar, can you hear me?
I think we've had trouble adding him, actually, Ulrich, a couple times. Oh, there he is. Maybe not.
Scalar, can you try
I can't hear.
recycling? You can. Oh, I saw something for a second.
I think he said he can't hear, so.
Oh, if you guys can hear me,
We can hear you now. Can you speak up a little
I'd just
bit?
like to say,
Yeah. So I heard I would just like to say, and after that it went cut off for me. But it did work for a hot second.
Yeah, Scalar, we still can't hear you. And I think, Ulrich, I actually tried to add him before and it didn't work. So we might be having some technical problems here. Scalar, if you want to drop down and come right back up, we'll give it just a couple minutes. We'll wait and see if you can come back up.
Yeah, and I'll buy some time. No, I think I'm really grateful. It's been, today marks a year since I first decided to start speaking in spaces. I actually made sure that I was solid enough on the pull shift research that it would justify yelling fire in a building filled with 8 billion people before I let myself speak in spaces. And we have not managed to light the world on fire with the truth. It was a long shot anyway. But I'm deeply grateful for the connections I've made. I'm deeply grateful for you welcoming me as co-host for your Doom Spaces, Fringe. I'm incredibly grateful for the guests we've been able to bring on. And I think there's some things have been proven right, right? Like this idea that you can sort of defeat mainstream media by developing your own tribe. This idea that you can become dangerous with your own voice. I mean, if you listen to Amy's story and you don't take away from it that her own voice is what makes her dangerous, if you don't realize, the catharsis that experiencers feel when they find somebody like Tom and he can answer these ridiculous, profound, and difficult questions, um, then you will never see the phenomenon, even if it slaps you in the face with an alien, with a living alien spacecraft. Um, and I think, I mean, I think we're heading into a world that is going to fall apart and flip on its head faster than we realize. And the Thanksgiving table definitely rub it in people's faces. Let me not lie. If we have this moment where all the people who made you, who shamed you, where you get to say I told you so, take a fucking moment, because the end of the world is going to be brutal enough. Take a fucking moment and indulgently rub it in their faces, at least on one day, and don't hold back. You don't need to, I'm not saying torture them other than with the truth, but, um, and I don't even know if we're going to get that moment. There might be so much chaos that we don't get to have, Mick West dartboard day. But I think we're doing our best, and I'm deeply grateful that a lot of us have found each other. Um, Forgive me, it's a joke about God, but the quote from Wayne Dyer, "Your friends are God's way of apologizing for your family." I resonate with that a lot, and I do think a lot of us in spaces are God's apology for our family or our loved ones or whoever that have ostracized us. And there's real power in it. And I want people, if they view themselves as good, to benevolently seize more power, because I do think we're dealing with Darwinian forces, and I do think, unfortunately, that often power trumps morality, and the only way to trump power is power plus morality. That's my view, and that has always been my message. I hope we're closer to getting. Um, all right, we'll do Sarah, and then we'll close it out. I can't find Scalar. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Sarah, come on up. Ulrich could not say no. He's still here, and it is
I
6 minutes after 9. Sarah, welcome to the space. Go ahead.
I I woke up this morning and I told myself, you are a pushover, and I'm following through today. Sarah, can you hear? You're gonna be the last one speaking. Um, yeah, thank you, French.
Do we have Sarah? I'm not sure we have Sarah.
How ironic, right? I make an exception, and then we have mic issues for everyone. Um, yeah, any last words from Amy, Tom? Oh, there we go. We got Sarah coming up. We'll try it again.
Hey, sorry, I couldn't hear you guys. Sorry, it dropped down and stuff. Are you guys ending the space?
You are ending our space, Sarah.
I hadn't listened to the whole thing, so I don't know where you finished off, Doomer. Your end note there was like awesome. I don't think I could top that.
You can, trust me. No, what's on your mind? We're just talking. What are we talking about? Martial law, theories about the future. You know, anything really.
Okay, well, I was tuning into Astral Space, and it's just so I love to get my recaps on the government stuff from other people because I can't bother with the whole government side of things, and I should. Right, I should look into it more. But it's nice to get like a heated debate between people and just kind of coast along in it and like, wow, I can totally see both points here, but I'm not really falling on either side of it. So it's at least really interesting to listen to. And the thing they that said towards the end of the space there was a interesting tidbit about that constellation program or something. And one guy said that, I guess it was in the hearing, that a constellation can technically be a group of satellites that work together. Like that's kind of really interesting. Like what if they're like alien satellite, like Black Knight satellites up there, like working together in some weird other way? I just thought it was kind of a neat parallel to the constellation thing. Yeah, that was cool, but I think you guys probably already covered that in your space now, like that whole
Yeah,
program.
that's called Starlink.
Yeah, Starlink, I mean, something like that, whatever the case is. It's weird that it's like looped into this whole UFO hearing. I don't know, kind of a weird lens to look at it through.
I do think the immaculate look. I mean, there's you have to ask yourself: is there a coincidence to everything organically popping up? You know, the topics that organically pop up when somebody, unless they're a troll, you know, or someone sent to derail a space. People keep on talking about cataclysms. People keep on talking about abductions. People keep on talking about sex. People keep on talking about abuse. People keep on talking about trauma. And it's not a coincidence. In fact, people keep on talking about trying to understand the intention of these beings, right? Um, if you put all of those things together, you get an immaculate constellation. And I'm sorry, that immaculate constellation is that these things don't want you to figure out that a cataclysm is coming, that an invasion is fucking planned. And the immaculate constellation itself is there for full spectrum dominance to catch any UFOs coming in, going out. And they're government documents. There are government documents that talk about an expected invasion, you know, end of the 2020s, early 2030s. And none of that has to mean that it's automatically true, but it's normally it wouldn't make sense to say that cyclical cataclysms are linked to a UFO phenomenon. Normally, it wouldn't make sense to say that religion and the UFO, but these things keep on. And so my simple analysis is that it's arrogant and anthropocentric. It's human focused to say that the reason it's happening now, the reason we're seeing all these things now has nothing to do with the fact that everything is pointing toward a cataclysm coming, right? The reason that we're having all of these controlled disclosure hearings has nothing to do with the fact that there's rumors about an impending invasion. The reason that we're literally in spitting distance, and I do mean spitting distance because you might be able to spit on your phone or your computer from AGI developing, and we're also on the threshold of nuclear war. This has to do with NHI. All of these things, all of these things are connected, and I don't think we're so dumb that we have all of the puzzle pieces and we just can't fit them together. I think the puzzle pieces fit really well, and when you fit them together, the image might be really intimidating. And we have to find some courage, put them together, and take it from there, because I think we're a threat. I think we absolutely can put these puzzle pieces together, um, and I think if we believe that we have blood on our hands, then that means we should do better. And I think we should do better. I think we should do better intellectually. I think we should do better morally. And that's not an excuse for something else enslaving us. We can do better, and we can also break free from whatever's enslaving us. And that also is going to require like being okay with disagreement. That's going to require other people, you know, saying your opinion and other people hating you for a little bit, and then respecting you for the fact that like you gave them the freedom to disagree with you. Like I think the best experience I've had for this 1 year speaking in spaces is that the people who like me most, they don't like me because they agree with me. They like me because I'm probably the most comfortable person to disagree with. And I think we're going to need this if there is some kind of crisis we need to manage. You're going to rely on people whose religious beliefs, whose political beliefs you don't believe
you're not fully aligned with, but if they're trustworthy, they're willing to grab a gun and shoot the people trying to kill your family, that kind of mentality is going to save your life. And I want people to be better at disagreeing and better at embracing reality, because that's the kind of world I want to live in.
Love it.
Yep, totally
Ulrich,
agree.
oh, sorry, Amy.
No.
Scalar's back. Let's see what he's got.
Hey guys, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Good.
Yeah, we're doing well, Scalar. Take it away, my man.
Oh, fantastic. First of all, I'd like to say totally agree with everything that you guys have been putting out there today. It must reflect something in the in the subconscious of us all. And I'd like to just say thank you to Fringe and to Tom because huge fan for a long time, Tom. But anyway, my question for Tom is it's to do with clones. And I guess the thing that's always really bothered me is how would you know if someone's been body snatched versus hybridized? And also, do you think that there's some sort of psychic interaction with technology that possibly reflects back on all of us when we're using things like anything? Because we're not in the clear yet. Trump hasn't been put in office yet. So I guess the real big issue at hand, from the way I see it, is that we become the echo chamber or the participant in delivering these timelines or these various action plans they have.
Okay, thanks for your question. I think I do understand what you're saying, but I could be off. So the first thing you asked about is how to distinguish between someone being body snatched versus hybridized. Now, typically a hybrid is made at conception or during gestation with the insertion of third-party genetics. So it's not like your wife or your friend is going to be suddenly hybridized, right? Is that what you meant by hybridized?
Yeah. Because I hear a lot of people referring to hybrids, and then I've always
Yeah.
wondered.
Yeah. Now, in terms of being body snatched and cloned, that is something that Ted Rice has spoken about at length in his interviews, and also in Carla Turner's was the second or third book? I think it was the third book, Masquerade of Angels. So in that one, some of the symptoms that he listed is that after being replaced, after having his consciousness transferred to a new cloned body, if I remember correctly, there were extreme, like all over body pain symptoms, like burning, perhaps, and it takes a few days to really lock into your new body. So, I mean, that can be confused with other, regular medical issues, but obviously, if you have other symptoms surrounding it of abduction and manipulation going on, then it increases in probability. But as far as like how to tell that someone else has been, I don't know, replaced by a clone or something like that, that's not even them anymore. Yeah, that's a tricky territory because clearly, if you don't know exactly what you're doing, then you could falsely suspect someone of being replaced when they actually aren't. And actually, negative entities, whether demons or discarnates or even NHI themselves, can put that sort of thought into your head in order to split up relationships or networks, things like that. So you got to be careful there. You also asked about psychic interaction with technology and whether that reflects back on all of us. Now, are you talking about how when we use computers, how it alters us, or what are you referring to?
I'm more like talking about like psychically interacting with computers or vice versa without us knowing, like beyond an algorithm, like beyond just like horoscope or tarot reading email in the morning that influences you. That could easily just be, yeah, that could be anything, but more so like more so like say entities, if you will, or something else being able to insert certain certain web pages or like links or ads or things on your digital devices
All
at the
right.
right time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so that can be done directly, but it is usually if you're someone who experiences something like that, usually it's done synchronistically. And and you know, and that same synchronistic intelligence can also do it through license plates or signs on trucks passing by, or you know, junk mail you get in the actual physical mailbox.
Yeah.
And then you might also get it through websites and emails and so on. And then I've got a whole like folder full of screenshots of synchronicities that I experienced online that I can document that way because it's easy to do. So that can happen, and usually synchronicities like that, they would be done by an intelligence that has some degree of control over space time or probability. So I don't think that would be like your typical ghost or demon or something
No.
like that. I think that's more certain things that are outside of space time as we know it. So it could be stuff that's in the astral or a little bit higher. Because I mean, even your own higher self can induce synchronicities in your own life. You know, whether it's on a computer or surrounding
Right.
you. So there are other intelligences that are not your higher self, but that are on a similar level that can do the same thing. And of course, your own subconscious fear or paranoia projections can also alter probability. So that, for example, if you're scared that you're being gang stalked or something, but you actually aren't, you can
Yeah.
still manifest synchronistic symptoms that seem to verify for you that you are, that they've got control of your computer, or they're sending you secret messages through email subject lines or something like that. I mean, that can happen,
Oh
but
man,
yeah, right.
people
But
toot
yeah,
as they drive past all the time. I just ignore it. It's just like seeing a shadow out of the corner of your eye, you know?
yeah, yeah. I will give you one tip on that, which is that if you're someone who experiences that, and it is actually partially being induced by your own subconscious, then you can actually turn that around by turning paranoia into pronoia, meaning that you start suspecting that the world is actually out to help you instead of out to get you. And
Yeah.
if you experiment with that, if you try to induce in yourself that feeling, that sense that that is actually what's happening, you'll start getting really weird positive improbabilities, like people, I don't know, giving you help and giving you like
Yeah.
the best like life wisdom advice ever, just randomly. Like things like that will start happening. And so, you know, you might, I mean, if you've got some degree of influence over reality, you might as well use it for good. So, but it's
Yeah.
all about that. It's all about that inner battle. You know, you gotta, it's just kind of circles back to the thing that we started our space with the idea that, that was, I think it was Tyler brought up, the idea of our subconscious influencing reality and how we got to watch out for what we think. Well, part of that can be used in order to create for yourself a synchronistic shield so that you up the probability of good things happening, which then decreases the probability of bad things happening. And you can do it through that method or just through having faith in higher power and having that feeling of security and trust, in addition to everything you do logically just to prep physically. But beyond that physical preparation point, when you've done everything you can, there is still a remainder that is taken up by higher positive forces, you know, for your benefit, because they realize that you did do your part of it. So they kind of take it from there. And that's where faith enters into the equation. You know, faith is what's left over after you've exhausted your knowledge and your abilities. And ultimately, both together
Mm.
is needed for the best outcome. So,
Thanks, man.
sure
I
thing.
have a lot of faith in you. I've got to say the reason I asked that question is because it was probably about 2014. Um, I was going down that path of digging, you could say, and I'd started being captured by the whole what do you call it, Ashtar command and like light worker, and that led me down like some rabbit holes where I discovered Donald Marshall and a whole bunch of loony, crazy stuff, and it made me quite pessimistic, especially since I was living in a new country, in a new city, and living in the fast lane, and like I did notice a lot of these like just weird, evil, like sort of clicky, sort of just underlying things about society. But then synchronistically somehow I was looking up if I have ADHD, and I discovered some Russian website where it said something about chakras, foot chakras, and then somehow there was a link to your website on there. And I must have read your website like 20 times, and I've got your book. But yeah, man, so like you turned it around for me, and and provided like a sort of hopeful, like faith-based, spiritual, like there's something higher. But I don't believe aliens are positive. Most of them aren't. If if any are, then you'll be lucky to have any sort of interaction with them and know it.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that, and I'm really glad that my website did help you, because I mean that's the reason why I put my website out there, is to, number one, make people think, and number two, give them confirmation if they have already been suspecting but they just didn't know anyone else who's been saying similar, you know. So yeah, that's really good to
Right.
hear. That's really good to hear. So thank you.
No worries, man. And the other thing is like that like that Donald Marshall guy, like it's convincing. Like he doesn't even try. And there's a lot of there's so many, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of little bits that add up with him. And there's not much that you guys have both put out there that conflicts, which also is annoying. But I guess the only difference is, well, slowly the differences are actually becoming less and less. But I guess the biggest difference would be if someone really is going to places like what Amy described on a regular basis and experiencing lots and lots of horrible things and remembering it, then of course that would make them lose faith, and of course then they wouldn't know what to believe because they've been told everything.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. I mean, for all the talk of genetic manipulation and long-term geopolitical and exopolitical strategy, fundamentally, a lot of the interactions between humans and NHI are about control, and control involves breaking someone, usually, breaking them so that they become submissive and obedient. And so, therefore, the battle is actually within. You know, it's actually a battle between external influences and our own internal higher influence, which is, you know, our spirit, our connection to God, or whatever you want to call it. And so that's what you always have to fall back upon and try to nurture, because otherwise you're going to be overtaken by external influences, and your true identity ends up getting erased and consumed by the external. And you can't really let that happen, especially if you are in contact with these other non-human powers, because that's exactly what they want most of the time.
Yeah, do you reckon that they do that on purpose? Like I've personally experienced so many times where I'm not sure if like someone else has just jumped into a friend of mine's body and like purposely like came to obstruct me or try and make me paranoid or try irritate me or try waste my time, like when
Oh
I'm just
yeah.
about to do a really important project or something like that. And going back to how they're talking about hybrids, that hybrid vibe. Like I don't know what the hybrid vibe is, but like maybe it is just that sense that something else is driving that person
Yeah,
and
well,
it's
see, here's the
obstructing
thing.
you.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, even us, when we are mindless, we can be nudged by things, you know, telepathically. And so you can imagine how the non-fringe person, the more mainstream person who doesn't even know about these phenomena, is even less mindful of their reactions. So it could be a friend, it could be relatives, coworkers, neighbors, whatever. A lot of people are easily nudged by things. And some people are so easily nudged that they can actually be temporarily taken over and spoken through by various kinds of entities. You know, not even necessarily aliens. It can even just be discarnates, meaning dead humans, for example, that linger around the Earth plane. They can sometimes they got nothing better to do than to harass the living and try to make them fail and block them from success. And so, yeah, I mean, if they have telepathic abilities, then they do try to target certain people and drive them towards spiritual self-destruction. But, you know, and at the same time, though, sometimes it is innocent, and it's
Yeah.
our own paranoia that destroys us. But the thing is, if you're someone who experiences this very much in a way that's undeniable, then it's no longer just your imagination. It is actual entities doing it. And also, going back to what I said earlier, sometimes your own subconscious complexes can also psychically influence people without you even knowing it, to feed, or not even psychically, but synchronistically influence them in order to verify for you for your own paranoid suspicions. And that ends up becoming this weird runaway feedback loop that can drive some people towards what appears to be paranoid schizophrenia, even though it isn't.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And then once you're stuck in that, like, it'd be really hard to get out, wouldn't it? Because
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to get out of it. So eventually, if you are someone who has enough self-awareness to try to get out of it, you have to make a free will choice to say, you know what, in spite of everything that I've experienced up to now, and in spite of my sucky current conditions, I hereby choose something different. I choose to engage with something that I'm actually happy with, that actually fulfills me, whether it's, a particular author or books or religion or spirituality, meditation practice, whatever it is. And then you get yourself out of that feedback loop because you break it, and you enter into a new positive feedback loop that takes you in a positive direction. So you can't, if you're someone with a victim mentality, you have to stop. You have to stop using the past and the present to justify continuing those patterns into the future, and you do that by applying your free will to get out of that self-reinforcing feedback loop and enter into a new, more positive one. So in the end, it all comes down to free will and what you ultimately align with. So
yeah, and getting over those adversities, like if someone close to you dies like every year, like and it's particularly bad or whatnot, or you've just had some really strange encounters, then you
yeah,
can
well, yeah. Sorry, I thought you cut off there. I was going to say that reality is weird, and we have to accept it, and we have to live with it, and we have to try to make the best of it possible.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, thank you too.
Thank you, Scalar. Thank you, Tom. Ulrich, or is that it for you? Do you have anything else?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna put people to sleep if I keep on going. Thank you, Tom, Amy, everybody here. It's been awesome.
Tom, do you have any closing remarks? If you are with us on your regular, I don't know what your plans are for December, but it would be December 19th would be your regular day. We didn't even touch on this whole idea that the NHI are coming back to watch the end of the world. There's nothing we can do about it. We didn't touch on that. Do you have any closing remarks, Tom?
Well, I think that ultimately the NHI processes and everything, those are all things that are still taking place within the, I guess you could call it the illusion or the matrix or the construct of reality. And of course, we have to remember that there's a part of us that is from beyond all of that, and that thing has a value system that kind of supersedes or transcends everything that we operate by in this life as humans, right? So we just have to. I'm just saying that we have to get our priorities straight and always kind of keep our eye on that star in the sky, our spiritual star in the sky, and not to get too beaten down or forget all about that, pursuing the more earthly matters. That's all.
Awesome. Thank you. Amy, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, this was a great space. Thank you. Always, it's just wonderful to hear all the speakers and but yeah, no, definitely, yeah. I mean, yes, we are dooming here, but um, it's just remember that when you face it with a kind of zest for life and um, a strong sense of self, then you can handle a lot. So, and creatively solve problems and constructively and be positive about it. No matter how bad it gets. But yeah, so it's we're trying to convey to everyone, like, you have the power, definitely, to approach this constructively.
I love that. Thank you, Amy. Ganga, do you have any last words of wisdom? He does not. So thank you all so much again. Thank you to Tiff. Thank you to Ulrich. Yeah, go
Fringe.
ahead, Ulrich.
Sorry. I just wanted to post the Ultimate Doom. It's in the Nest if people want to take a look at it. It's very heretical. It breaks a bunch of, you know, beautiful stories that we've been told, like they're going to stop nukes. I even have really, like, there's a bunch of credible people also who've made the claim that they're stopping nukes, and maybe they may have already stopped nukes, all right? But I'm just saying, I also think there's some of them that want to set these motherfuckers off. And I'm just gonna read a quick little outtake of this. Recently, he claims the dilemma for those in the know is that extra materialized entities, EMEs, have complete control over UAP and can appear anywhere as anything at any time. They have even deceived USG communication projects using remote viewing, he claims. Further up, this is all highlighted in what I pushed in the Nest. And by 1960, the group concluded UAP were a threat to U.S. defenses and could instigate mass paranoia if they gained control of U.S. defenses. In 1960, the source claimed Eisenhower approved a joint defense plan written by MJ-12 that in the event the U.S. came under a nuclear attack by the USSR through EBE deception, the U.S. would not retaliate with the proposed USAF SIOP. I just want to recap that. During the 60s, allegedly, this person is saying that we had other mad protocols to not retaliate in the event that a nuke that was set off by an NHI. The prevailing belief of the group is based on materials found in connection with an EME UAP that a worldwide invasion is expected to begin by 2030. And I think that invasion has already started. I just wanted to end this space just in case we have a blackout in a couple weeks. That everybody should doom deep and doom dark and doom hard and still have love and light in their heart.
Thanks for that, Ulrich. Just that's probably going to disappear from the Nest. I don't know if you want to put it down in the purple pill or not.
You know, this is another myth perpetuated by the malevolent NHI. These posts do not disappear from the Nest. And I also have put it in the thread.
Thanks. I'm telling you right now, sometimes those posts disappear from the Nest. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. All right, Tiff, Ulrich, thank you both so much. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Genga. And to everyone who came up and asked a question, and to everyone who listened. We wouldn't be able to do the spaces if we didn't have any listeners. And I think we're doing some good here. So I really appreciate that we're getting together and doing these spaces. Thank you so much, everyone. And we will see you next time. Hopefully, we'll see you at the next one. And we have not had a blackout and the world is not ended. And we're all still good.
When's the next one?
Well, Tom was after the world ends. Tom was coming in pretty regularly on the third Thursday of each month, but it's flexible. So it depends on schedule, and the holidays are coming up, so we'll see what happens. But we'll definitely put it out there for our next one.
If there is a blackout, though, I'm going to be killed by something else. The first round of blackouts will not take me out. So we will have spaces after the blackout. It's just going to be different. It might be a ham radio edition.
I'm already set for that. I've got my ham radios all set up.
I did post our little prepper group down in the purple pill for anyone who wants to join. And we didn't even get into the prepping. So we got lots of topics for next time. Thank you all so much again. Appreciate all of you. And we'll see you guys next time. Good night.